Socialism in the Nuclear Age. Eaton. Preface. We live in a nuclear age. Or one might call it the atomic age, or the age of automation, or the second industrial revolution. Whatever the phrase, the essential fact is that we live at a time when new scientific knowledge and techniques are profoundly changing the basis of social life, of relationships between man and nation. These profound changes in the technical basis of man's life coincide with vast political changes. Within my own lifetime, socialist economic systems have come into being in about a dozen countries, or between 1/3 and 1/2 of the world, and in this year 1960, as I write, one after another new nation emerges towards political independence after years of colonial subjection. But there is a great question mark, the shadow of which lies across every facet of the present. Is it possible to prevent the cataclysm of a nuclear war? In agreeing that the paramount necessity in the present is the GHT for peace, many who are socialists and many who are not can unite with the common purpose to create a terrain on which the strivings of humanity for progress can continue. Yet the position demands of us an attitude towards the future. Are not we in fact all half conscious that to have hope and confidence of escaping from the shadow of war would be the beginning of the opening for the whole world of a new way of life? In 1917 we were quick in Britain to sense the world significance of the Russian Revolution. We are beginning now to sense that the RST action to bury war in the past will lay the foundation stone of a new kind of world. It is against this background that I have reviewed in my own mind the case for socialism in which I have long believed. 7. And set down my conclusions in this book under the general title of Socialism in the Nuclear Age. If this book provides some guiding ideas for discussion and thinking about contemporary society, or if it in any way helps others who are trying to shape their own attitudes towards the future, it will have served its purpose. J. I. Defining socialism. Main features of socialism and capitalism. Contrasted scientific socialism. Historical development. The market, money, and incentives. Directness of planned socialist production contrasts with circuitousness and anarchy of capitalist production. 0nt.hc defects of laissez-faire. Socialism can be defined quite briefly and precisely. A simple definition is that it is planned production for use, the property basis being public social ownership of the means of production. Is such a definition scientific? I think it is, but it is very far from being an undisputed definition, in the sense that definitions of species in, say, biological sciences or chemical compounds in the science of chemistry are more or less generally accepted. Quite a war goes on about the meaning of the word socialism, and, in fact, this war will long continue because it is an aspect of the war about socialism itself. I don't intend to do battle with all the rival definitions of socialism, but rather to defend, explain, and justify the definition given. The force and the meaning of the above definition derive from the distinctions it points to between a socialist economy and a capitalist economy. A capitalist economy may, in brief, be deemed as commodity production for private profit, the property basis being private ownership of the means of production. This definition refers to a national economy as a whole, and points to its predominant character. 9. By commodity production I mean production of goods for the market, for exchange by sale. This is the sense in which Marx uses the term. His very detailed study of commodities forms the starting point and, logically, the foundation stone of his whole analysis of capitalism, since capitalism is an economic system saturated throughout with innumerable and incessant commodity exchanges, and one in which the mass of the people depend for their living on turning their power to work into a commodity which they daily sell for wages. Commodity production in this sense contrasts with production directly for use without the intervention of the market, as, for example, food production to feed the producing community in primitive societies or on a feudal estate. Socialism is, in fact, the opposite of capitalism, and this oppositeness appears in all the parts of the definition. Planned production contrasts with commodity production, use as the purpose of production in one case contrasts with profit in the other, public ownership of the means of production contrasts with private. The explanation of these differences, these contrasts, could be very lengthy. To explain commodity production and production for profit is to explain the whole of the system that emerged in Europe out of feudalism. The definition of this system is simply a sort of summary of the essential economic characteristics of society as it emerged in various national communities. The definition is a thumbnail sketch of something that existed and exists in human history. Socialism also exists in human history in Russia, China, Czechoslovakia, Poland, etc., but whilst a lot is being and will be learned by concretely examining the economic systems developing in these countries, the definition of a socialist system in essentials was made long before any socialist system anywhere existed. A number of social and political theorists contributed to the conception of socialism, but the scientific definition of socialism must be attributed to Maine and Engels. They themselves used the word scientific to distinguish their conception of socialism from the ideas of their socialist predecessors. The point about science is that it observes and analyses objective reality, it differs absolutely to the actuality of objective reality. How then is it that it was possible to define socialism scientifically before it actually existed? This was possible because the definition arose out of the most detailed examination of what actually existed. It is as if a scientist had an opportunity of studying in great detail, observing, dissecting, analyzing eggs, caterpillars, and chrysalises but had never been able to see a buttery emerge from a chrysalis. Even so, it would be possible for him to deduce certain essentials about the characteristics of the creature that would eventually emerge from the chrysalis. In the 19th century a number of capitalist societies were there to be studied. As economies, the capitalist countries represented the most advanced forms of social development. What would emerge out of them could only be deduced from a study of what existed, but such a study did make some very general, very broad deductions possible as to the essentials of the type of economic system that might emerge from capitalism. However, what Marx and Engels had to say about socialism could not in the nature of things be detailed or extensive. Their great achievement was to point to the basic features of a new economic system which they said were determined by the historical possibilities which the evolution of capitalist society had opened up. There was not more to say in advance of the actual emergence of socialist societies, whereas what they have had to say about capitalism LLS many volumes, and even so there are many elds for fruitful scientific investigation that remain untouched. Lengthy scientific LL. Volumes about socialist economies will only begin to appear as actual, historically existing socialist societies begin to develop. Anyone who turns to Marx, Engels, or other scientific socialists of the 19th or early 20th century, looking for a detailed, specific, full description of a socialist economy does not yet understand what scientific socialism or for that matter scientific economics is. The prediction of the bare essentials of socialism was a deduction from the actual nature of capitalism. The flesh and bones of actual socialist societies will be determined by the historical circumstances of their formation. It is because the concreteness of actual historical development is left out that the formal definition tells only a fraction of the whole story about socialism. But provided the limitations of a general definition, its abstractness, etc. are recognized from the start, it can nonetheless be used as a point of departure for economic analysis. The general definition is abstract in the sense that it is devoid of actual historical content, and no feat of imagination can make good this deficiency. How different in fact are the formations of socialism emerging in China from those of the Soviet Union, and yet the two countries' systems conform to the definition of a socialist economy and are identical so far as the terms of the abstract definition go. In certain respects there were similarities between the social conditions of Russia and China prior to their socialist revolutions, for example, the preponderance of a backward peasantry and the comparative smallness and weakness of modern industry. It follows with even greater force that it would be more impossible to forecast by a feat of the imagination what the characteristics and peculiarities of socialism would be in such a country as Britain. The British people will make socialism in their own way, not out of their imaginations or the imaginations of a few great leaders but out of the actualities of historical development. The present as shaped by history is the raw material to which the wills of living people will be applied. I2 but the elementary form of change in the economic basis of society, if there is to he a change that goes to the root of things, has already been determined by the course of history to date. To say this is, in fact, to say very little. It is simply saying that British socialism, however different it may be from socialism as it will have developed in other parts of the world, will still conform to the broad general definition, will through all the differences and specific peculiarities retain a common element with socialist economies elsewhere in respect of the property basis, viz. Public social ownership of the main means of production, and the purpose of production for use not for profit, and closely linked with this the form of organization, namely, to accord with a social plan, as contrasted with the planlessness of commodity production, which is socially coordinated not by a social plan but by market conditions and price levels. In one case the consciously shaped plan is the master, in the other the market is the unconscious resultant of a number of decisions taken in isolation by producers and consumers, buyers and sellers of commodities. What reasons compel the conclusion that history has already determined the broad outline of any new society emerging out of capitalism, and what is the nature of this determination? It is not in fact absolute. It might be that some cataclysmic event such as, for example, a nuclear war or a gigantic natural calamity could break altogether the thread of historical development. In predicting the necessity of socialism, continuity of historical development is assumed, and this is much the same thing as saying that the form of the new society is shaped in the womb of the old. Historical development implies economic progress in the sense that more advanced methods of production prevail over less advanced. Those methods of production which increase man's mastery over nature oust those that restrict or encumber such mastery. It was in this way that capitalism made headway against feudalism. Better methods of production enlarged the profits of the capitalist producer. The freer and wider the markets open to the capitalist, the more the productively advanced capitalist was strengthened. The freeing of markets and the freeing of individual initiative and scientific thought and experimentation were the slogans of developing progressive capitalism. Through the market, individuals within a country are economically linked and interrelated one to another, and through the world market nations are economically linked and interrelated, causing the arena within which capitalism now operates as an economic system to be worldwide in its extent. The market has developed to a very high degree the social interdependence of economic life. Today the economic unit on which each individual is dependent for his work and well-being is the whole nation. Production and distribution is social now on a national scale and only remains individual or arnally based to a trivial extent. But production is still in the main conducted to serve the private purposes of the owners of the means of production. Whatever the horrors and abuses it drew in its wake, the pursuit of profit originally sowed the socially valuable purpose of developing modern industrial machine production rapidly and widely. But once this development of the forces of production had been achieved, the profit system, its planlessness and 14. Lack of consciously coordinated social purpose, turned into an obstacle to social progress. Huge social efforts are exerted which achieve results in total quite different from what people individually or collectively want. Society is unable to reap the roots of its command over nature. Power to control nature should give men a sense of security, but in fact rarely has humanity felt so insecure as it does today in the capitalist world. There is no guarantee for most of continuing employment, leave alone congenial employment. Life becomes an unending rat race, or a sort of lunatic musical chairs with human beings pushing and shoving their fellows, vainly trying to make themselves sure of a seat of their own to sit upon. This however is only a quarter of the total insecurity, for the race to invent progressively more horrific weapons and other scientific means of destruction constantly makes it problematical whether there will be a future to worry about. So how to change? Clearly the new forces of production, the new means of command over nature are not for throwing away but for being used. They spell potential wealth for everyone. Any return to the simplicity of primitive life is out of the question. Mankind will certainly retain, use and develop the most modern means of production and the most advanced technical knowledge and science. This means large-scale social organization of production and exchange of products. It is this basic fact that determines the essential characteristics of any new economic system emerging out of capitalism. There must be innumerable variations in the different communities that develop upon the basis of socialist economic relations, but as to the fundamentals there is no room for difference. If the means of production are not privately owned, is not the only alternative that they should be publicly owned? If the decision as to what is to be produced is not to be governed by the mart by prices and the balance of supply and demand cent xpy $9s1, 1g itself through the movement of prices on the 15. market, how else is it to be governed but by consciously planned targets coordinating all the various branches of production so that the desired quantity of end products may be produced? And the incentive of production, instead of being circuitous as it is in a capitalist economy, so becomes quite straightforward. There is no conceivable possibility of undoing and reversing the technical revolutions that have already taken place. Inevitably today the means of production must be concentrated in massive installations representing also a vast concentration of economic power, untrammeled by social authority so long as ownership of capital is in private hands. The choice is not between numerous competing entrepreneurs owning their own factories and centralist state ownership, it is between highly centralist, but socially irresponsible private monopolies and highly centralist publicly owned plants that are answerable to the public, that is, to everyone. Once the necessity of public ownership in this present age of automation and nuclear energy is recognized, the political problems of enabling the whole mass of people, each with freedom to express his own will, to function as a governing social force can the better be tackled. In a capitalist economy, money opens all doors, a great thirst for money develops. Money in a commodity society is the means of living and the only means of living, it is power, position, material freedom condensed, as it were, into universally usable measurable divisible transferable quantitative units. To be without it is to be without the power to obtain the means of living, to be at the mercy of others, to suffer the material constraints of poverty. Unlike the goods that money buys, the appetite for it withering a capitalist society is never satiated. A starving man will do a lot for a loaf of bread, but once a man is fed it is no great incentive to oer him food. It is broadly the same with all commodities from the point of view of their use. But money continues without limit to serve as an incentive, for the poor man it is the means to the means of life. For the I6 not so poor it is the means to a fuller life. For the rich it is the means to power, position, prestige, security. In a capitalist economy the pursuit of money leads to the carrying out of the social processes of production as a byproduct of the pursuit of money. That is what I mean when I say that men are induced in a capitalist society in a circular way to engage in the mastering of nature to meet their needs, viz. in the process of production. Money entices the worker to sell his labor power. The main incentive that gets the world's work done is the worker's need to earn a ling tha.t is, in the words of the song, to earn the money to buy the bread to get the strength to go to work to earn the money to buy the bread to, etc., etc. Add any 102 and all WLLB for the best in the best would have BW_C, _R5, W at a delgful way of life that in fact INST 11 pounds, on why it had truly been the way things went. Their quad 611 to giving men scope for the development of all capitalism eon fecklunks as many SLDCD himian bangs into pavan off flow by cramp the vast, 1 LZ_oily of them subjection, shocked, th y and poverty of mind, into soul destroying what _e pursuit of money. Society FRF, AP1L Euro L1S1 and achieved has been the liberation of human the XATE spiritual and material fetters of feudalism and P engine of productive forces at a hitherto unprecedented I9 rate. Alongside of this has gone a great growth in the natural sciences. But once the breakthrough had been effected, the historical limitations of capitalism began to become apparent. The planlessness of capitalism, its lack of conscious social coordination, leads to appalling waste of resources. Technical and scientific potentialities are not developed. Despite the vastly increased powers to produce wealth, the vast majority of people spend their working and sleeping hours wearing themselves out with effort or care imposed by the difficulties and uncertainties of trying to make a living, difficulties and uncertainties not due to human inability to master natural circumstance but due to human inability to control humanity's own social and economic relationships, the relationships of man to man. Instead of enriching man, the specialized pursuit of wealth through exchange has turned the faculties of human beings into commodities and, by dehumanizing them, drained men of freedom to satisfy their desires and pursue their dreams. The short definition of socialism spotlights the salient differences between capitalism in general and socialism in general. To spend some time considering the purpose of production under capitalism contrasted with the purpose of production under socialism has been necessary because, on the face of it, it seems that all production must always bear U.T. otherwise it is quite pointless. However, in fact this necessity of human life, viz. engaging in production, is achieved under capitalism circuitously and indirectly, and until this fact is recognized production for use appears a banal and platitudinous concept and the revolutionary significance of a socialist transformation of a country's economy is quite missed. As soon as the contrasts between capitalism and socialism begin to be considered at a less abstract, generalist level, a host of questions arise. For example, is not the economic system of Britain quite different today from the laissez-faire capitalism of the 19th century? 20. Is it still capitalism? Is it not to some extent possible to give a conscious social direction to the development of capitalist production and distribution whilst retaining its commodity form? How can needs, which are the needs of many millions of individuals, and the expression in the shaping and direction of three highly centralized production plan? Is planning incompatible with private ownership and commodity production? Do not commodity production and the money incentive continue within socialism? Does not socialism itself retain many of the features of capitalism? The definitions I have so far been considering of socialism and of capitalism relate to historical reality viewed, as it were, from afar, in its broad outlines. In posing the questions listed above I am moving closer to the particular circumstances of the British economy at the present time. The discussion of these and associated questions forms the main content of the next few chapters. 21. 2. Is contemporary capitalism still capitalism? Changes in contemporary capitalism great but not fundamental theory of managerial revolution smaller shareholders dominated by big capital prot the motive force of production. Is not the economic system of Britain today quite different from laissez-faire capitalism of the 19th century? Is it still capitalism? Currently the attack of British social democracy on Marxism largely supports itself on the proposition that capitalism has changed so radically as to be a different type of economic system. It is the contention of a dominant trend of social democracy that what we now have in Britain is a mixed economy and economy, that is, in which there is a mixture of public ownership and control with private, and also one in which the state is able to control on broad lines the distribution of the product and the direction of the economy. They distinguish the new system sharply from laissez-faire capitalism for which all their barbs of criticism are reserved. Marxists do not dispute that capitalism has changed radically, and maintain that more or less at the turn of the century capitalist society passed into a new stage, namely that of monopoly capitalism, a stage in which the hitherto existing competitive capitalism began to be dominated by a handful of powerful industrial and financial giants. 2q The difference between the Marxists who describe these changes as a new stage of capitalism and social democrats who speak of a new J/item are really very profound and lead to immense differences in practical politics. The social democratic theory leads to the conclusion that as the economic system has already changed fundamentally, the struggle between capitalism and socialism is no longer important as an economic struggle, but continues only as a moral contest, a struggle about political and social values, about the aims to be pursued in administering and directing the economy. Marxists say that the fundamental aim and fundamental need, if there is to be any possibility of lasting social, moral, and material progress, is to transform the economic basis of society, in place of planless commodity production for profit on a basis of private ownership of the means of production, to organize planned production for use on a basis of public ownership of the means of production. To uphold the Marxist case for such a revolutionary transformation, it is necessary to demonstrate that present-day capitalism, despite the emergence of monopolies, despite the substantial publicly owned sector, despite the extensive involvement of the state in economic affairs including control of the monetary system, administration of a huge tax revenue, price controls, distribution of industry controls, subsidies, extensive social services expenditure and the rest of it, it is necessary to demonstrate that despite all these new activities of monopoly capitalism and state monopoly capitalism, this so greatly changed economy remains unchanged in the most fundamental principles of its organization, remains a type of society which it is scientifically correct to deem as capitalism. The essential characteristics of a capitalist economy are that ownership of the means of production and the predominance of commodity production for private prod, viz. Rule of the market as opposed to the rule of a consciously conceived plan of production. An economic system in which 13. These characteristics predominate is by consequence one in which the capitalist class exploits the wage labor of the working class, controls the surplus product and is established in a position of social and political dominance. 2. It is easy to demonstrate that in a technical sense private ownership predominates in Britain. The nationalist publicly owned sector accounts only for about 1/4 of the total production. But it is then further argued that the key sectors of industry are great trusts which are owned not individually but by a large number of different shareholders, none of whom has a block of shares sufficient to give control of policy. In a sense, it is argued, capital has been partially socialized by the widely dispersed ownership of shares. The manager or the managing board of directors are neither themselves the owners nor in any real sense the servants or appointees of the actual owners of the capital. Therefore, the argument runs, the managers of the great trusts are in no essential way different from the managers of, say, nationalist industries. This line of argument is commonly described as the theory of the managerial revolution. The essential of this theory is that property ownership no longer counts, and control of the economic system has now passed into the hands of a self-appointing, self-perpetuating managerial elite. The struggle for power is the struggle for position between members of the industrial, commercial, and national bureaucracy. The contest is not between those who have capital but between those who have managed to plant their feet on the ladder of managerial advancement, the hierarchy of the great power organizations. The implications of this line of argument are, of course, that the same rat race goes on and will go on in the vast organization portions of a socialized economy. It is one of the lines of argument tending to equate socialism and monopoly capitalism. Like all good lies, it is built on a half-truth. The half-truth in the false theory of the managerial revolution is the undoubted fact that highly placed executives in the great national and industrial organizations of monopoly capitalism do exercise considerable social power, just as generals or highly placed civil servants do. Moreover, in some of the large trusts shareholding is so widely dispersed and the SLL8 Euro LLDLD Euro T5 so little able to assert a coordinated policy against the management, that the real controlling power of the management is much greater than the nominal control of the shareholders. There are however two good reasons for totally rejecting the theory of the managerial revolution. The RST is that the extent to which the managerial direction is divorced from ownership of capital is grossly exaggerated. The facts tell a different story. There are still a number of giant concerns controlled by families which have inherited property in the business. There are also many great trusts in which a decisive shareholding is held by a few key directors whose votes dominate the policy of the company. The RST refutation of the theory that management has become divorced from ownership is that over a large part of industry it has not. But what of the sectors of the economic system in which such a divorce appears to have taken place? The question to ask here is who, if the power of the shareholders is only formal, really exercises power that is sufficient. In such cases, however, Whilst there are numerous small shareholders here, generally are blocks of larger shareholders concentrated in comparative few hands, so that a consortium of larger shareholders is in a position to exercise decisive control. Equals 5. Should it come to a showdown, to put the manager one in his place? The answer is really very simple. It is the men with the biggest reserves of economic power at their command, which in the last analysis means the _pound millions that they personally own and control. The competition between capitalists, perhaps rivalry is a better term, since competition implies more usually price competition in the market according to straightforward rules of buying and selling. The rivalry, then let me say, between capitalists is like warfare, in which the main factors are the number and equipment of forces, but in which also generalship and skillful maneuver account for a great deal. The simple equation, economic power equals ST, may be too simple, but in the last analysis economic power becomes real only insofar as it can consolidate itself in the form of personal ownership and control of capital. In the case of large companies in which there are no decisive personal shareholdings, there will certainly be several large blocks of institutional shareholdings by banks, insurance companies, investment trusts, etc. In an emergency, influential individuals in these investing institutions will usually be able to coordinate the use of these institutional votes and so control the company's policy. But oftener than not, the managers will know on which side their bread is buttered, and a word or two from a recognized power in the world of finance and investment will be enough to bring them into line with the policy of the big guns, the real owners and controllers of capital. In practice, any management that got at cross purposes with the financial interests on which it normally depends would soon run into difficulties unless it was able, and this would one by manager I here mean the key executive, the highest point of authority within the organization. His actual designation will vary from company to company. He may, for example, be managing director or chairman of the board of directors, etc., etc. The title of manager is normally used for executives rather lower in the hierarchy. 26. Usually be a perilous operation to transfer allegiance to some other equally powerful financial group. Generally it is recognized that certain concerns lie within the sphere of particular groupings of finance capital. However, at times conflicts do break out and battle is joined over the control of particular companies. Such open conflicts are, however, the exception rather than the rule. The essential fact is that direction of the great economic institutions rests in the hands of the biggest owners of capital, the owners personally or through family connections of large fortunes. Things have changed considerably since the 19th century, when the typical capitalist was the owner of the bank or factory that he managed. Today such capitalists are small fry, and the most powerful capitalists, typifying the decisive owners of the most important economic organizations, are the finance capitalists, the owners of finance capital, the blocks of capital through which control is exercised over vast industry. 1611, banking, commercial, insurance, shipping, mining, sport, etc. organizations. In place of the direct ownership, control, and management that was typical of capitalist society in the period of competitive capitalism 100 years ago, say, there is now indirect cent zero control through which a few millions control many hundreds of 5 millions. Big blocks of personally owned capital are used to greenfield earliest accumulations of social capital. This indirect control takes a wide variety of forms. Typical. 11. Of the less complicated forms is the decisive minority sham holding. For example, a large company with a capital of say £10 millions may in practice be quite easily controlled by a single personal shareholding of say £1 million if all. That has yet to be dealt with, is the emergence of monopolies and the finance oligarchy, and it must be emphasized that the economic catastrophes that did most to discredit the doctrines of laissez-faire capitalism took place in the 20s and 30s of the century, long after the emergence of monopoly capitalism. Monopolies plan how to make as big profits for themselves as they can, but they do not plan the economy as a whole. The bulk of production is in the hands of fewer producing units, but these industrial giants are still producing for exchange at a profit. The ruling principle in the economy is the market and not a production plan. production remains planless commodity production even though the character of the constituent units buying and selling on the market has changed. The anarchy of the GHT between the big trusts socially is, indeed, a more formidable affair than normal capitalist competition as, indeed, organized gang warfare is far more serious than brawls between petty thieves. And let me add, there are still with us all the miseries of the dog-eat-dog scramble to make a living by selling whatever saleable commodities one has, all the uncertainty and insecurity, all the drudgery of boring, dead-end, ungenial labor. All the cultural and moral decencies of the commodity exchange system still pollute the lives of most human beings, even if the wage worker can today buy, after squandering his nerves and energy and the best hours of the day in earning the wherewithal, a somewhat greater quantity and variety of goods. The emergence of the monopoly capitalist does not remove the principle of laissez-faire from commodity production except in so far as the monopolies can play what is still an unplanned market to their advantage. If the capitalist market is not to be left to rule according to the automatic laws of its own workings, interference and modification must come from outside the economic system. The laws of commodity exchange do work differently if the buyers and sellers include huge blocks as of exceptional wealth dominating whole branches of industry, but they remain laws of commodity exchange which are either resultant of numerous independent economic transactions motivated by the pursuit of profit. On this question there is not much more to say. The economy has changed tremendously, but it remains a capitalist economy as deemed by the private ownership of the means of production and the prevalence of commodity production for private profit. But the answering of this question has immediately opened up the second question. The practical issue is not whether the economy of Britain is or is not a capitalist economy, but whether it can be made to work in the interest of the community. From the standpoint of labor politics, the inescapable question is it necessary to change the economic system or can it be made to work in our interests? It is this question that is the subject matter of the next chapter. CSNA 33. 3. Managed capitalism and the mixed economy, the state and economic controls. How far is the capitalist class able to steer the economy? Capitalist measures to control production, attitude of capitalists to the public sector, arms expenditure, nationalist industries, social services and public works, stimulants to consumer expenditure, capital export and overseas economic policy, contradictions in capitalist measures to increase employment, obstacles to capitalist state controlling what is produced, capitalist economic relations at war with modern production and techniques. Can capitalism control distribution of the product? Is it not to some extent possible to give a conscious social direction to the development of capitalist production and distribution whilst retaining its commodity form, whilst, that is, still using the market and profit mechanism? Left to itself, capitalism, competitive or monopoly, does not succeed in making good use of social resources for the obvious purpose of freeing humanity as a whole from cares, hardships and wasted efforts in the struggle for means of existence. If capitalism is not to be left to itself, it means intervention by the state. The advocates of state capitalism see many advantages in it. For example, it obviates a revolutionary struggle over the ownership of property and makes it possible to use money incentive to get things done. The reason why Keynes' general theory made such a profound impact on economic thinking in the capitalist world was because it provided a theoretical basis for this general line of policy. The state, it suggested, could X the broad objectives of the economy as a whole, set the course of the economy as a whole much as the program of work might be determined for an automated plant and the machines be left to carry on by themselves. Capitalism is the machine, the state the programmer. This conception of things can therefore be described also as controlled capitalism. These theories raise a host of questions, and it is not possible here to deal with all of them. The key one is, to what extent is control possible? For the moment I am leaving aside the question of who controls the state and the purposes and interests which that control, such as it is, may be likely to serve. One of the really big differences between capitalism today and capitalism of FTY or I00 years ago is the degree to which the state is directly involved in economic activities. The main aspects of this involvement are as follows. It controls the institutions of the monetary system and can to a considerable extent enhance the availability of funds for investment. It administers a substantial nationalist sector of the economy and controls investment policy in this sector. It administers substantial social services and controls capital and current expenditure for these services. A considerable 35 number of people are directly and indirectly employed by the state. It administers a vast national debt. A huge revenue mainly derived from taxation passes through the hands of the state. In addition to imposing taxes, it can give subsidies. It can impose price controls, exchange controls, import and export controls, building controls, controls on the distribution of industry, etc. It is clear that the economic involvement of the state goes deep. But can this involvement be used to give a conscious social direction to the economy as a whole? There is no clear-out answer to this question. Quite certainly the economic intervention of the state can to a certain extent give a social direction to the economy. But the practical issue is precisely to what extent. This, for the student of political economy, is a crucial issue. The most fundamental question for the science of political economy to clarify is the adequacy or otherwise of the existing economic system. The judgment whether to be for or against capitalism or socialism will clearly involve personal aims, values, and standards, but the political orientation of individuals must be greatly enhanced by the answers of economic science. So much so that the judgment of economic science seems often to be distorted in the direction of reaching conclusions which accord with pre-existing susceptibilities, the subjective aims or sense of values of the writer himself or his accustomed public. There is perhaps no science in which it is so difficult to be objective. There is, legitimately, room for a variety of opinions on many important issues, even when the analysis is made with the most scrupulous objectivity and by well-tried scientific methods. So when purses and political passions are deeply touched according as the conclusion veers this way or that, it is not surprising that standards of objectivity get mangled in the battle. If this were not so, the economist would be saved much trouble. But as it is, too many issues need still to be argued over and over again in the noisy forum of contending interests. 36. The noise of these contentions is bound to blur the issue that I am now trying to deal with. Giving the economy a social direction means different things for different people. Many capitalists would like to see social changes, but a typical capitalist has very different ideas from a typical worker on the matter of what constitutes social improvement. Moreover, to repeat a point on which I have already touched, in a society where wealth carries with it preponderance in political power and prestige, the state inevitably wreaks what is preponderant in the society by which it is supported. If the underlying society revolts against the abuses of capitalism, it is hardly likely to end in a reformed capitalism, a social order capable of opening up the potentialities of science and human wisdom of which the subordinate mass of people has hitherto been deprived. There is a certain confusion between what can be done and what will be done. There are some things which are conceivable in terms of economic feasibility which are inconceivable in terms of political likelihood. It is absurd to hypothesize a capitalist economy being controlled, except very temporarily, by a state administration uncompromisingly hostile to capitalist interests. It is absurd because either the capitalist interests would be strong enough to sabotage the state administration, or the state administration would be strong enough to eliminate the overpowerful capitalist interests. Private ownership of the means of production must always be a thorn in the side of any genuinely democratic state administration, since the interests of the people as a whole must connect with those of the capitalists who monopolize the society's production resources. At times the state administration may rather radically alter the direction of the economy as a whole, but when it does so it is either with the support of the capitalist class or else as a 37. L for temporary stage leading to the elimination of private ownership of the means of production. The period of the new economic policy in the Soviet Union or the period from X94.G to 1956 in China are examples of the latter. War economy is an example of the former, and it is worth noting, in passing, How sharply a capitalist state in the period of monopoly capitalism can change the character of the social product under the pressure of military needs. However, it is absurd to expect a capitalist class to make equally sharp changes in the direction of the economy in times of peace against its own interests. State capitalism in the period of the NEP in Russia or in the years immediately after 1949 in China could operate against capitalism because socialists RMLY controlled the commanding heights of the economy. The old school ties, bankers, colonels, knights and aspirants to knighthoods who predominate in the top economic positions in Britain today are obviously not there to arrange the burial of capitalism. The basic reason for the impossibility of planning capitalism is, however, very simple. If economic resources are predominantly privately owned, how can those charged with implementing a social plan hope to deploy these resources to meet the purposes of the social plan? The only guarantee of the resources being disposable according to the requirement of the plan is the removal of the owner's right to dispose of them according to their private purposes, which means nothing else but the elimination of private property rights. 2. The issue, therefore, that we are concerned with is how far a capitalist economy can be steered by the capitalist class itself or by a political administration to which the capitalist class gives its general support. This question is one of considerable importance also to socialist politicians. A socialist 38 advocates public ownership and planned production. But a socialist politician has to be ready to make alliances with other political forces and support programs, within the context of existing political circumstances, which are to be carried out within a capitalist economy. The criterion of support will be the results to be expected from trying to carry through a program. If a program were moonshine and a string of demagogic promises, it would be dangerous to support it, or if on quite other political grounds this may be unavoidable, it would also be dangerous to support it without voicing criticism of its lack of realism. It is desirable, too, to be able to estimate whether the achievement of a particular capitalist economic policy will help to prepare the way for socialism. It is against this sort of background that economic policies of the state within a capitalist society need to be assessed. There are good grounds for thinking that popular pressure and working class pressure in particular can enforce policies which are, to a limited degree, against capitalist interests, but the workers should be careful not to exaggerate to themselves the extent of their gains in this way. They should measure their gains not only against their situation in the past, but also against the potentialities opened up by the advances of technology and science and the growth in their own political strength. Also, they should never forget that any gain disadvantageous to capitalist interests is bound to be ephemeral so long as wealth means power. Such gains have to be fought for anew from year to year and from month L0 month, or else they will be taken away before they are enjoyed. Directional policies operated by the state fall mainly into three types: A. Measures designed to maintain or expand the volume QF production and the level of employment and to control cyclical crises. B. Measures designed to change the composition of the social product, what is produced and what is 39. T. Not produced. C. Measures designed to change the distribution of the social product. 3. What can the state do to enhance the level of production? For the last 20 years since Keynes wrote his general theory, there has been an unending worldwide discussion on this issue. Opponents and champions of capitalism have argued that the state can do nothing good. Opponents have argued that state intervention only aggravates tendencies towards crisis and decline. Champions have held that the state impedes the natural processes of the free market which alone can develop the potentialities of capitalism. Today defenders of these extreme positions are hardly to be found. On the other hand, few now believe any more the claims of the most sanguine Keynesians who pictured a brains trust of economists watching the economic indicators and prescribing a few simple measures by which the state could set the economy onto any desired course. Omitting the immediate post-war crisis, there have since I-946 been three general economic crises affecting all or a great part of the capitalist world. They have been called recessions, reacting perhaps a reluctance to admit helplessness to control such events, and, indeed, The economic intervention of the state has had an impact on the level of economic activity in these years and at times has been deliberately aimed at stimulating economic expansion. Easy money policies reducing interest rates and increasing the funds available to banks and other financial institutions, funds which represent increased amounts of money capital available to the economy. Increased investment by the state in nationalist industry, social services, or public works, or measures to support or stimulate investment, e.g. state-supported mortgages to promote building. Measures to stimulate consumption, c.g. tax reductions, removal of control on hire purchase, etc. State purchase of armaments, of agricultural products, of commodities used by social service, military or other state institutions. Such measures listed here in their most general form but concretely applicable in a great variety of ways can be used to stimulate economic activity. Few would dispute this, but what is now becoming clearer to economists is that such measures also give rise to harmful consequences which in the eyes of the capitalist administrators often seem worse than the harm they are designed to cure. Hence the contradictory, oscillating character of state economic policies between expansionary and deflationary measures. The central financial authorities can manage the national debt, buy or sell government bonds, change interest rates and meet the banking system's need for notes and carry through other associated monetary operations in such a way as to expand the funds of money capital available to the economy. An easy money policy and low interest rates may give encouragement to investment and stimulate economic activity, but many economists today are tending to the view 4,1. Which I think is correct, that monetary policy cannot in its own do much to stimulate the economy. It can perhaps do more to break expansion. Put another way, this means that non-financial expansionary measures could be frustrated if there were no matching financial policy, but for an impetus to expansion it is necessary to L0 mainly elsewhere, i.e. to non-monetary stimuli. Assume a strong impetus to expansion is given by the government placing large arms orders. Firms receiving orders will go to the banks to obtain advances against them, or the government itself will use its own credit in order to pay. Many other RMS will also go to the banks to get advances in order to increase stocks or production of material or components that may be in greater demand as a result of the arms orders. The new direct and indirect demand arising from the arms orders, because it stimulates production, will also expand wages, which when spent create a further new demand, further stimulating the economy. The impact of the new arms orders on the economy as a whole will be different under different circumstances. If there is idle capacity and unemployed labor, these will be drawn into use, and the increased money capital infused into the system will have as a counterpart in the world of production an increase in the capital and labor power engaged in making things. So far it is assumed that a sufficiently easy money policy is being pursued to enable industrial and commercial demands for additional capital to be met. If a tight money policy were pursued whilst the additional arms orders were being placed, the government would face some very formidable difficulties. On the financial side, draconian taxation would be called for to raise in advance of or simultaneously with the arms orders the funds required to pay for them. On the production side, 49. Among control measures would almost certainly be necessary to direct productive activity from the production of something else to the production of arms. Now consider the case in which arms orders are placed when the country's productive resources are already being fully utilized. If an easy money policy is followed, a demand additional to the country's productive capacity will be injected into the economy. Prices of everything will go up. This in turn will create new demands for capital, and a great inflationary pressure will be built up in the economy as a whole. Moreover, in order to get resources diverted to arms production, exceptionally high profits will have to be allowed to the arms producers, of which even the most rigorous control will at best only slow down and not eliminate the rate of increase. If a tight money policy is attempted, the difficulties of the government administration will become almost insurmountable, and the extent to which administrative, physical and financial controls will have to be applied will be very much greater. An attempt to cope with a large arms program without innovation would probably cause serious disruption of the non-arms producing sectors of the economy. The theoretical situations that I have been dealing with so far are two opposites, one where the required new capacity and resources are ready, unused and fully available, and the other where they are already being used and altogether unavailable. Any actual situation is likely to fall between these two extremes, that is, even when there is idle capacity in the economy as a whole, the new orders are likely to call for some things which exceed the existing capacity's ability to supply whilst not being able to utilize other resources which will remain idle. Or, in the case of so-called full employment, almost certainly there will be some slack to be taken up and some increased output possible as a result of improved productivity facilitated by the expansion of orders. The point is that the economy as a whole is a complex of interlocking industries, and any additional demand con 43. Centract on particular types of products is bound to involve new relationships of supply and demand between the various sectors and sub-sectors of the whole economy. Inevitably this means irweist PMTR in those sectors where demand increases most. Other sectors, where there is oversupply, will end it hard to make prots and will run into economic difficulties leading to idle capacity and pockets of stagnation, unless there is a further expansion in general demand as a result of a further injection of purchasing power into the economy as a whole. This is another way of saying else further inationary tendencies are allowed to ease up. Such tendencies cause prices in general to advance further and real wages and XED incomes to decline and prots to increase. But all this is at the cost of mounting social tensions, as underscore those whose real incomes have been depressed by rising prices protest and struggle to regain what they have lost in real terms. These tensions are further intensified if there is an XPIGASIGLI price rises will go on more or less indefinitely. The only alternative to expansion via ination is detailed administrative control, which is the complete abnegation of the market commodity mechanism which the whole operation was designed to preserve as the peculiar virtue of a capitalist economy. So here is the dilemma of a state-administered control of cap-one-tailism: either permit ination to undermine the whole structure of relative values on which the capitalist system rests, or abnegate the fundamental principle of capitalist freedom by building up a system of detailed planning and controls. Nor indeed is anything but the crudest and clumsiest control and planning possible, since the right of private property in the means of production creates a constant obstacle when productive, commercial, and national organizations 44, which are privately owned, are given instructions about what they are to produce and the prices they are to charge, they immediately face a division of loyalties. Strong economic incentives will be at work to make them evade the letter of the instructions they receive. They are expected to serve two masters: on the one hand, instructions given them by control authorities; on the other hand, maximization of prots. Inevitably the real guiding objective remains the making of prots, since it is on this that strength and position in the economic hierarchy ultimately depends. If an attempt is made to steer the economy without using controls, then the means of drawing resources into use can only be the enticement of good prots. As well as the inationary alike of this, the share of prots in the social product will tend to increase, sharpening again the contradiction over which capitalism again and again stumbles, namely restriction of the consuming power of the masses relatively to the expansion of productive capacity. Rising prots in the short run almost invariably mean a rising rate of prot. Consumption expenditure out of prots is not likely to increase as fast as or proportionately to increases in prots, and the accumulated prots which, if economic activity is to be maintained, must go back into production, will only do so in so far as new investments that promise to be profitable can be found. Mass consumption cannot automatically provide an adequate market, since within the relationship of a prot-motivated economy purchasing power will inevitably tend to be inadequate. There will be a tendency, therefore, for each external stimulus given by state buying to peter out, making a further stimulus soon necessary. The point is that the economic activities of the state do not overcome the contradictions inherent in the capitalist economy. These continue to reappear within the economy and also reappear as dilemmas of state policy in particular, in the awkward choice between policies designed to stimulate economic activity having inationary consequences, and 45. Measures designed to curb ination and stabilize prices which tend to damp down economic activity. I have pointed to problems into which state regulation of a capitalist economy inevitably runs. But it would be wrong to look upon the difficulties met as absolute barriers to achieving the aims sought after. Some stimulus can undoubtedly be given to economic activity by state orders without causing inationary consequences of an intractable character. Some correction of defects in the balance of economic relationships can be effected by controls. But always the effectiveness of the measures taken is limited and cramped by the contradictions inherent in the production relations of capitalism. Any such measures must involve a sharp conflict between the principle of attempting to give the economy a planned social direction and the principle of profit-making. However, just as the contradictions of capitalism are a drag and a fetter and not an absolute barrier to economic development, just as despite the limitation of the mass market, through ups and downs, expansion of the market for capital goods continues and, however haltingly, lays a basis for some expansion in the economy as a whole, so the measures of state capitalism achieve in an ephemeral and partial way, some of their purposes. But as the contradictions of the economy itself are revealed in the oscillating progress of crises and booms, the contradictions of state policy attempting to regulate but not change the character of the economy are wreaked in zero solutions between opposed objectives, such as monetary expansion and contraction, liberalization and controls, etc. One-arms orders placed by the state have been taken to illustrate a theoretical analysis. This is real enough to permit a more detailed concrete analysis based on actual historical experience. In the above generalizations, account has been taken of this experience. On the whole, they apply more to military expenditure in peacetime than in wartime. In wartime, the sense of national urgency has certain economic consequences. In World War II, the war effort had basically the support of 46 both the working class and the capitalist class. This made possible a seriousness in attempting to operate the extensive measures of economic control which under other circumstances would be inconceivable, but even so the controls were evaded, sabotaged, bureaucratically operated, and clumsily applied in a vast number of instances. The inadequacy of controls applied to a capitalist economy even under ideologically favorable circumstances demonstrates, I think, that the whole conception of controlled capitalism is nothing but a makeshift and quite unacceptable as a permanent long-term economic order of society. In struggling for social change, the working class needs a much better objective than this. It is also well to remember that the capitalists accepted the wartime economic measures for duration only. Their economic freedoms were only temporarily and partially taken away from them, and they were very handsomely paid for what they gave up in terms of huge accumulations of profits hoarded as money capital which they were able after the war to turn into productive capital and material means of production. 4. In general, supporters of the capitalist system dislike any form of state expenditure. Any state intervention gets called socialistic by the more die-hard defenders of capitalist society because they have a feeling which is well founded that the state's activities are bound to undermine the principle that society's interests are best served by allowing business directors the maximum freedom, success or failure being measured by ability to make profits. Amongst the general run of medium and small capitalists, the more realistic accept the inevitability of state intervention on a massive scale but are anxious to do what they can to prevent any enlargement of the state's economic activities. 47. The representatives of very big capital have a quite different attitude. In essentials, they determine the economic policies followed by the state. They are not so much worried on practical grounds and, indeed, they are often able to use the state as a direct instrument of their own economic interests and themselves participate in the administration of the economic organs of the state. They are seriously worried, however, on grounds of principle, and anxious to maintain the right of men of money to administer their affairs according to their own likes without being answerable to any public authority. That some things such as road building, communications, water supply, etc. must be the responsibility of public authority has long been accepted. Political pressure has made it necessary greatly to extend this eld on grounds of social interest and, additionally, this eld has been enlarged in other directions to meet the military needs of modern capitalist society. but even though the necessity of a larger public sector in the economy and, consequently, heavy taxation as a permanent feature of modern capitalism is in practice accepted by the leading circles of capitalist society, an unceasing ideological campaign is waged against the public sector. At the time of the 1959 general election, this two-faced position made the Tories use every available argument to create hostility to nationalisation at the very time when they themselves were expanding investment in nationalist industry as a means of maintaining the economy and counteracting a steep decline in private investment which, if it had continued and dragged the country into a slump, could have lost them the election. Arms expenditure is far more acceptable to supporters of the status quo than other forms of state expenditure, because its political consequences are not seen as likely to accelerate social change, whereas other economic involvements by the state are usually seen as the thin edge of the wedge of socialism. 4-30 The reasons for preferring arms expenditure are further reinforced by the fact that it does not create publicly owned productive capacity which is in competition with privately owned capacity, as would be the case if the state engaged in production of goods for civilian use. Political circumstances, however, have made an ever wider economic involvement of the state necessary, and it comes to be accepted or at least not radically opposed by most supporters of capitalism. Other than arms, the main likely forms of state expenditure are investment, public works, social services, commodities for civilian use, overseas development. 5. In Britain, in fact, investment expenditure in the nationalist industries and social services is already a very important factor in the economy, accounting always for a large part of total investment expenditure and in several post-war years for as much as half. An expansion of the investment programs of the nationalist industries, as already mentioned, has been used by a conservative government recently as a means of stimulating economic activity when it was tending to ag. The acceptability of such expenditure to British capitalists should, I think, be looked at in the light of their acceptance of the Labour Party's 194.5 programme of nationalisation. The great political swing to the left indicated by the return of a Labour government in 9/1.5 was something to which British capitalists could not close their eyes. They met the situation by making some concessions to the social ideas of progressive opinion, but attempted to limit as far as possible the substance of what they conceded. Whilst attacking the principle of nationalisation, they offered serious resistance only to the nationalisation of the steel industry and accepted nationaliosru. 49. Satisfaction of what might be called the general service industries - transport, coal, electricity, and gas. The owners received compensation for what they gave up. The costs of the essential reorganization of the industries were met out of public funds, and capital in production and distribution generally benefited because the prices of the products and services supplied by the nationalist industries were not permitted to rise in step with the general level of prices. Despite the fact that monopoly capitalism was able in some important respects to turn to its own advantage the administration in the nationalist sector, the going over to public ownership and the form in which the reorganization of these industries was effected represented a concession to new social and economic ideas. Nationalization was a victory for the working class, but one the significance of which, to paraphrase what Marx said in another connection, the workers should be chary of exaggerating. In fact, this was in my view exactly what the labor movement did, with the inevitable consequence that the illusions of success turned soon to disillusion. This is the background against which the acceptance of the nationalist sector by the capitalist class needs to be viewed. Further extension of the field in which state investment in production can be made will undoubtedly provoke far more vigorous opposition from capitalist interests, however necessary it may be on grounds of economic policy. State subsidies for investment outside the nationalist sector are extremely difficult to administer and, to be effective, almost inevitably involve inroads on the property rights of the private owners of industry. As the nationalist sector is enlarged, each extension of nationalization threatens the whole principle of private ownership with cumulative force. Moreover, experience has already shown that investment in the nationalist sector is not a tap that can be turned on and off at will as the economic climate changes. Investment programs take a long time to plan and get underway, and 50. Once they are underway, it is extremely costly and wasteful to interrupt their progress. If, in short, you are going to plan, you must plan. Any halfway house between a planned economy and a market economy is but a rickety structure, the product not of wisdom but of political compromise between contending interests and contending social philosophies. 6. Expenditure on public works and social services can be considered together. These are forms of expenditure which create a market for the products of industry but only indirectly increase the strength or stimulate the development of the economy as a whole. The main capitalist objections to public works and social services are based on two grounds. First, ideologically, they tend to support the socialist philosophy as against the capitalist philosophy of free enterprise. Every extension of social services tends to support the idea that people should be helped and supported racially simply because they are human beings and not left to struggle and their own to end means of protection against the hardships and misfortunes that life threatens. Secondly, economically, the cost has to be met from public funds, and this involves appropriation by the state, through taxation or other means, of a part of the surplus product which the capitalists feel should be left to them in the form of profits. The capitalists see all such expenditure as an arbitrary addition to their costs, and in times of economic stagnation, which is just when such expenditures are most needed to stimulate economic activity, their hostility to what they see as further inroads on their already depleted profits will be at its height. Nonetheless, despite these grounds for capitalist opposition, this is a territory in which considerable concessions have been made and may continue to be made within the capitalist system. The capitalists GHT and will continue to GHT a strong rearguard action against all such measures. At the same time they make a virtue of necessity and seek recognition as realists when they resist, and as enlightened progressives when they concede more social expenditures. The hodgepodge of the concessions to which they are now more or less resigned they describe as the welfare state. 7. State expenditure on commodities for civilian use is theoretically a possibility, but it is an idea so shocking to the principles of capitalism that it is hardly likely to be tried within a capitalist economy. If uniforms can be ordered for the army, suits or shirts could be ordered also and made a free issue to the civilian population, but such a thing on a scale sufficient to be of any economic significance would be opening the doors not merely to socialist but to communist notions. So shocking is the idea of the state causing useful commodities to be produced that it has long been the practice in prisons to train criminals to be useful citizens by permitting them only to do useless work. There are, however, some halfway houses towards enlarging the market for consumer goods, such as subsidizing food products or offering guaranteed prices so as to ensure their production and to expand their sales. Such measures can have a limited directional effect on the development of the economy, and undoubtedly the agricultural support schemes in the USA have played some part in giving greater stability to farm production and incomes there. In Britain, food subsidies and agricultural measures have played some part in increasing home agricultural production and in improving living standards in the lowest income groupings. Such measures are of some economic significance but not of sufficient importance. 52. To serve as instruments in controlling the development of the economy as a whole. A means of stimulating sales of consumer goods that is of considerable and increasing importance in the leading capitalist countries is sale by hire purchase. Government action affects such sales indirectly, insofar as financial policy makes it easier or more difficult for traders to raise inns, and directly by regulations governing the terms on which hire purchase sales are made. The relaxation of restrictions on hire purchase made a quite big difference to the British economy in the latter part of 1958 through into 1959. Increased sales by hire purchase stimulate demand for consumer durables such as cars, television sets, washing machines, etc., for which demand is elastic. Consequently, easier or more favorable terms of purchase result in big and rapid increases in demand. At the same time, reduction in the money that has to be paid immediately releases purchasing power to spend on other consumer goods. Undoubtedly the effects of hire purchase are mildly expansive. The consumer is being given credit. The consumer pays interest, of course, and this may be high, but if there is an inflationary trend in the economy as a whole, he recoups something insofar as money is worth slightly less at the time of his later payments. It is sometimes argued that higher purchase sales enlarge the immediate market for consumer goods at the expense of a reduction of the consumer's purchasing power in the future. In fact, it seems to RNE probable that higher purchase sales have a more lasting positive effect, since usually they bring into employment capacity that would otherwise be unused. It seems possible from US and British experience to date that the total of consumer credit can continue to be expanded even when it has reached quite high gears. But it may well be that the continuing further and further growth of consumer credit implies a continuance of inflationary trends in the economy as a whole, and certainly from the standpoint of the capitalist. 53. Class. Its blessings are mixed. Moreover, once a gradual increase in consumer credit has begun, it is extremely difficult to reverse the trend, and the new sales methods and the institutions going with them become deeply embedded as a part of the economy. Some of the social consequences of what one might call a higher purchase economy seem to me highly undesirable. Higher purchase is one of a number of high-pressure sale techniques going hand in hand with advertising, canvassing, numerous display centers and the like. Today some RMS spend almost as much on sales promotion campaigns and competitive sales techniques as they do on the production of the commodities they supply. A huge part of the national product and of potential productive resources is squandered on socially superfluous distribution costs, not to mention the nervous energy dissipated by harried salesmen anxious to make a living out of COH1I1LLSS10T15. From the consumer's point of view, constantly mounting commitments under higher purchase agreements are also a cause of strain and anxiety. They make workers and others with low incomes more nervous about losing employment and eager to work overtime or take supplementary employment. In short, higher purchase increases the competition amongst those seeking employment and makes them more exploitable. From the worker's standpoint, the consequences are, however, also two-sided, since it may at the same time raise the minimum standards of life to protect which they are forced to GHT with desperate determination. Even if there are some positive features in a higher purchase high-pressure sales economy, my own opinion is that the plethora of durable consumer goods increasingly to be found in the advanced capitalist countries is not bringing us peanuts commensurate with what is spent on their production and sale. Television sets, radios and gramophones, washing machines, 54IK vacuum cleaners, etc. are most valuables and ustifulgri sky for widening the scope of life and reusing_ETH on providing the elementary decencies of HVL and GL5111M. Our modern instruments of living have contributed sornet L €1.0 value, the social repercussions of their production and _distribution in a private enterprise economy are contribug-#18 also to the disorderliness, purposelessness and strain M0_life. Is it not today practicable for society to set its sig towards providing for everyone houses WL11CLIBIC is a matter of routine with simple, IC and ONI M0__ and comb of cleaning, washing, communication, and communications, etc., etc. The plethora 0_ and cent WU sumers goods causes a certain initial delight as new toys or, HT to play with, but as an end in themselves are they? Until we make a better social and economic free mutually into which to tea them, what should mean to us muck-we will corn more and more to amount to an elaborate all troublesome lot of junk. __1DH What a backhanded way of 115-1118 The great potem of Altages that advanced productive techniques are able to give her nanittle we need to create material wealth for every bogey, not in order to be harried and driven nad by one asterisk, but 1 degree /phi T0 put behind us for everyone, that is the cares and restrictions of material poverty. 1m Does wealth in the higher purchase super sales eknoinen of it give ease of mind or freedom of action and 1 come humanity is sacrest, and its bonals at T5 _+ levels am more often than not distributed pro -ness against one's fellow men. 8. Kriska's expenditure by public authorities high important economic factor in the post-war upon 1x on capitalist world. It is not the same thing as degree cap AP. 55. That characterized imperialism in its initial stages, that is, from the last quarter of the 19th century up to the period between the two world wars. It has, however, a close family relationship to the export of capital whilst at the same time incorporating new features. Capital export in the old forms, of course, continues on a substantial scale at the present time. The state in the imperialist countries has from the outset played an important role to help its own nance capitalists establish themselves overseas in spheres favoring exceptionally profitable investments. The state has helped particular interests to monopolize particular areas, but the motivation of the export of private capital has always been very directly the profits to be made or particular private advantages to be gained. The export of capital has economic effects similar to expansion of home investment and represents an enlargement of the sphere in which capital accumulated in the metropolitan country is employed. As a large part of the capital goods put into operation overseas are supplied by the industry of the metropolitan country, the export of capital enlarges the market for the home industries and stimulates economic activity there to a corresponding extent. Export of capital and the whole foreign economic policy associated with it played a significant part in extricating the leading industrial countries, and in particular Britain, from the prolonged economic stagnation developing in the last quarter of the 19th century. Private capital exports from the main imperialist countries, whilst substantial, are relative to the total national product and to home investment far less than they were in Britain at the turn of the century, in the earlier stages of the imperialist epoch. If private capital export were today to play a comparable part, it would need to be over €0 million annually in Britain and over £10,000 million annually in the USA. Be it noted, however, that expenditures considerably higher 56 than this are now incurred for military PTP degree 5 and play an economic role in some respects analogous to that of capital export half a century ago. Substantial overseas expenditures have been incurred by the state in recent years under the heading of THIRD aid. When such expenditure has been for directly military perp $0 it is en degree d'elgfimi utriagis its economic significance, from military expenditure but when it has been for civilizatory purposes, has a LT11XCD character, in part resembling military X_cent H1111. 1 degree life as an instrument of foreign policy, and in PAR. 1 cent 5 cent MBLM8 capital export. Public capital expenditure overseas is undertaken in plaques and for purposes for which private capital sees too little ROI. Or too much risk to encourage use of its own resources. Resembles capital export in that it creates a market for of THC Metropolitan 111, and opens the door T penetration. But it differs in that it does not provide source of prots for particular capitalist interests, and its utilization, even though supervised by the lending state, is not directly under the control of particular capitalist T5. The main political purpose of foreign aid has 116,611 I0 keep within the orbit of imperialism countries v/LLLCHDILC6.LC degree I, to assert their independence or in which there is ZEGF the working class taking political power out of TENS0 their capitalists. H in the period immediately following the war, Europe WA. The main recipient of US aid more recently the focus of the American aid has begun to shift to the underdeveloped PE countries and America is anxious to draw larger C0L1 LLLBL-time towards foreign aid from the other leading imperialist powers. HUND the influence of the IMP-cent F1 Al15 TP degree W degree R5 1T degree _developed areas is definitely on the wane and expulmal W0. 57. In this direction involves a dilemma of policy. To neglect them is to strengthen the unions of socialist countries, but to give aid without strings is to give formerly dependent countries means with which to strengthen themselves by making tougher their sinews of economic independence. On the other hand, aid with strings, though it may bribe some elements into greater subservience, sharpens in other quarters the struggle against subservience. However, the imperialist powers, whatever contradictions may run through their relations with the underdeveloped countries in this period, cannot conceivably right them. Consequently, state expenditure in the underdeveloped areas is likely in one form or another to be undertaken and may play a significant part as an instrument by means of which to enhance the level of economic activity in the metropolitan countries. The attitude of the capitalists towards such expenditure is likely to be divided, and the forms that such expenditure may take will affect their evaluation by capitalist and working class politicians respectively. It is, however, quite likely that state expenditure in this direction will receive more support and less vigorous opposition from capitalist interests than alternative forms of state expenditure. 9. The central question that is being pursued in this chapter is whether and how the state in a capitalist economy is able to control the level of economic activity. Associated but not identical with economic activity is the level of employment. Broadly speaking, if economic activity is high, employment will be high, but inevitably the tendency is for employment not to increase as fast as the volume of production, because productivity increases. If employment is to stay the same, the volume of production must increase as fast as productivity. Of course, it is possible for the state to mask unemployment by setting unemployed to work on public works schemes devised mainly as a means of absorbing unemployed. Generally, such makeshift employment created by direct state action is both uneconomic and unpopular. It involves compulsion, because the wages must be lower than elsewhere or labor will be drawn away from more useful employment. The work undertaken is as a rule little else but simple gnawing, consequently, skills and specialized experience are wasted. In short, the labor is arduous, regimented and comparatively useless, the kind of spurious activity that bets a fascist regime and little else. The way in which the productive abilities of men and women are used and developed is a searching criterion by which to test the worth of a social organism. Fundamentally, the case for socialism is that the use and development of the productive abilities of human beings, given the productive potentialities offered by science today, should be arranged socially and directly, that is, without the arnistication that results from the mediation of the market. In a capitalist economy, the distribution and use of manpower is determined by the market. The market is like a mysterious power standing above the conscious purposes of thinking human beings. The aim of socialism is to determine by direct conscious decision how men's abilities are best and most suitably to be used. It is a bitter paradox that in a society in which employment is predominantly determined by the market, attempts by public authority to employ labor directly for non-market 59 purposes tend to give the worst social results. The reason for this paradox is that direct employment of labor is fettered and shackled if it has to be undertaken in such a way as not to undermine the major sector of the economy in which the dominance of the market prevails. It is the predominance of the market, of the principle of production for prod, that shackles any attempts the state may make to control the economy. This is as much so in the present period of monopolies as in the era of competitive capitalism that preceded it. The emergence of monopolies has greatly changed the character of the market in that there are many spheres dominated by a few large suppliers who are able to and maintain certain price levels and to some extent control the volume of production. However, these changes in the policy and behavior of the producers supplying the market do not alter the fundamental fact that economic activity is governed by the conditions of the market, by the possibilities it offers of profitable sales to the producers, who may either be small producers forced to accept the prevailing price or monopoly producers able to extract from the market conditions confronting them a larger profit by raising prices and regulating output. So far I have been dealing only with the question of maintaining economic activity, of avoiding crises and unemployment. Theoretically, the state could go on and on creating an increased demand through increase of orders placed by public authorities, but this involves continuing inanition, since the incentive to increased activity must always be increased profits. It also involves an ever-widening state sector in the economy. Consequently, carried to their logical conclusion, the very measures taken to keep capitalism going would in the end destroy capitalism. What in practice happens is that the state works not in a positive but in a negative way, counteracting major declines and trying to mitigate the more severe social tensions that might result if no regard were paid to what was happening in the economy as a whole. The cyclical up and down swing of the economy consequently continues, and state policy itself oscillates between opposed objectives, its choice being dictated by the immediate pressure of economic and political circumstances. Capitalism's dilemma is so deep-rooted that even its successes cause problems. For example, the counteracting of a crash may, by making possible continued employment of antiquated plant, militate against the more radical re-equipment plans that technical progress requires. After a severe economic crisis, once its depth has been passed, a vigorous and extensive re-equipment of industry would begin again and the economy would emerge with new strength. It is worth noting how vigorously the economy of West Germany has developed and how extensive and modern its re-equipment has been following the destruction and prolonged idleness of its productive capacity, and particularly its civilian industry, during and immediately following the war. However, the social cost, the suffering and despair arising from a deep and long drawn-out economic crisis are extreme, and the rulers of an industrially advanced country have good cause to tremble at the possible political consequences of such a situation. State policy is therefore likely always to try to exercise some control, however limited, over the movement of the economy as a whole. In effect, it has no alternative. The extensive economic involvement of the state is a historical fact from which there is no going back. The state has no alternative but to take account of public pressure in the administration of its economic affairs and to make itself accountable for the policies it pursues. Events moving now faster, now slower, will tend to develop to the disadvantage of the capitalist class. However erratically, and despite zigzags, the trend will be in this direction because 6i. Weaknesses arising from the contradictions within a stale monopoly capitalism have to be overcome in face of mounting anti-capitalist forces and pressures. The conscious policy of socialists in relation to immediate issues is to further developments in 3115d cent 1 degree B 0 LH ideologically, that is in the understanding of the deficiencies of a market and profit-dominated system, and practically by structural changes that make easier the advance to socialism. Many of the factors that make a capitalist state unable to determine how much is produced and how many are employed prevent it from determining what is produced. The state can determine the character of the social product insofar, of course, as it itself places orders, but as I have just tried to show at some length in relation to means of maintaining the level of activity, a capitalist state when it does so becomes entangled in political and economic contradictions that undermine the effectiveness of its actions. The state can also enhance the makeup of the social product to a limited extent, positively by giving subsidies or, negatively, by imposing taxes, but here again it may run into difficulties insofar as there is a conflict between measures required to raise revenue and measures designed to implement economic policy. In short, SCL needs generally connect with and restrict the use of subsidies and taxes to shape the qualitative composition of the social product, but this restriction is not absolute, and under the stress of political pressure state policy has been used from time to time to cheapen and enlarge the market for commodities entering into mass consumption. Such policies are, however, extremely repugnant to the economic philosophy of capitalism and create problems in dealing with which there arises a need to widen and make more and more thorough the control measures undertaken by the state. In Britain such policies were operated during and immediately after the war but were abandoned at the earliest opportunity, leaving only some minor remnants. The practical objections that capitalists have to the interference with the conduct of their business which tends to go with these policies combine with objections on principle. One of the cardinal tenets of the economic theory that supports capitalism is that the market automatically measures and adjusts itself to the tastes and preferences of the consuming public. Some economists argue that the market is an instrument of economic democracy through which buyers are continuously registering their votes for or against particular commodities by buying or not buying at certain price levels. Therefore, to interfere with the workings of this mechanism by subsidizing some products and taxing others means dictatorially telling the public what it ought to want instead of democratically accepting the verdict of the market indicators. There are several major fallacies in this argument. For example, if spending money is to be compared to a continuous ballot through which economic choice is expressed, then it must also be said that the ballot is loaded in favor of the rich against the poor. The devilry of this lopsidedness is not only or mainly that the rich as consumers get things their own way. 62. But much more that the rich who are active capitalists, and this is where the control of the big money lies, always cast their vote, when it comes to spending money, in favor of that course which will bring back into their hands still more money. Hence the chaotic lurches of the economy as a whole, now in this direction and now in that, now up, now down. My second observation is that the rich spend a great amount of money trying to influence the money vote of the consumer in favor of their own products. A big part of the difference between price and production costs is spent on advertising, etc., in order to cajole or hypnotize the consumer into buying a particular product. If ever a vote were rigged, it is that expressed through the capitalist market. The element of truth that exists in this charming idyll can become something of a reality only in a socialist economy. If the main framework of production is governed by an economic plan, then the push and pull of supply and demand on the market for consumer goods will give a useful indication of consumers' preference and a guide to future production plans, so long as scarcity makes necessary a continuance of distribution through sale. Once modern production is fully developed on the basis of large-scale and technically advanced industry, appalling consequences are bound to result if fundamental social decisions are left to the thrust and parry of market forces. Decisions, for example, as to shaping the main outlines of the economy, allocation of resources to investment, provision for health, education, industrial and scientific research, the distribution of industry, the choice of direction for the future of the economy, etc. This is, indeed, the crucial issue of this nuclear age. The age of the doctrine of laissez-faire is dead. Killed by the ideological collapse of that doctrine, but killed also by the growth of bigger and bigger capitalist monopolies forceful enough to use the state machinery as an instrument in the pursuit of their policies. The conditions of modern social organization and production make the extensive intervention of public authority in economic and social affairs inescapable. The technical basis of production has outgrown the property and social reclales of capitalism. The contradictions and conics of this situation have also stimulated dash amongst the people generally, but particularly within the working class, on whom the brunt of capitalist exploitation directly falls, the growth of political ideas hostile and opposed to the whole philosophy of capitalism. So the necessity and the political demand for the intervention of public authority coincide. But the public authority that intervenes is the creation of capitalist wealth, power, and ideology. The class reality behind the entanglement of the inarchate relations reveals itself in the ways that public authority acts and fails to act. The capitalist class that owns and controls the means of production only reluctantly and under great political pressure admits the use of the state machinery for social purposes other than its own. By contrast, it permits the most free and full deployment of the potentialities of centralist public control only for the foulest military purposes and policies of domination by force. The capitalist state can no long stand aside from the more fundamental issues of the direction of the economy, but its representatives, confronted with these issues, are inevitably governed by ideas that look backwards towards the petty ideals of the Prot system, the petty ideals that become criminally dangerous when the might of modern technique is at their beck and call. But whilst the capitalist state can exercise immense powers in some respects and in certain spheres which it takes specially within its, and in addition there are non-personal or institutional incomes such as those derived from taxation which come to the state, and that part of company income which is retained and not distributed as dividends, etc. The state can to a moderate extent, but only to a moderate extent, affect the distribution of the national product, mainly by means of taxation policy, aided to some extent by subsidies. If the price of essentials, bread, for example, is kept low by subsidies, and the funds to meet the subsidy are met out of a general tax, the poorest people, who pay a smaller portion of their incomes in tax and spend a higher proportion on bread, will be the gainers. For similar reasons, subsidized housing, and free health or educational services, benefit the poor relatively more than the rich and certainly represent a redistribution in favor of the poorest. But whether they represent a redistribution in favor of the working class as a whole is a debatable question. Broadly speaking, the value of the benefits received by the working class in the form of social services corresponds roughly to the direct and indirect taxation and insurance contributions paid by the working class. If it is argued that military and other state expenditures are overhead costs of capitalist society and of no benefit to the workers, then redistribution of the national income through social services should be seen as no more than a redistribution of income within the working class, as a result of which the poorer workers who pay less tax are benefited at the expense of the better paid workers who pay more. If it is argued that part of the state expenditure as a whole has always been met by taxation falling on the workers, then the working class as a whole must be deemed to have benefited to the extent that they receive from the state as well as paying to it, and so make smaller net contributions than before. But 67. The whole argument becomes meaningless if pushed too far, because it might be argued that if the workers paid higher taxes they would have to be paid higher wages, and if they paid lower taxes it would be possible to pay them lower wages. On the other hand, it may be argued that the taxes paid by capitalist companies are treated as supplementary costs, and the minimum margin of profit aimed at takes into account the rate of taxation. According to this line of argument, all taxes, direct or indirect, would tend to be absorbed by increased prices, the division of what remains after deducting taxes being fought out in struggle between the workers and the capitalists. The basic fact seems to me to be that capitalism is an economic system powered by the profit incentive and must, if it is to operate at all, show a profit to the capitalists. Measures which redistribute income in favor of the workers tend therefore to be answered before long with countermeasures from the capitalists, who will always look for ways and means of increasing the share of profits in the values produced. If the measures benefiting the lower incomes coincide with an inflation of prices, this will be likely immediately to restore the share of profits. But one way or another, so long as there is continuing economic activity, the capitalists will find ways of again increasing their profits. Indeed, it might be truer to put the proposition the other way round and say that there can only be continuing activity so long as the capitalists can find opportunities of increasing profits. The share of wages in the national product has remained in Britain rather stable, according to available statistical evidence, at about 40%. It seems therefore that the workers have not so far succeeded in changing the fundamental balance between themselves and the capitalists. However, incomes after tax have perhaps in the post-war years shown some move in favor of the workers. Since the motive force of the whole economic system is profit, the capitalists must necessarily do all they can at all times to enlarge their share in the product. Inevitably so, since such is the essential nature of a system of all-pervading commodity production, viz. market production for profit. The workers make gains and from time to time advance their living standards, and they may succeed in holding or even improving these gains as a result of continuous struggle against counter-moves from the capitalist side. But it is always more difficult for the workers to improve their relative position, that is to raise not only the total of goods available for their consumption but also their share in the national product. The political pressure of the capitalist class against the working class tremendously increases as the gains of the workers multiply, so that a limit tends to be reached periodically, halting the further progress of the workers' movement so long as it is as yet unprepared to challenge fundamentally the political dominance of the capitalist class. However, even if specific measures designed to benefit the workers at the expense of the capitalists often prove to be illusory, it does not follow that the struggle for them is not beneficial to the workers. The immediate effect of high wages or better social services is always beneficial to the workers immediately, and the workers gain permanently in that their struggles raise the general living standards of the working class, and the capitalists are forced to restore their profits by some means other than reducing workers' standards. The only enduring means of raising profits without reducing real wages is increased productivity. As capitalism increases productivity, it tries to hold as much as possible of the relative increase for itself. How 69. Ever, the condition of capitalist society in the industrially advanced countries has multiplied the demands falling on T.E. surplus product. In particular, greatly increased state expenditure and distribution costs have had to be met out of the surplus, and in the USA certainly for some years, and probably in most industrially advanced capitalist countries, the number of workers employed in productive establishments has tended to decline relatively to those engaged in distributive and non-productive public services. The share of the productive workers in their product has therefore tended to decline even if wages of all workers have held their ground or even slightly increased their share in the national income. The conclusion to which the whole analysis in this chapter points is that managed capitalism is unable to escape the social defects against which the labor movement's socialist program is directed. Given a fair-sized public sector, the state can enhance the movement of the economy as a whole, but not overcome the contradictions that prevent its steady growth and its unfettered application of modern techniques. Furthermore, the means by which the state can in a socially beneficial sense enhance the character and development of the economy as a whole 70. Bound, if thoroughly applied, to provoke strong opposition from capitalist interests, and any far-reaching redistribution of the social product on consistently democratic lines would connect with profit-making as the main dynamic of the economy. In short, managed capitalism gets the worst of both worlds. Connect with capitalist interests is not avoided unless the idea of controlling capitalism in the interest of the people is abandoned, and the advantages of planning and the deployment of publicly owned resources directly to meet social needs are not obtained. A mixed economy as an objective of socialist policy only makes sense as a transitional form which, so far from being an excuse for abandoning socialist aims, should be seen as a phase through which the labor movement should hasten as quickly as circumstances permit, seeking to extend the nationalist sector as rapidly as possible and pushing control measures onward towards their logical conclusion of a planned economy based on public ownership of all large-scale enterprises. This is not to say this is a question dealt with later on, that there is not room within a socialist economy for some market production and for some small capitalist and commodity producers. If the commanding heights, the main means of production and the large productive and national organizations, are publicly owned and subordinated in the main direction of their activities to a national production plan, it may be convenient economically and politically, in accordance with the wishes of political forces allied to the working class, to leave minor aspects of production and distribution on a market commodity basis. The general conditions prevailing in such a free market sector of a socialist economy could be broadly controlled in the national interest by the planning authorities, and the concentration of planning activities on essentials at the outset, without depriving the economy of a variety of minor products, would be a considerable advantage. It may also be useful to use market techniques for the distribution and exchange of subsidiary products from the publicly owned factories also. These subsidiary uses of market mechanisms within a planned economy are worth mentioning, because there is much general misunderstanding of the fact that the question of public ownership in a socialist Britain essentially relates only to the big organizations, which at present are administered by large-scale trusts and monopolies far removed from the world of rugged individualism, personal initiative and free enterprise that occur so importantly in the theoretical defense of the private property system. The theory of managed capitalism and the mixed economy that we are dismissing is the theory that it is desirable to maintain the bulk of big industry in private ownership indefinitely. There is no sense or logic in attempting to manage the economy without freeing the hands of the planners by eliminating private property in the main productive units. This proposition seems to me so straightforward and simple as to make me believe that much of the enthusiasm shown for the cumbersome mixed economy is dictated by political expediency and is not derived from any serious study of economic science. In the next chapter I assume that the mixed economy, or any other of the suggested new economic formations that are neither capitalism nor socialism, must be rejected as being neither historically possible nor desirable, because incapable of solving the social problems of capitalism. Against this background, I consider the factors that need to be taken into account by a socialist in determining an attitude towards concrete questions of current economic policy. 73. 4. Socialism and current policy. The day-to-day struggle for social progress, the interlocking of long-term and short-term aims, economic aspects of the GHT4 peace and socialism 1 Inc. Socialist aims anti-current policies for nationalization, productive efficiency, social services and public works, full employment, wages, monetary measures, overseas economic relations. It is true as I think it is that the masses of the people within a capitalist society gain by reforms and ameliorative measures only a fraction of the benefits that such measures appear to promise. This is not to say that years and years of struggle in Britain for social progress have been in vain. Probably no struggle for social progress is utterly in vain, however mistaken. As the Yorkshiremen say, those who make no mistakes, make nought. But to recognize the inevitable meagerness of the immediate fruits of struggle is not to say that struggle is mistaken. It is absolutely essential to struggle for social advance within capitalist society, even though one knows beforehand that the fruits of such struggle can only be slight and ephemeral, that is, ephemeral if they are not fought for all over again almost as soon as they are won. Whilst history proceeds according to laws that operate independently of men's wills, this does not mean that the progress of history is automatic in the sense that men's purposes count for nothing. It may seem automatic in capitalist society in so far as man is deluded by his subjection to soulless, conscienceless market rule into a sense of defeatism in face of society and the problems with which it confronts him. He seems to be able to make means of controlling nature but not to use them for his own purposes. In reality, it is only purposeful human action based upon a deep understanding of social development that can free human society from its subjection to the blind forces of the market. Every attempt to take such action is a step towards change, a step also against those who want to go on living by the market, a step, even though not consciously conceived as such, against the capitalist class whose continued exploitation of others implies a continuation of the commodity system. That purposeful human action in social matters is difficult, calling for much wisdom and courage, is NBT surprising. All problems are difficult until they are solved. Men, indeed, make their own history, but the terms on which they do so are set by the world in which they ND themselves, and complaints that these are difficult are no more than statements that they are not yet fully understood. But it is fairly evident that if men had not struggled for social advance, if there were no trade unions, no organized pressure for improving social services, no effort to get at the truth in social, economic, and political science and to GHT interests that oppose its recognition, then the present circumstances of history would be clearent and the difficulties that lie ahead greater. Theoretically, a capitalist Britain with lower wage standards, poorer social services, less nationalist industry, etc. is a real enough possibility, but such a situation would probably imply a weaker working class movement and a smaller accumulation of political and social strength from the past. A political movement must live always in the present, that is, it has always implicitly or explicitly an attitude to all current issues. For an individual socialist in Britain, the constant question confronting him is what policy the labor movement should now be following. This means taking an attitude on quite a number of different social and economic 75 policies. In practice, of course, the thing is to pick the key and typical issues. The criterion always is, what benefits will such and such a policy bring in the future, both the near future and the more distant future. The choice will never be easy, so many contradictions will be involved between means and ends, between short-term and long-term, or between material advantages and questions of principle. The political problem of taking an attitude is rather like the moral problem that an individual constantly faces. He has to make the best judgment he can underscore of the direct and indirect consequences of the action he is taking. So politically, a socialist has to judge each issue in the round and decide what attitude towards it is good for socialism. Nothing but his whole personality can give him his answer. He has lived and studied and thought and felt and so shaped his own ability to judge the ends and the means that he favors. Similarly, a movement has a personality, often a split personality reacting, of course, the personalities of the individuals composing it, but also the organizational pattern that gives them coherence as a movement, a political party, etc. An important part of the organizational pattern of a movement is its common philosophy, and this is something that is always in a process of change, of being newly created out of living experience. Consequently, the value of any particular policy needs to be assessed from several standpoints. The general point was made in the preceding chapter that the significance of reforms and material concessions won from the capitalist class should not be exaggerated, and so long as the capitalist framework of society persists, the apparent gains are in constant danger of melting like snow. But this is not to say that the right course was not to support such limited reforms and concessions. As like as not, the only correct policy was to support them, provided that this was done in such a way as to build up the personality of the movement, to prepare it for new demands and further advances. 76. The point not to be overlooked is that a socialist solution is an immediate practical possibility only in a very special combination of circumstances. Some of these circumstances will involve world events and other factors quite outside the control of the movement itself, but one indispensable condition will always be the political, intellectual, and organizational preparedness of the working class movement itself. It must command political support, have a following, and win the respect of a decisive mass of the people. It must be led by a generalista that is intellectually alive and exible in recognizing new opportunities and new situations, and organized so as to be able to give unity of action to the political forces supporting it. At the same time, this general staff will be incapable of pursuing its aims with determination unless it is guided by RMLY grounded socialist principles. RMLY grounded, that is, in the sense that they are based on the most advanced scientific outlook, seeing the place of the socialist movement in relation to the historical process of human development as a whole. This combination of aliveness to the peculiarities and immediacy of the present with long-term vision and sense of the oneness of human history is to be found, in my view, only within the social and philosophical outlook of Marxism, fed by the actual experience of movements struggling for socialism, freedom, and social progress in all quarters of the globe. Whilst opportunities for big and rapid advances may occur only from time to time and erratically, according to the ebb and flow of the tides of politics, the job of building the socialist movement is always on hand. This is the certain gain from far-sighted political leadership. Sometimes a well-chosen action may not show good results in terms of immediate gains. A movement may have to exert tremendous efforts in order, like the queen in Alice Through the Looking Glass, simply to stay in the same place. But if the morale of the movement is preserved, and attacks on living standards, on its organizational freedom, its conceptions of social welfare, etc. are 77. Thrown back, then the movement is ready to move forward again, and if its limited gains melt away sooner than expected, then the movement's understanding of the need for more fundamental changes will begin to mature, and it will be more ready to seize opportunities for big advances. To win the war against capitalism necessitates a big offensive, but does that mean that all struggle until the great day of the big offensive is useless? Of course not. The point is, every petty skirmish needs to be conducted with an eye also to building up strength and bringing nearer the day of the decisive offensive. In social change there is, as it were, an internal and external element. There are processes of historical development taking place despite and beyond men's conscious wills and purposes. There are also events taking place outside a particular social organism which have tremendous but uncontrollable impacts retarding or hastening social change. But whatever the external elements may be, a socialist transformation in a country such as Britain is not possible unless the internal element, the mass of the people with the working class, necessarily, as their spearhead, is ready to struggle against the existing order of society. In moments of revolutionary upheaval this factor of mass struggle is obvious, but what is not so obvious is the long chain of unsuccessful or only partially successful struggles for limited objectives which prepare the way, build up the political potential for fundamental social change. In a society such as Britain, the forms of mass struggle are very numerous and varied in character, including, for example, strikes and demonstrations, the organizational and agitational work of trade unions and political parties, publication of papers and journals, meetings, discussions, work within legislative bodies and numerous other institutions, all the various facets of the peace movement, lobbying, meetings evoking expressions of public opinion, associations for numerous special purposes. 78. Etc., etc. The point is that such activities not only achieve something, however small, to change the existing social and economic structure, but also the very activity of those who involve themselves or get involved in struggle helps to mold and mature a new political outlook, a new character, a new personality. Political activity, in the widest sense, that is, doing something about social change, is the soil from which man's sense of human dignity springs. The indignation of the oppressed and response in action to the sense of indignation is the seed from which grows understanding that the exploited, the workers as a class, can take into their own hands their own future and the future of humanity, to fashion it as they have long dreamed it should be. That is, the class consciousness of workers develops from defensive reactions into wide and all-round consciousness of their ability to create an altogether better social and economic organism. Those who despair of teaching millions to learn reason are thinking too much in terms of school study and learning from books, and overlook the readiness with which human beings can learn lessons that spring from their own experiences. It is against the background of such general considerations that socialists and the criteria by which to know what economic policies to support or not to support in the day-to-day issues of the present. And, of course, to ask what policies socialists should support, is quite meaningless without specifying when and where. In what follows, this question is dealt with as relating to contemporary Britain. 2. Economic policy will be an aspect, a part fitting into the policy of the socialist renouement as a whole. Furthermore, the 79. Policy of the socialist movement will always have two interrelated dimensions, the RST, as an immediate policy acting directly on the present situation, and the second, as one of a series of such policies, each the child of its predecessor, building the path from the present into a future socialist society. The socialist aspect of a current policy within capitalist society is the germ it contains of further development for the socialist movement. The policy of a socialist movement includes both an inward and an outward-looking aspect, i.e. what it does to strengthen the socialist consciousness of the movement itself, and what the movement does to cause political change within the country as a whole. It is necessary simultaneously to develop consciousness of the socialist objective and also to help shape and GHT4 policies that win political support in action and cause social change of a progressive character. It is in practice often not at all easy to deem what is and is not a progressive policy. The condemnation of partial measures does not lie in the fact that they fall far short of socialism. This is a defect that could be attributed to all measures taken in the preparatory stages that build the way from capitalism to socialism. And to reject all such measures would be to reject the GHT for socialism under the pretense that the only GHT worth doing is the last GHT-THC conquest of power and the revolutionary transformation of the economic basis. To reject all preparatory struggles is to imitate the Irishman who, when asked the best way to Dublin, answered, after much thought, "If I was going to Dublin, I would not start from here." But if rejection of preparatory interim objectives is a political reductio ad absurdum in one direction, the opposite absurdity is the doctrine of traveling hopefully without any intention of ever arriving. Though the recognition of this absurdity implies, I think, the recognition of a quite fundamental law of social development which is the core of the Marxist theory of history and, indeed, is closely related to the most general scientific laws of development. That is, change, whether it be the historical development of human society, or animal life, or inorganic matter, appears to have universally the characteristic of gradual partial quantitative changes proceeding without involving drastic qualitative changes in the character of the whole within which these partial changes occur, until a point is reached at which the character of the whole changes suddenly and drastically. Something like this appears to occur in the structure of the atom and in the evolution of animal species. The nodal point of qualitative change also occurs in the historical development of human society, and the great scientific discovery of Marxist theory was that the differences between types of human society are determined by changes in their economic bases, the forces of production and the relationships between men in their utilization. This law of social development is an extremely general one, and on its own it leaves a mass of concrete detail unexplained. In fact, Marx himself devoted years of his life to the scientific study of the concrete detail of the capitalist society in which he lived. Of course, such study is equally necessary in the present. However, this general law is of value in that it gives one one's bearings and makes it possible for the political movement through which historical change is effected to attain its fundamental objective. This fundamental objective is a socialist society. Or, to put the matter another way, it is recognized that partial changes cannot change the overall character of society but must at the same time be seen in relation to the overall change in the quality of society. When the opportunity for such change will come about cannot be predicted, but it is possible in each concrete situation to determine from amongst possible courses PSNA 81 of action which best prepares the way for future change in the direction of the big change. Without this stage-by-stage preparation, some of the necessary conditions for the big change will be lacking at a time when all other conditions may be favorable. 3. Currently in Britain the most crucial issue confronting the progressive movement is what is rather vaguely described as the GHT for peace. But, it may be argued, this has nothing to do with the struggle for socialism. In my view, on the contrary, it has a great deal to do with the advance of the British labour movement towards socialism. The policy of the socialist movement in the immediate present can only be determined in relation to the concrete historical circumstances of the present. For Britain there can be no progress unless a third world war is prevented. An atomic war would be national annihilation for Britain. There is a growing awareness of this fact in the working class movement, amongst intellectuals, and amongst the mass of the people. Peace is the one political issue that is burningly alive in the hearts and minds of a vast number of individuals, even though this highly political issue NDS as yet inadequate and uncoordinated expression in political action. Peace is for Britain, therefore, a crucial political issue in a twofold sense. First, it is the issue that is stirring the feelings of the mass of ordinary individuals, and in that sense a crucial issue of the people, an issue that any democratic movement must grapple with. Secondly, it is crucial in the sense that national politics for Britain has no future until it is resolved. If it is not solved, the projection of a series of policies linking the immediacy of the present to the perspective of socialism in the future will be truncated by what would now be the annihilating destruction of war. Man's command over his own social organization becomes 82. Are now an imperative, immediate necessity. Insofar as this lesson is learned, an aspect of socialism is also being learned, since a very important aspect of socialism is nothing less than coherent social action by the mass of the people. The still incoherent striving after peace poses the question of how to make effective politically the already widely disseminated will for peace. There are many aspects of the struggle for peace in relation to the advance of the socialist movement, but here I am raising the question simply to help specify the concrete historical circumstances in which the British labour movement NDS itself, namely, a situation in which the prevention of war is a paramount issue. In fact, Britain is so placed that the foreign policy it pursues can have decisive influence internationally, and a policy dedicated to British disarmament coupled with the wider objective of worldwide disarmament is a quite real proximate objective. Concretely, therefore, economic policy must be linked to the perspective of disarmament. This means that in addition to the already existing issues of economic policy there is the new issue, namely, the economics of disarmament. However, the general debate that goes on about the advantages of not wasting resources on war equipment has yet to shape itself into a specific program incorporating aims supported by the working class movement and continuing then with measures reacting the purposes of the other and varied elements supporting the struggle for peace. Of this program the arbiter will be historical circumstances that lie still in the future. but it is not unreasonable to pose the question whether peace could not be the crucible in which British socialism may be fashioned. Socialism and peace are inseparable in the situation of Britain today, and it may be that it is in the re of the struggle for peace that British socialism will be forged. That is to say, whilst the issues of peace and socialism are inseparable, it is peace that stands in the immediate forefront. 83. Of political struggle. Whilst socialism is like a great mountain, as it were, towering over the scene of the struggle, the primacy of peace in the British context is obvious. Moreover, it is here that the British people could make their greatest contribution to progressive forces throughout the world. A break in the anti-communist front of the great powers would immediately ease the situation of the socialist countries and speed the improvement of economic and social conditions. The advance to economic and political independence by countries dominated or until recently dominated by imperialist powers would be helped. The war against world poverty could begin in earnest. Against all the opposition that would be provoked from the reactionary forces at present behind the NATO alliance, there would be wide support in new quarters. The compelling reason, however, for giving primacy to peace is the political obligation to muster the strongest and widest possible alliance of forces against the defenders of militarism and the status quo. For the mass of the British people, socialism is still a concept that lacks concreteness. To say let us get socialism in order to secure peace would be to create confusion in everybody's minds. There are many who support and many who oppose socialism on the basis of most vague and inaccurate conceptions of what socialism is. It is quite natural and inevitable that this should be so. The ideas of the existing dominant class always tend to pervade the whole of society, and today is no exception, when most people have no choice but to form their opinions from the fag ends of misrepresentation appearing in the popular press or on the radio or television. Peace, however, is an issue that is politically real and alive for the great mass of the people. They mean by it specific things, such as getting rid of nuclear bombs. To say let us see that Britain lives in peace means something denied. It is the before form in which people see and feel the crucial political issue of our times. It is the issue that can rouse passionate energies and heroism. 4. Whilst there are supporters of the struggle for peace far outside the labor movement, there are also formidable anti-peace forces within the labor movement. This is the topical form of the old struggle within the movement between those who defend and those who are prepared to look beyond the existing social system. These trends have in the past been rather generally designated as reformist and revolutionary. But these designations imply all sorts of assumptions of which the participants in these trends may not necessarily themselves be conscious. The dividing line in practice is between those who think in terms of making the existing system W0RK and those who pursue the aims and interests of the workers without conditions or reservations. The identification of this latter standpoint as revolutionary implies a Marxist reading of history and social development, in that it implies the impossibility of fully meeting the sought-after aims except as a result of social CVT, LLLILOLL. It 1. However, as well to emphasize that the implications of men's purposes are not necessarily known to and do not necessarily play any part in shaping the determinatiori of those who struggle for them. Things in the main develop the OLLWQY round. The mass of the working class sets itself a purpose and determines to struggle for it. Out of this struggle new purposes and new struggles develop, and the historical and 800,131 implications of the struggle emerge as THM0V cent Phi 1 cent M Galcris LILOLL 1 Euro 1 T /LH1. D. It is the leaders of political movements who feel the need of looking ahead to ultimate aims and using social and 85. Political science to end their bearings in each phase of struggle, so as to link together the various aspects of the struggle into a united force with an appropriately deemed objective. It is because of its revolutionary implications that the reformist elements in the labor movement reject an uncompromising anti-war policy. They support the general lines of capitalist foreign policy, and have sometimes rivaled the Tories in the arts of anti-communism. Basically they are status quo men every bit as much as the men of the establishment, some perhaps for material reasons, feeling themselves comfortable and self-important in the niches they occupy, others for ideological reasons, measuring all things by the standards of the existing order of society. How in fact the struggle for peace develops will depend upon those who most actively participate in it. No actively led mass movement can be frog-marched into socialism or anything else, but fear of socialism is already impeding and may further impede the development of the peace movement. This is one of the most crucial senses in which peace and socialism are inseparable issues. Peace today means first and foremost creating conditions of peace between the socialist and capitalist worlds, peace that is never allowed to break down into war so long as the differing types of system continue to exist. No one can wholeheartedly strive after this aim without trying to deepen his understanding of socialism and facing up to the possibility that peace may be favorable to the growth of socialism and may increase the weight of its unions in the world. It is accordingly of the highest importance to the cause of peace that socialism should be better understood, and that to help achieve this socialists should pay heed to the views of those who, sincerely devoted to the aim of peaceful coexistence, have as yet little sympathy with socialism. Such people include substantial numbers associated with workers and other mass organizations in the West, as well as many liberal-minded intellectuals of considerable unions in social affairs. These people are asking themselves. 86. The question: suppose then socialism prevails. Obviously the more delusions and unnecessary fears about socialism are eliminated, the better the prospects for PAFFDTH, 5p degree edel the isolation and exposure of the real reactionaries WOY_I rather bring the world down in atomic ruins than do anything that might help socialism in any way. Externally to Britain there is, as it were, an inseparability of socialism and peace in the very concept of coexistence. Internally also the issues are inseparable because it is precisely the most socialist-minded element in the labor movement that opposes bipartisan foreign policies and means business about peace. The problem is to increase the political strength of this most determinately socialist trend in the labor movement and at the same time to widen the peace alliance 5 degrees as to include people who are pro-peace, even though anti-socialist in their views. The only possible cement of this alliance is condense and understanding condense that political undertakings and promises will be respected. Understanding 08 SW1-11M is how a socialist government would conduct itself in by 1I.3. Lily what areas would be left open to private ownership, etc. It is quite possible that many of the anti-socialists in such an alliance would out of the experience of Struggle peace change their attitudes towards S0C18L1SLI. Modern it's happened, the peace alliance Upuhai Euro CPM sent opposition to the Cold War and all foreign's 0 LMT, T1151-3, need the peace movement is bound increasing Y2CT, D6E TED to strengthen itself against the P0W8FF11YBNFRCNCEB_NVSTHE in defects of reaction. That means in practice Kurt Wunsch sought a power of big capital that fosters the anti-Cornierpun CWS throughout the world. And the Danganov war in anu against other capitalist powers should not be overlorpkaplil what happened in the _1_93 degree S degree 1D happen a ilmel is 1960s. To scotch the policies that could end up I-15 WW. 87. Essential to break the concentrated control of wealth I.RI the hands of big capital, since this is the source from which reaction draws its material strength. The RST essential is for everyone in the peace alliance to accept the overriding primacy of the cause of peace and subordinate all subsidiary policies to this aim. This might mean speeding up social changes at home or it might mean holding some back. Into the struggle for peace a number of progressive causes will certainly owe and the integration of the aims of these component parts will call for skill and understanding. The potential political strength of the forces that could go to form a peace alliance are tremendous, but the indispensable condition for the success of the alliance is that it should possess deep roots in the organized working class. It is such a working class basis, combined with far-reaching support amongst intellectuals generally, that can make the alliance a formidable force capable of claiming national leadership. From such a basis the alliance would be capable of reaching out widely into British national life and winning support throughout the territories of the British Commonwealth. It is possible that elements from amongst the ruling class circles of monopoly capitalism in Britain may come over to support certain aims of the peace movement. The situation of the ruling class in a world where circumstances are today more and more heavily weighing down on Britain is such that a considerable rift on this issue amongst the monopoly capitalists is quite conceivable. But the protagonists of peace need nonetheless to remind themselves constantly of the many highly placed persons in the hierarchy of an imperialist power such as Britain who will bitterly and to the end oppose the aims of the peace movement. A wholehearted initiative for peace from the ruling circles as a whole is inconceivable. It is the struggle of the mass forces that must make the running and in the end will be decisive. These forces will be helped by divisions amongst the leading capitalists and will in turn 88. Strengthen those who wish to oppose militaristic and Cold War policies. So, insofar as British imperialism moves towards coexistence and a détente, well and good, let the Peace Alliance support such moves, but monopoly capitalism as a whole cannot conceivably assume a consistent and lasting position. Those who politically represent British capitalism may from time to time make moves towards a détente, but such moves will to some extent be maneuvers dictated by temporary external conditions or pressures from popular forces internally. A class society such as Eaton, so long as its economic basis continues to be monopolistic concentrations of privately owned industry and Nance capital, must always tend to return to militaristic policies and postures. Pressure of events may cause all sorts of splits, divisions and confusions of policy in imperialist circles and ideological crises and conversions possibly for increasing numbers of individuals. But the struggle for peace will not continue to make headway except in so far as it comes to be recognized more and more widely that the source and origin of the things it is struggling against is imperialism. The whole P0 lil C. L.0 the policies and systems of ideas of the British ruling class, are materially sustained by and socially and ideologically rooted in British monopoly capitalism. The British establishment sees economic and political policy only in terms of the problems of monopoly capitalism. Monopoly capitalism or Nance capital, which is another name for the same thing but emphasizes more its operations through the banking and monetary institutions 1 cent v1 L3 bly _sums for wider and wider domination and L. 1 CV1 I.3 bly relies on militarism as the main support of the political system through which it operates. To surrender the initiative to mono p degree 1 y degree asterisk p1 al 15 115 inevitably to poison the waters from which the peace _moyemic draws life. Sooner or later the question of nationalization. 89. Of the few hundred biggest RMS in Britain is bound to come under consideration in relation to the aims and problems of the struggle for peace. Nationalization of the main very big RMS in Britain touches the property interests of only a minute fraction of the population. The main thing therefore is the presentation of the issue. But once the comparatively few very big RMS are taken out of private hands, the enemies of peace have lost the main source of their social unions. 5. Once the struggle for peace reaches the stage of striking at the economic roots that feed reactionary foreign policies, its immediate political objectives will begin to fuse with the background issue of a socialist transformation of the British economy. For nationalisation of the main manufacturing and financial giants would necessitate a socialist transformation of the whole economy. Public ownership would predominate over private, and the dynamic of the economy as a whole would no longer be pursuit of profit by the at present preponderating industrial trusts but would have to be provided by a national economic plan. It would still be possible to maintain alongside the publicly owned key sectors a substantial private sector with a considerable number of smaller capitalists continuing production for profit. For the sake of broadening the alliances of forces supporting the working class, and to meet the views of those who dislike the idea of complete elimination of privately owned capital and state control of all economic activities, an admixture of capitalist production relations within a predominantly socialist economy would be perfectly feasible and could be retained, if desired, for an indefinite period, in fact for as long as there was a substantial body of opinion favoring its continuation. 9 degrees providing the commanding heights of the economy are publicly owned and working to fool a planned program of production and distribution, small privately owned RMS operating within this socialist framework can, by orders placed and raw materials supplied, be integrated to a reasonable extent into the plan as a whole. Where necessary, the economic means by which the planning authorities can determine economic relationships between the private and public sector can be supplemented by direct control measures such as were operated in Britain during and immediately after World War II. Public policy would necessarily oppose and prevent expansion of the private sector at the expense of the public, since this could undermine the socialist basis of the national life as a whole. But whilst accumulation and capitalist expansion would need to be controlled, there is every likelihood of the small capitalist concerns enjoying a greater economic stability than they do in modern capitalist society under the shadow of powerful privately owned monopolies. Monopoly policy is always dictated by the long-term aim of expanding profits and natural resources, and the economy as a whole is governed by the law of the market. Under such circumstances, no account can possibly be taken of the situation of the small, naturally weaker RMS. At the cost of technological backwardness and inflated prices, some smaller RMS have in the past found shelter under the restrictive agreements of trade associations, etc., to which they, alongside the bigger monopoly RMS, belong. Legislation of recent years, anti-monopoly legislation it has been called, has deprived them of this shelter. From the standpoint of the national interest, such restrictive arrangements are utterly indefensible backward-looking measures, but in the context of modern British capitalism their removal simply stimulated the growth of the biggest, most powerful RMS and accelerated the concentration of capital, that is monopoly in its most direct. 91. Form of domination by a few giants over whole sectors of industry. A planned socialist economy, simply because it is producing to fool a plan and is not governed by considerations of profit and vested interests, can provide outlets for the products of a subsidiary private sector without restricting the development of the economy as a whole. However, as the socialist sector as a whole develops and as methods of coordinating planned production are improved and made more efficient and flexible, it is more than likely that in the course of time those who are engaged in the private sector will begin to feel that its continuation has little point, and once the techniques of socialist administration have had time to become perfected, that it is less efficient. Managers, technicians, and workers alike would then tend to prefer to be employees in publicly owned organizations. However, the course of development in a socialist economy retaining at the outset a sizable private sector could not be shaped in advance by a blueprint but should be allowed to proceed in the light of actual experience and according to the wishes and views of the people involved. 6. In pursuing the implications of the struggle for peace in relation to internal policy in Britain, my argument has run ahead into the future, and now reverts again to the main current issues in relation to which the policy of the British labour movement has to be shaped. These are, the conception and role of nationalist industries, public works and social service expenditure, measures to maintain full employment and a reasonable distribution of industry, wages policy, monetary policy, international economic policy and, closely linked with this, economic policy in relation to the economically underdeveloped countries. 92. The question is how to inject, both into the debate and into the actual political struggle, policies that add tilt. Socialist movement, or to put the question another way, how to assess what is good and not good for socialism in alternative policies that are politically realizable. Nationalist industry is sometimes spoken of as socialized industry. This, in my view, it certainly is not. Socialism implies planning of the economy as a whole, that is, the sectors of the economy which are given a planned direction must be sufficiently substantial to absorb any cross-currents originating from less decisive parts of the economy left to adjust themselves to price incentives in the market they supply. Socialism also implies public ownership of the decisive sectors of the economy in order to make it possible to implement a general plan. Public ownership in a limited sector of the economy does not imply socialism, the economy as a whole necessarily has the character of the dominant sector. A more accurate term for the nationalist sector would be state capitalist, since it necessarily has to be run in essentials on capitalist lines, though under state ownership and direction. The fact that a nationalist industry does not aim at maximizing profits does not give it a non-capitalist character. A privately owned subsidiary may supply a parent company with components at cost, in order to accumulate profits in the parent company. Similarly, the nationalist industries which are mainly selling their output to capitalist undertakings help to swell the profits of the privately owned industries by selling to them at cost. The nationalist industries are capitalist in character insofar as their policy is governed by market conflicts that govern the economy as a whole, and insofar as they are subordinated to the needs of the predominant privately owned sector. However, provided this state capitalist character of the nationalist industries is recognized and provided attempts to 93. Pass off nationalization as socialism in practice are vigorously rebutted, it is a sound policy for socialists to support nationalization and advocate its extension sound, that is, in relation to present circumstances. One can well imagine situations in which support for limited extensions of nationalization would be incorrect, for example, at a time when public feeling was ready and anxious to take the much bigger revolutionary step of public ownership of all key industries as a basis for socialist planning. To advocate nationalization of one or two industries under such circumstances would be a retarding diversion. Again, during the Second World War the all-important objective was the defeat of fascism, and in the interest of the widest possible national unity the labor movement temporarily ceased to press demands for nationalization which, as soon as the war in Europe was over, were introduced into labor's election program. The present situation is one in which it is far more important to build up the vigor and purposefulness of the labor movement by fighting for an economic policy that is decisively more progressive than that of the conservatives, and which demonstratively shows a readiness to challenge a few powerful private interests for the sake of wider national interests. If here and now it is not politically possible to aim at complete socialization of the economy, to extend nationalization within the capitalist economy an aim that currently is politically supported within the labor movement would be a step towards socialism in a number of ways. The main reasons for supporting nationalization, even though it can only be a limb forming part of a body that remains a capitalist entity, are, I think, the following: it facilitates technical progress. It forces public authority to be responsible and answerable for a sector of industrial administration, employment conditions, etc. Each extension of nationalization is a challenge to the 94. Right and the capacity of private property to administer industry. The demand of the progressive movement for more nationalization expresses socialist aspirations. The bigger the nationalist sector, the more the state is able to enhance the development of the economy, and the more clear the need becomes for public authority to take responsibility for the conduct of the economy as a whole. The bigger the nationalist sector, the smaller and weaker the private sector. Point which in some ways is the most crucial, i.e. I_Ni_Ns true despite the fact that the state is an organ of the capital class seeking to exert its power against the interests _O_T_E working class and the mass of the people. The POM-LIS, H115. The job of socialists as the political representatives of the popular interest to conduct an unremitting critique of everything that distorts or damages nationalist industry. A 5_3 rest T_. __UE was AE to make considerable headway and has for itself no future within the conditions of a profit system. The working class, in setting itself up as the opponent of capitalism, must necessarily step out as the representative of the national interest. In opposing capitalism as a system, the strength of its case rests on the superiority of the alternative. And socialism is better than capitalism not merely in that planning makes possible better use of existing resources, but also because socialism can fully and freely develop the potential productive resources that the level of scientific knowledge today makes possible. Socialism means production of material wealth sufficient to eliminate for all time exploiting classes enjoying material freedom and well-being at the expense of the rest of society. Socialist policy therefore, or the essence of what socialism stands for, will be misunderstood, cannot afford to take a negative attitude towards technical advance. Equally it cannot or dash as its basis politically is the working class to neglect the immediate interests of workers. It therefore has to GHT on two fronts /721 technical advances and against the unemployment, speed up, nervous strain, etc., which frequently go hand in hand with technical advance in a market economy. 8. Social services within a capitalist society in the main represent concessions to the socialist aspirations of the mass of the people. In some ways they are necessary to capitalism, but historically, socialist criticism has done more to cause their extension than the enlightened self-interest of capitalists. Many who believe zero-sum Q7 in social services may not recognize any socialism in their own thinking, but they are like the Molière character who did not know he talked prose. Reactionaries are right in labeling social service expenditure as socialistic, not in an economic sense but in an ideological sense, in that the logical conclusion of the demand for more and more social services is to solve the ever-present problem of paying for them by socializing the means of production. But enlightened reactionaries see in limited social services a concession which can be aorted out of the social product and which gives them many talking points to defend the capitalist's welfare state against the socialist state. The battle therefore is always over where to draw the limit and who pays. Enlargement and improvement of social services generally helps the advance to socialism, materially insofar as it makes the have-nots more independent and content, and ideologically insofar as it propagates the idea of getting things socially and not through the market. But as always, concessionary measures serve as brakes as well as propellants, and judgment on specific programs in the last resort always depends on the surrounding circumstances. 9. Public works expenditures, roads, irrigation, reservoirs, etc., have, generally speaking, less sharp political implications than social services such as health, housing, or education. The capitalist reaction to such expenditure is generally less hostile. For socialists, the main question will be priority relatively to other forms of expenditure. In themselves public works may be useful, socially or to industry, but as a substitute for health or educational expenditure they could hardly be supported. Since the egos, the debate over full employment policies has raged unceasingly in both political and economic circles. It is now more or less accepted that the government must have 98. An employment policy, but the debate continues heatedly about the means, about the level of permissible frictional unemployment, and so forth. And the socialist attitude towards full employment proposals and policies needs in each particular situation to be thought out and expressed with great care and precision. Socialists cannot stand aside, but in supporting specific programs need to avoid creating illusions about their effectiveness, since genuine and lasting full employment is inconceivable under conditions of capitalist society. Somewhat similar dilemmas arise over moneda, y_p0% since capitalism inevitably, in taking measures to stimulate economic activity, tends to create inflationary pressures pushing up prices and so indirectly affecting living standards. However, socialist policy on such issues will degree concentrate on protecting jobs and standards of life for the mass of the people as against strong capitalist pressure to increase profitability by keeping down costs relatively to prices received from sales. The pressure for constantly rising living standards creates a political and economic dynamic within the economy. Politically, it brings forward again and again the basic issue that technical and scientific advance should make possible improved standards of life. Economically, the issue centers around wage levels. Pressure for wages is anathema to the capitalists, for whom wages are the key factor determining costs and therefore their profits or their competitiveness in home and overseas markets. Pressure for higher wages also compels capitalists to devote the utmost energy to the improvement of production techniques. However, in this period of large monopolies and of managed currency there are also other means of maintaining 99. Profitability in face of rising money wages. Monopolies within limits set by the fact that higher selling prices for their products may too severely restrict their markets can raise prices to compensate for increased wage costs, and where the capitalist class as a whole faces a national upward movement of wages, an inationary monetary policy can help to raise prices generally and so readjust in real terms the relative shares of wages and profits in the social product. Ination, however, has also some harmful consequences from the standpoint of capitalism, tending, for example, to undermine the property structure of a capitalist economy internally as well as in its external economic relations. Runaway ination can be catastrophic in its social and political consequences. But the cumulative effects of controlled ination can also be harmful, if the ination continues uninterruptedly for a prolonged period and it comes to be assumed that it must necessarily continue without a break indefinitely into the future. Then titles to material assets become always more advantageous to hold than titles to values expressed in money terms. The intense concern currently, in 1959 and 1960, by the authorities in USA and UK to combat even rather moderate inationary trends is probably dictated in part by the fact that there has been a creeping ination for almost 20 years which threatens to become accepted as an irreversible trend. However, capitalist economies today face so many economic stresses and strains that often the longer-term disadvantages of inationary policies tend to be discounted in favor of the immediate benefits accorded by them. 2. Foreign trade, overseas investment of capital, banking, insurance, shipping and other commercial interests throughout the world bulk very large in the business of British capital. Although the extent of its imperial domination has been narrowed considerably by the advances of national independence movements, it still retains a large colonial empire as well as many positions of economic strength in areas where its political domination has been diminished. Britain, in common with other industrial powers in the capitalist world, but to a greater extent, is rather heavily dependent on markets in primary producing countries. In 1958, 46% of its exports went to the sterling area and 12% to other primary producing countries. In support of its overseas commercial and financial interests and in order to sustain the importance of London as a world financial centre, British capitalism sets a very high priority on maintaining the strength of the sterling and the wide use of sterling as an international currency. Consequently, there is a constant conflict between the overseas interests of British capitalism and particularly Nan's capital, which is politically powerful, and financial and internal economic needs. External necessities, as for example in 1947 and subsequent years in the UK, are quite often put forward in justification of cutting clown home investment or social service expenditure. This is the practical expression of an economic philosophy that believes that the external policy of British Nan's capital should carry RST priority. This general standpoint is one that, in my view, socialists should combat. It is difficult to say concretely and in detail what foreign economic policy should instead be advocated. This will depend upon prevailing circumstances, trade trends, the balance of payments situation, relative valuation of currencies, etc. But the subordination of British economic policies to external economic trends and market conditions is not dictated by economic necessity so much as by the policies and interests of the British capitalist class. Under certain circumstances, relative freedom of currency IOI exchange and trade may be acceptable, but to make liberalization of exchange and trade a principle of policy overriding others is to put the economic interests of the people at the mercy of external circumstances. Trade and exchange controls provide economically feasible alternatives that are in fact frequently used in emergency situations by the representatives of capitalism themselves, for example in wartime. Socialists are correct in challenging the preeminence given by supporters of capitalism to the principle of freeing external trade from controls. Instead, it is reasonable to urge that foreign economic policy should be made subordinate to internal needs. A policy that puts the economic needs of Britain first may well mean economic loss to some sections of British capitalism from commissions, interest, privileged semi-monopoly positions in overseas territories, etc. The right of these imperialist interests to run the British economy to suit their book has to be challenged by socialists whose aim will be to establish equal, mutually acceptable economic relations with all nations. The people of Britain lose nothing in losing the economic perquisites of British imperialism. Particular national interests will lose, but the British people will be more than compensated if they are free to follow policies wholeheartedly directed towards internal economic progress. It may be argued that Britain is exceptionally dependent upon markets in and supplies from the primary producing countries. This is true, but the foreign economic policy traditionally pursued by British imperialism has in fact not promoted economic relations with such countries in the most advantageous way. The main economic purpose of British overseas policy has been to support the unions of British capital overseas and to encourage overseas investment of private capital as well as to obtain commercial advantages over other industrial powers in the areas where Britain's political and economic unions is greatest, in particular, the sterling area. I02 This policy obstructs the balanced growth of industry in economically backward countries, since the presence of powerful foreign monopolies quite apart from their direct and indirect political union tends to overshadow and make more difficult the growth of indigenous industry. The argument that Britain is dependent upon foreign trade is not at all the same, therefore, as saying that the traditional foreign economic policies of British capitalism need to be followed. From the standpoint of the general objectives of socialists, anything that increases the independent growth of the economically weaker countries is to be welcomed. But economic independence does not mean less trade. Industrialization, on the contrary, inevitably means more trade, and policies emanating from Britain which helped independence movements to get on their feet and furthered indigenous economic development by the most practical and acceptable means would most likely open good opportunities for Britain's participation in the growing trade. The fear of losing foreign trade is largely a bogey. As the saying goes, there are more ways of killing a cat than drowning it in cream, and there are ways of killing foreign trade without making changes in Britain's traditional foreign economic policies. Britain currently is not doing well in the market rivalries that are going on between the main industrial powers, and is losing ground steadily to West Germany and Japan in particular. Socialists cannot support policies aimed at entrenching more closely imperial monopolies and privileges for British capital, nor, indeed, have such policies much of a future in the modern world. The independence movements in the formerly subordinate countries are seeing to that. But if Britain made a break with its imperialist traditions and offered favorable trade agreements to the primary producing countries of the sterling area, trade relations most valuable to both sides could be established on a new basis. There is also a great scope for development of East-03 West trade along similar lines. However, the precise forms of external trade policies can only be determined as in the light of prevailing circumstances. In external economic policy there are principles that socialists can pursue analogous to those pursued in home policy, and fundamentally these principles derive from the general principle of striving towards equality and mutual benefit in place of domination and PRL/9.8 cent but C0 coupled with this is also a principle deriving from internal economic needs, namely, getting away from subordinating the economy to fluctuations in the capitalist world market, a need, incidentally, which coincides with the needs of underdeveloped economies dependent upon export of one or two primary products. I2 In attempting to deem what policy it is appropriate for socialists to pursue in the context of the immediate present in a capitalist society, one runs up against the very obvious difficulty that the immediate present is constantly changing, that is, there are different political alignments shaping themselves and different economic situations developing. However, there are, it seems to me, certain broad generalizations that can be made. These might be summarized roughly as follows. 1. Economic policies should be supported which strive to forward the main ideas of socialism, namely, escape from domination by the market and emphasis on public responsibility for meeting basic social needs. 2. In supporting such policies, the significance of victories against the capitalist interests and ideology within a predominantly capitalist society should never be exaggerated, and it should constantly be stressed that capitalism will always seek and generally be able to readjust the balance of advantage in its 0v/m favor. 104. 3. This belittling of gains within capitalism, so far from weakening the movement in support of them, will give it a much greater sense of realism and a balanced sense of achievement in place of an oscillation between exaggerated hopes and disillusion. 4. A realistic GHT for reforms within capitalism is in itself a form of mass learning experience out of which an understanding can be shaped of the way in which more fundamental changes can be effected. Socialists have constantly to take their bearings in two directions: how to extend the breadth of the alliance supporting their struggle for nearby objectives, and how within each immediate struggle to lay foundations for the next stage in a series of advances, taking the movement nearer to its big objective, namely, socialism. The importance of ideological gains should never be underestimated. British capitalism is adept at conceding or partly conceding principles and perverting the practice to its own advantage, but the more the movement clings onto its gains in principle and prepares itself for renewed attack on the basis of principle, the better it equips itself to demand more fundamental change. The build-up of support for an idea is one of the forms in which social energy is accumulated within a dying form of society, making possible a rapid reshaping of the social structure once the opportunity presents itself for decisive change in the economic and property basis. The two-sidedness of concessions within a capitalist society calls for constant reassessment of concrete situations. A concession is a bad concession if it yields less than the political circumstances permit and is designed to prevent the progressive movement going further ahead. It is a good concession if it corresponds to realistic possibilities. At the present time, the socialist movement seems to me to be suffering most from a lack of sense of direction. Tremendous harm has been done to the movement by exaggerated claims for the achievements of managed capitalism. By substituting for socialism the idea that capitalism can be so managed as to serve the aims of the labor movement, by jeering at centralist planning and public ownership as totalitarian, by playing down anti-monopoly feeling and even praising some of the monopolies, right-wing labor theoreticians have undermined the cadence of the movement in the basic principles of planning and public ownership. Those who have criticized the right-wing theoreticians have energetically emphasized the inadequacy of managed capitalism, but it is also necessary to show the relationship between immediate short-term policies, giving limited gains within capitalist society, and the longer-term objective of socialism. The crucial issue facing British socialists today is to end the links between immediate policy and the basic objective of a socialist society. It is no good believing in socialism, without ending the reaction of that belief in current political action. On the other hand, it is no good burying oneself in current political action and expecting its immediate results to be very significant. The richest fruit of current struggle is that it accumulates a revolutionary potential to be harbored within the old society until such time as events turn this potential into practical energy, transforming capitalist society into socialist society. What matters in any given situation is to end the socialist content of the policy immediately to be followed, the relationship between immediate policy and the objective of socialism. This is easy in a revolutionary situation, since the immediate objective is then the transference of state power into the hands of representatives of the working class committed to building a socialist society. But it is ending the socialist content, the socialist links in the commonplace situations when revolution is not on the agenda, that is not so straightforward. Yet this alone can build up a socialist potential in the political movement of the people and so create the possibility of a socialist transformatism of society. 107. 5. Critique of capitalism. Implications of and reasons for social evolution. The essential defects of capitalism: inherent tendency toward inability to overcome poverty, insecurity, waste and frustration of human endeavor. A barrier to technical and scientific progress, fosters bad human relationships. Transition to socialism in Britain would inevitably involve a vast social upheaval. Who knows what form this might take, whether it would be a quick or long drawn-out process, whether there would be much or little sabotage and disruption in reaction against changes in the economic administration and property laws. None of these questions can be answered in advance of the events. But it can be said with certainty that an imperceptible transition, causing little disturbance to the daily pattern of life, is quite out of the question. As long as a continuation of the existing pattern of life is acceptable to the mass of the people, no revolutionary possibility exists, and socialism is certainly a revolution and not under any circumstances conceivable as a gradual transformation hardly equating the habitual ways in which people set about the daily operations of living. It is a change reaching right down to the roots of society, a change in which pent-up social forces, ideological, economic and political, suddenly end means of expression in the shaping of a new phase of history. Such changes are inevitably rapid, that is, against the time scale of history, even if long drawn out in the sense that the struggle for power between the representatives of the old and the new way of life oscillates and hangs in the balance for a period of some years. The inevitability of revolution does not imply inevitability of violence and bloodshed. But it does imply state power at the command of the new forces and their ability by force to overcome opposition that resorts to force. Whether or not violent conflict will occur in the transition to socialism is not predictable. However, whilst it is not my aim to discuss the politics of the transition except in so far as essential to the examination of economic processes, I myself incline to the view that violent conflict on an extensive scale is unlikely in the circumstances of Britain today and in the context of the existing world situation. This opinion assumes that the outbreak of a third world war will be prevented. It would be utterly wrong to underestimate or play down the deep-going social upheaval that a transition to socialism implies. To say that socialism is a revolutionary philosophy is, in fact, tautological, since the definition of socialism implies a change in the property basis underlying productive activity, a new motivation of productive activity, a view of history which as applied to modern Britain excludes the possibility of a stable social formation which is not based economically either on the existing capitalist economy or on a socialist economy. This socialist view of history, derived from Marx, further implies that, as the social formation must be predominantly either one type or the other, however long the evolutionary build-up within the old society preparing the conditions for social change may be, the change itself must be rapid and revolutionary since there is no stable halfway house. Either the old dominates the embryonic new or the new is born and becomes an actual social formation, sloughing the old. 109. Social structure and making socially subordinate the parts of the old society that live on into the period of the new. Socialists sometimes speak of the inevitability of socialism. But socialism is in fact inevitable only insofar as a decisive portion of the existing capitalist society comes to welcome, to believe in, to desire passionately the upheaval of transition to socialism, to see this as, not a disturbance or interruption of social life, but a liberation from all sorts of restrictions and encumbrances that make life on the old pattern seem less and less worth living or at best seem unnecessarily and wastefully destructive of human potentialities. Disgust with and rejection of the existing form of society is generated, it is true, in the last analysis by inevitable processes going on in the economic basis of society, the mode of production and property relations obstructing human faculties and holding back man's mastery over his natural surroundings. But social change takes place through the conscious exercise of men's wills, through their passionate pursuit of new purposes to which their spirits are spurred by the impact of life-destroying conditions in the old society. Inevitably also, the main center of this revolt against capitalism is the working class, because it is the working class that bears the direct impact of exploitation and is the producer of the surplus on which the power and position of the capitalist class is based, and also because the working class is marshaled by the very processes of capitalist economic development into battalions of closely associated proletarians brought together in ever larger productive establishments. However, the negative and positive impacts of exploitation and organization respectively do not serve to open the way to socialism except through the conscious operation of men's wills. The circumstances create an opportunity and a readiness for men to acquire new ideas and a new understanding of the social reality, which in turn forges men's wills to new purposes which culminate, become unit and practical in the comprehensive and coordinating purpose of the socialist revolution. There are in a sense two socialist revolutions: one the historical revolution, the other the mental revolution in the outlook of individuals. The dovetailing of social revolution and revolution in individual human minds is a subject for study on its own, on which it is not necessary to embark here. All that needs to be said here is fairly obvious. Clearly, those who take the lead in working for a socialist revolution must themselves have gone through a revolution in their own thinking and become passionate believers in socialism and the philosophical outlook of socialism. This implies, I think, that they believe too in the historical possibility of socialism, which means they have reached the conclusion that political experience and political debate, as history sets each new scene, will implant a desire for fundamental social change in the hearts of great numbers of the workers and amongst intellectuals and the people generally, that these people will also become a political force that is sufficient to effect such change. The aim of socialists is so to guide political action and so to conduct political debate at various levels and in different forms as to make the forces for revolution strong enough to be politically decisive. This is only likely to be possible in so far as historical truth, the truth of objective social reality, is on the side of socialism. An essential aspect of the socialist standpoint is, therefore, its critique of capitalism, its statement of what is wrong with capitalism, so wrong as eventually to become intolerable to the mass of the people who are required to live within the social system of capitalism. There is also another side to this question, namely, the critique of socialism, the objections the mass of the people see to the socialist alternative as they understand it or misunderstand it and set it in their minds against the alternative of continuing to live within the capitalist framework of society. At this stage I propose to deal only with the critique of capitalism. The essentials of the critique of capitalism, as I see it, are as follows. Capitalism is a system of exploiting private property in social resources and, as such, tends to war, is unable to solve the problem of poverty, tends to social instability, frustrates and wastes human endeavor, prevents the development of productive forces, fosters immorality in human relationships. 2. These various charges against capitalism link and overlap, form part of a single indictment, as it were, and the order in which they are discussed has no special significance. Taking war RST like all other class societies of the past, so capitalism also tends to war. There is a quite general reason for this. A class society is one in which a privileged minority enjoys or has at its disposal the surplus PR0, that is, what is produced in excess of the consumption of the exploited producers plus the consumption of other classes. The dominant exploiting minority is naturally in a situation that excites envy and hostility from the exploited and also from other would-be exploiters. Force is necessary as a means of securing its privileged position, but force in the last analysis means economic strength, the means of producing or buying arms and of rewarding or impressing followers. There are other aspects of the matter, of course, but the basic indispensability of economic strength is beyond doubt. Broadly speaking, the more advanced economic organization and production methods are, the greater the economic strength of the exploiting class. This factor causes the scales of history to be weighted in favor of economic progress, whatever the ups and downs and variations of the speed of progress. But rivalry between exploiters causes them to lose no opportunity of adding to I-12 their strength. In so far as they can do this internally, by better economic organization, improved production methods or increased exactions from those over whom they already have dominion, they may refrain from external aggression, but as their wealth mounts they become an object of fear to others and may be subjected to aggression. Or, at a further stage of advancing strength, they themselves may feel strong enough to establish mastery over others, either to appropriate additional wealth or to remove a threat to their own territories. Military strength and economic strength do not exactly correlate. It frequently occurs that an older but declining and economically weaker power, a feudal barony, a national state or an empire, it might be strives to recoup its fortunes by maximizing its military strength and staking heavily on its military prowess and experience. The gamble may even succeed and it may have some temporary successes. But in the end it will generally do no more than compel the rival powers with more advanced economic and political organizations to build up their military strength, and, backed by greater economic strength, these new powers will tend to prevail. In the struggle between North and South in the American Civil War, for example, the more advanced economic base of the North was bound in the end to prevail over the military aptitudes of the Southerners. The whole span of human history in the civilized world to date is a tale of conflict between dominant classes seeking to build up their own strength in face of rivals trying to do just the same thing. Capitalist society continues in this tradition inevitably, because it too is a system of exploitation in which no national capitalist class can rest content with its present sphere of influence but restlessly seeks either more scope for itself or to resist those by whom it is pressed. Force cleared the way for capitalism from its earliest days, but in these latter days of capitalism become imperialism we have seen giant industrial powers coming into conflict with one another and as a result clashing in the First and Second World Wars with a violence and on a scale unparalleled in the course of history. The basic political relationship underlying the Holocausts of World War I and World War II was the confrontation and mutual rivalry of exploiting powers, but the greatly magnified economic strength of these powers, hitherto undreamed of forces of production given expression as forces of destruction, and the worldwide scale of economic interconnectedness of whole peoples, gave these wars a character unlike anything that had gone before. With productive forces developed as they are today, it becomes intolerable indeed impossible if human life is to survive to project any further into the future forms of political relationship and traditions of political behavior based upon the rivalries of exploiting classes. Exploitation, that is, restricted classes of people living at the expense of others, has not been in past history an absolutely evil thing, but in relation to modern society it is an absolute evil, without any qualifications. In the past, exploitation cannot be said to have been absolutely evil because it was inevitable. It was an inevitable concomitant of poverty and scarcity. The earliest human communities shared equally an abject poverty of bare subsistence. The RST steps away from this lowest level of production created a meager surplus sufficient to provide wealth for a small minority but not for all. Whoever found themselves in a position to expropriate the surplus product obtained there by the means of domination over others. It is on the basis of this fundamental economic relationship between a majority of producers and a minority appropriating the surplus that human society has developed. To talk in terms of a fairer distribution of the product had little meaning so long as the total social product was insufficient to give plenty to more than a few. 114. But that is not the situation today. The power to produce in plenty for all exists. The same power that makes the horrors of war unthinkable makes not only attainable but necessary the aim of universal plenty. To rebuild social life without militarism will mean a formidable and welcome upheaval. Militarism cuts deep into social life and goes closely harnessed with the ruthless self-interest of a competitive society. The germ of war in fact exists in the most elementary relationship of capitalist society, the relationship of commodity exchange. It is for each man to get his living as best he can. The main social dynamism is self-advancement, which tends in the last analysis always towards the acquisition of wealth at somebody else's expense. To eradicate violence, oppression, dominance, use of force between man and man or between group and group or community and community will certainly not be an easily or quickly achieved change in human behavior. There is much still to be learned about the roots of violence in the behavior of both individuals and societies. But to assume violence as an inherent social or individual quality of the human animal is quite without factual foundation. Man's instinct does not drive him to aggression. Instinctively, he is much more a social and a peaceful animal. There are, therefore, strong grounds supporting the hypothesis that if man to man is a wolf, this is not because instinct drives him to aggression but because in order to live he must compete, and the economic circumstances of his life dictate his acts of ruthlessness against fellow men. To consider only oneself and not one's neighbor is the economic law of the market. Ideals of humanism and comradeship, if rewarded in heaven, are certainly not rewarded by material advantage on our capitalist earth. So a terrible contradiction tears men between their ideals as human beings and the economic laws of existence in the society in which they happen now to enter themselves. 115. Economists of the last century tried to soften the conflict in men's breasts by teaching that service to self-interest coincided with the common good. Few, I think, believe this today, but to reject the doctrine of self-seeking as applied to economic life is to call into question the whole economic basis of capitalist society. The moral case for the economics of capitalism is only valid so long as the historically transient nature of capitalist society is recognized. Capitalism is an advance on feudalism, and to help the capitalist market to develop is to foster economic progress and to undermine the economic basis of feudalism and other outmoded forms of social organization. But in a country such as Britain, the day of feudalism is several centuries behind us, and this historical justification of capitalism is long past being valid. The development of capitalism achieves a great social integration of economic activity through the market, indeed, a worldwide interconnectedness of producers and consumers. Without this social interconnectedness of economic activity and without a great development of the means of production, social and economic planning is not possible. The pursuit of self-interest through the market achieved this necessary development as a stage of progress, looked at from one aspect, namely the development of the forces of production. There are, however, also appalling aspects to this transient stage of development, in particular the ruthless inhumanity with which the dispossessed, the majority unable to accumulate wealth, have been treated, and the ruthlessness of the struggle of the wealthy few to get and hold wealth. The movements that have grown up through the years to protect the mass of the people against the misfortunes which are born out of the principle of economic self-seeking have, at the cost of bitter and prolonged struggle, counteracted many of the worst brutalities of class rule in Britain. The fact that such movements have arisen in particular to counteract abuses of capitalist society is in itself an indication that individual pursuit of economic self-interest does not add up to social welfare for everyone. Today the case for capitalism has shifted its ground, and the need for public control of certain aspects of social life is accepted. Now it is argued that pursuit of self-interest remains valuable as the best dynamic to motivate economic activity, provided that state legislation builds a framework to contain it from exploding into abuses. It must be admitted that self-interest is in fact the major motivation of economic energy in a country such as Britain today, and must be reckoned with as a human motivation that will not be quickly or easily eradicated and replaced. But whilst individual self-interest, greed for money and position, calls out extraordinary energies and ingenuities from a handful of top people in the capitalist hierarchy, for the vast majority, the workers, it cramps and stulties free and spontaneous development of cooperative achievements. The socialist case to be examined illilaterous that new and better motivations can be developed in a socialist society. Here, however, it is important to emphasize that the rule of law to counteract the economic warfare between man and man is fashioned and imposed by the owners of property within a social framework of which the basic principle is the acceptance and protection of private ownership of capital, i.e. private ownership of the means of production and distribution. Some bounds are set to the conics, by state laws limiting within nations the use of violence and fraud as a means of obtaining wealth. There are also pacts of alliance, trade associations, societies to protect mutual interest and so forth, but the basic economic law remains each for himself, war of man against man within the stipulated rules of the warfare, and to him that hath, shall it be given. The only economic factor that can genuinely escape this principle of internecine rivalry is that of trade unionism, and to that only in so far as it looks beyond the bounds of the existing social system, but of that more later, and, in fact, trade unions also become infected with the capitalist virus of vested interests. It should be borne in mind when one comes to consider the possibility of settling international disputes by the rule of law that the rule of law which within capitalist states to some extent replaces settlement of conflicts by force is the creation of the possessing minority, the wealthy. The rule of law within a capitalist society is a legal recognition of the property basis on which the privileged position of the exploiting class rests. It protects their property rights against seizure from within, and the owners of property accept the rule of law 6.2 ml, other owners of property and make a common front against the dispossessed. The basis of agreement around which the rule of law is built is acceptance of the capitalist property system. In this way the each for himself and man against man principles implicit in the market economy are retained but restricted within deemed limits. The force of the underlying economic necessity facing each individual, the necessity of looking after himself, by one way or another becoming the possessor of money, creates strong incentives constantly pulling against the rule of law. Incentives of a quite similar character frustrate the rule of law in international relations, but there is no force standing above the opposed national states confronting one another in the capitalist world. The ultimate arbitrament between the capitalist states is only by trial of force in war between nations. An empire can be pacified and governed by law on the terms of the imperialist power which has the Maxim gun, while they have not. But between empires the arbitrament is war. Of this bloodthirsty fact 2 world wars have in the bare space of half a century made their demonstration. 118. This is not to say that international rules to prevent settlement of disputes by force are not worth striving for. In a world trembling at the prospect of its own self-destruction they have an effectiveness, however transitory it be, of immense significance. But no rules can stop capitalism being itself, and it is in the nature of capitalism to tend to war, to try to solve its international contradictions by external expansion at the expense of others, which in the last resort can only mean by military force. This then is the RST main charge against capitalism. Its economic motive forces tend towards rivalry between man and not joint working for a common purpose. This rivalry takes the form of setting individuals against individuals within all classes of society, but it also expresses itself in the fundamental conflict of classes, the capitalist class against the working class, within society. Self-defense as a class encourages a counter-tendency amongst the workers, a uniting to protect themselves against the impacts of capitalism. At the national level capitalism tends towards war between nations and not towards cooperation. It is a major point in the case for socialism against capitalism that it aims at developing economic motivations which are not antagonistic to the interests of others, which eliminate exploitation and which foster and benefit by cooperation between nations. The underlying propensities of capitalist society, propensities which are multiplied manyfold in intensity in the period of monopoly capitalism towards war and assertion of domination by military force, are organizationally rooted in the military establishment and the diversion of economic resources to military purposes. In time the military hierarchy, the whole establishment of the armed forces and the large and portable arms orders coupled with the dependence of whole sections of industry upon them, become in themselves important factors tending to foster militarism. These are however secondary factors and not in themselves fundamental causal factors. The second charge against capitalism is poverty. In fact, the wealthiest nations today are industrially advanced capitalist powers. But in the capitalist world as a whole the vast majority of the people live in abject poverty. The facts of world poverty are so well known that it is not necessary to deem or specify. It should suffice to point to the F.A.O.'s Second World Food Survey that indicated 3/4 of the world's population underfed, that is, not receiving the minimum quantity of calories required for healthy life. The areas of deficiency broadly speaking coincide with the underdeveloped countries. According to the F.A.O. report in I-950, in Latin America 126 million out of a population of 162 million were underfed, in Africa I-84,000,000 out of 198 million and in Asia 1,299,000,000 out of 1,320,000,000. It is one of the great achievements of the new China that since liberation in 194.9 production of food grains has been greatly increased, the ravages of looting greatly reduced, and the stark starvation that has afflicted China through the centuries has been ended and made a thing of the past. Elsewhere, however, there has as yet been no change of sufficient importance to alter the general picture that these gears paint. In the underdeveloped countries, the problem of poverty is a problem of subordination to external economic influences, coupled with dependence upon a world market dominated by the most advanced capitalist powers. It is not simply a problem of capitalism but of imperialism, that is, capitalism in which the main sectors of industry and finance are monopolized by a very few large concerns with worldwide economic interests. The prevalence of these monopolies dates from just before the turn of the century, and with their emergence there developed also wider economic activities on the part of the state which are very much under the influence of these monopolies. A number of political, economic, and ideological circumstances in the post-war years, which need not here be elaborated, have led to the provision of development aid funds by the leading industrial powers, but the fall in commodity prices in 1958, for example, at a stroke deprived the primary producing countries of about 10% of their foreign exchange earnings, taking away income several times greater than the development aid they receive. Where there is or has been direct political domination, the economic policy has been conducted to serve the purposes of the metropolitan power and not the local development of industry. But even without political domination, the presence of foreign banks, wealthy merchanting companies and manufacturing RMS backed by the vast resources of wealthy foreign companies overshadows and dominates local industry. Monopoly capital overshadows local capital like a tree below whose branches nothing grows. It is for this reason that in colonial or ex-colonial countries there is a common economic interest of peasants, workers, and local capitalists to remove the shadow of foreign capital that stunts their economic growth. But the tendency of capital is to push into any area it is powerful enough to penetrate, either as a market or as a field for investment. To tie it down within national borders would be utterly contrary to the nature of monopoly capitalism. To let it loose to expand all over the world is to stifle the economic development of the weaker nations. It is for this reason fundamentally that monopoly capitalism is incapable of solving the problem of world poverty. It may be forced by political pressures to try to do so, but the effort, I think, will be too much for it and will accelerate the demise of imperialism. Pressures of opposition are already forcing imperialism to pretend not to be itself, to pretend to be reformed, changed. These pressures will in the end mount to such a point as nearly to defeat imperialism and force it out of existence. I-21. At home, too, monopoly capitalism provides no adequate answer to the problem of poverty. But in the economically advanced countries the problems and nature of poverty are of a different kind. The abject poverty of stark deprivation, the endless battle against death from starvation and exposure that still aches a majority of the population of the world is rare within the metropolitan countries of the imperialist powers. But nonetheless, and there is no need to burden the argument with the many available statistics on this point, most people in the industrially advanced countries, in Britain and West Germany and also in the wealthy USA, live their lives in a perpetual consciousness of their lack of material goods and in unending struggle against scarcity and want. One need only take typical working class incomes and work out the difficulties of living a comfortable and full human life on such means, to be convinced of the fact of material poverty amongst the relatively well-to-do populations such as our own. But the more one thinks about the problem of poverty, the more convinced one becomes that in it material, moral, social and spiritual aspects are inextricably interwoven. Poverty is difficult to measure by generally applicable quantitative standards. The quantity of material goods, food, clothing, shelter plus other semi-luxury products, is certainly today a good deal higher for the mass of the people in Britain than it was in the last century. Gut and dried comparisons of real standards of living over long periods are not possible, but there are sufficiently marked differences to make it certain that material standards looked at cold are quantitatively much higher. It is probably true also that an unemployed worker in Britain can buy more goods than many an employed peasant is able to come by in Africa or Asia. But poverty cannot be measured C0LD because poverty, whilst it is primarily a question of material values, is not solely a question of material values. All that can be measured quantitatively is the monetary value of goods consumed, which in turn can be roughly related to other times and places by means of comparative price indices. It is also possible to measure rawly physical quantities of some essential consumer goods, e.g. food intakes in terms of basic requirements of calories per head. Such quantitative measurements tell, however, only part of the story. The complexity of the notion of poverty is like that of many notions which are taken by common sense to be quite elementary and obvious, such as life, capital, gravity, but which become elusive when a precise and scientific definition is sought. The complexity of the notion of poverty wreaks the complexity of the notion of society. Man is not a lone animal needing only food and shelter, he lives in society and needs a society to live in. This society may be rich in relation to the world outside in the sense that it exercises power over outside human communities and natural forces and resources, but within such a rich society there may be many poor individuals in the sense that they render the society uncomfortable, ungenial, restrictive, frustrating, painful, unhealthy, etc. to live in. The spiritual and material aspects of this poverty are inextricably interwoven. Some will accept material poverty because they delight in the ideals of the society that enjoins their poverty, others will reject wealth because they cannot stomach the social and moral circumstances in which they must allow themselves to be placed to take this wealth. But are they poorer for renouncing the insupportable blessings with which their wealthy existence has been cursed? In short, poverty/wealth and wealth/poverty are many-sided relationships interwoven into the fabric of social existence. Man does not live by bread alone, indeed he_H_N_IB physically and nervously WOM out because of inability to meet physiologically superfluous needs which to him seem, and indeed in the particular context of the life he lives, essential. A man cannot divorce himself from the social surroundings in which he lives, or perhaps it would be truer to say that the few who can are quite untypical of human beings generally. Specific social surroundings determine the elementary material needs of life. To live as a normal human being in Britain today, a man must have a reasonable variety of certain foods, several changes of clothing, newspapers, radio, television, some means of travel and entertainment, etc. It is quite impossible to specify how much of all these things is necessary. To some extent any things that other people have seemed to be necessary to the have riots and inequality of wealth sharpens the sense of poverty. Poverty is obviously more than a measurable physiological deficiency. Normally it is measured against needs which at a particular historical stage seem realizable and desirable. But the whole question is further complicated by the fact that these needs are a mixture of transient social standards and more lasting ideals. One of the clearest evidences that capitalism is a poverty-stricken society is the cult of anti-poverty. This phenomenon has tended to appear in one way or another in most class societies of the past, where in differing forms there is a constant striving to show power, status, superiority by luxurious display. In capitalist society this expresses itself in a seeking after possessions not as means to the good life but as goods in themselves. Perhaps it is more than an accident of language that we call the things we buy and sell goods. In fact, poverty and luxury are wedded to one another in class society with the inevitable unity of husband and wife, or of that basic marriage of the universe, the positive and negative charges in the structure of the atom. Therefore, in seeking to understand what poverty is, one needs to look beyond class society. Luxury as an opposite of poverty implies the continued existence of poverty as its foil. Non-poverty, I think, implies non-luxury and a form of society in which possessions become means and no longer ends. The GHT against poverty may today begin to be seen as more than the raising of human beings above certain deemed levels of destitution. It is possible for mankind to set itself as a soon-to-be-reached aim the provision for everyone of adequate housing with room, air, and warmth, adequate clothing, adequate food, adequate leisure, reasonable recreational and cultural opportunities, and in achieving this aim, in removing from the millions, from the overwhelming majorities of all countries, the nagging constant preoccupation of want or the threat of want, to begin to open the way to a world beyond the age-old antagonism of luxury and poverty, a world in which all men are free to obtain with certainty and relative ease, without undue expenditure of time and energy, the material prerequisites for exercising their human capabilities far more fully and far more freely. Measured against the standard of what is needed for a full human life and what it is today possible to provide, the great majority in capitalist Britain are very poor indeed. Time and energy spent on providing the means of living are unreasonable if they leave no opportunity to live. A life without chores is hardly conceivable, but a life of chores is a mangled, mutilated life. For millions of people a high proportion of waking time at work and not at work is spent in drudgery, boredom, excess exertion, in short, utterly distasteful, undesired, slavish activity, without obtaining therefrom even adequate material conditions. Slavish activity is the opposite of free activity, which is desired, chosen, purposeful, self-appointed activity. There is no objective measurement of drudgery, excessive exertion, etc. At root it is a question of human freedom and choice. There is a lot of drudgery and exertion in an explorer's life, but for those who choose it freely as their life's work it is the source of the greatest pleasure and satisfaction. Bernard Shaw once said, I think it was at the great danger of putting up with things one dislikes is that one may grow no longer to dislike them. An awful lot of people probably do not know what sort of lives they would like to live if no longer circumscribed by the soul-possessing exigencies of getting a living. We go to work to earn the money to buy the bread to get the strength to go to work to earn, etc., etc. And pleasure is not part of life but a sort of accidental explosion to break the monotony. The RST thing, therefore, is to create the opportunity for free living, which realistically can only mean living socially in such a way as to allow each individual the maximum freedom to choose how he lives. The complete elimination of exploitation implies in social relations a categorical prohibition of activities which impede, restrict, or unnecessarily intrude upon the liberty of others. But at the same time the most typically human and satisfying activities are those that men and women undertake in cooperation with others. Human freedom implies, therefore, learning the art of being oneself in association with others. The RST elementary objective is to create in plenty the material means of keeping alive and with the minimum expenditure of time spent in producing and distributing and preparing them for use. A very close second to this objective, in my view, is giving people the opportunity to do the kind of work they want, making the work itself as congenial and satisfying as circumstances permit. This means freedom to work in such a way as to get some satisfaction out of it. Capitalism has so degraded work that its meaning today pairs up with pleasure as its opposite. But in fact most human beings are so made that the recipe for a pleasurable life must include as its basic ingredient 40 hours or so a week of purposeful, energetic activity of brain and body on 126 undertakings that tax one's capabilities and arouse intense interest. Many aspects of the production of material means of living do or could provide work that gives pleasure in this way to the worker, and with the growth of automation and scientific techniques generally the tendency will be for the possibilities of such pleasurable work to increase. Anyone whose work is pleasure-giving, absorbing, capability-using work of social value, starts, of course, with a great plus in the battle against chores, and should not object to spending 3 or 4 hours a week doing some such job as washing dishes or clearing rubbish or tending a machine. However, if he or she happens to be of a technical and scientific turn of mind, this stint of chores will help to sharpen his or her ability to devise means of cutting down the social time and trouble spent on them. Anyhow, even if unpleasant boring work cannot be completely eliminated, it is equally obvious that the doing of the greater part of the world's work can be made a pleasure. The barrier that blocks the way is the organization of social life on the principle of respect for antisocial motivated property interests. The alternative is to respect the desires, interests, and personalities of individuals and, with free individuals as the atoms of social life, to devise means of working together for social ends. The cash nexus creates no sense of mutual needs, hence the universal misery caused by making money king amongst human beings, creatures whose greatest pleasure is to feel they are needed by and useful to their fellows. Spiritual poverty seems to me to be a byproduct of a society which spends most of its social energies in chasing after the means of living, and in so doing both fails to know what it wants these means for and also fails to produce means of living adequate in kind or quantity for such a many-sided creature as a human being. Capital and Com 127. Commodity exchange have dehumanized and made sterile the life of individuals in society and the life of society through its individuals. The great historical achievement of capitalism is the development it has effected in Manelton's productive forces. But the new productive forces do not solve the problem of poverty, they merely create conditions in which this problem becomes soluble. So precarious does the struggle to get a living remain that many people spend half their lives trying to buy security in the form of insurance policies and pensions. Pauperization of life in capitalist society is the inevitable consequence of the buying and selling of labor power as a commodity. The extent to which labor power has become a commodity measures the development and maturity of a capitalist economy. In Britain for near on a century now almost all productive activity is undertaken by bought labor power set to work by its purchaser. A great majority of the population live by selling their labor power. This means that they are at the mercy of an uncertain market. Their security is no greater than the term of their contract, usually a week, in some cases a month, a year or more only in exceptional cases. As employers, through industrial concentration and centralization, get fewer, and through associations, etc. coordinate labor policy, the bargaining position of the individual worker gets weaker and is restored only by a corresponding centralization of trade unions. The economic propulsion governing the employer's activity is the making of profit. To maximize profit he must make as large as possible the difference between what he pays his workers and the net product of his factory. This means constant pressure to keep wages down, easing up only when productivity is very high, which, where due to new techniques, generally means redundancy of labor. 128. The workers are thrown from one horn of a dilemma to the other, acceptance of new techniques plus redundancy, or rejection plus greater difficulty to advance wages. A running battle goes on between management and workers about the speed of work, the intensity of work, payment, hours, etc., etc. It is an unceasing haggle about the commodity, labor power, that is being bought and sold. Both sides wish the matter could be settled once for all. But it is in the nature of things that it cannot, because the propulsive motive of capitalist economy is profit competed for in the market. Under conditions of competitive rivalry no margin of profit can be enough, and as more and more goods are produced and pressed onto the market the worker always has less than he feels he is entitled to in relation to the productive potentialities with which his daily experience in the factory familiarizes him. Some factories with advanced techniques and organization can enlist from their workers a more enthusiastic cooperation in production because they can afford to give them better conditions and still make a big profit. But these islands of relatively good working conditions only serve to sharpen the dissatisfaction of the workers elsewhere and on a social scale do not adumbrate a solution to the problem of labor relations but merely reflect the inevitable unevenness in the development of capitalist economy. Anyhow, the extent of possible cooperation between workers and management within a capitalist society is narrowly limited by the man-against-man warfare that a commodity economy inevitably and uncasingly generates. No manager is going to hand over managerial rights to his workers. Indeed, he is going to be very tight-sticked about what he lets go even to his sub-manager. All the way through the peace careerism shows its face and disintegrates the social unity I-5 NAI 29. Without which the full fruits of human cooperation cannot be harvested. Of course, all these bad habits of capitalism will live long into the future, but it is impossible to set about overcoming them until the basic contradictions of capitalism are eliminated, Since these contradictions between individual men constantly trying to sell and resell themselves to better advantage are reborn with every hours that passes. This is the ineradicable cause of capitalist poverty. Getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Shakespeare saw this already at the dawn of modern capitalism. He makes Timon of Athens in his bitterness say, looking at gold, the money commodity, the symbol of a society based on buying and selling. O thou sweet kingkiller and dear divorce twixt natural son and sire! Thou bright diller of Hymen's purest bed! Thou valiant Mars! Thou ever young, fresh, loved, and delicate wooer, whose blush doth thaw the consecrated snow that lies on Dion's lap! Thou visible God, that solder st close impossibilities, and mac st them kiss! That speak st with every tongue to every purpose! O thou touch of hearts! Think, thy slave, man, rebels, and by thy virtue set them into confounding odds, that beasts may have the world in empire. And then when later a thief says to him, we cannot live on grass, on berries, water, as beasts and birds and she's. Timon replies, nor on the beasts themselves, the birds, and she's, you must eat men. R 30. 1. Il. 1. And yet again he says to the Lhifi, all that you meet are thieves. To Athens go, break open shops, nothing can you steal but thieves do lose it. In Shakespeare's day there was no alternative to the development of capitalism. But today there is, and I do not think humanity will forever allow money to lord it over life. 4. On the charge of the instability of capitalism, there is not much more to be said, as this matter has already been dealt with in Chapter 3. Perhaps the devastating poverty that swept the richest capitalist countries in the I-930s will NVT be repeated, and capitalism will never again dare F0L cent V cent $0 many millions of its industrial workers without any opportunity to sell their labor power. But it is also clear that capitalism is unable to prevent the upswings and downswings of the market and cannot enable men and women to apply themselves to occupations of their own choosing with a sense of security. Everywhere capitalism means uneasiness about the means of getting a living. Hardly anyone lives with the assurance that his work will always be wanted and useful. Inevitably, the sense of uncertainty distracts people from what they are doing and focuses their attention on the sordid but difficult problems of selling themselves to best advantage. 5. The frustration of modern life arises largely from the instability of capitalism. Or from what is really the same. 131. Think preoccupation with security. As luxury implies poverty, security too implies its opposite, instability, and men while away their lives nursing their sterile security like an island surrounded by the cold waters of improvidence. Most people dislike work not because it calls for effort and application but because they dislike the conditions of work. They compensate themselves with exacting recreations or false pretenses of self-importance. A good deal of this is due to the slavery implicit in the wage contract. Labor power is sold and it is for the buyer to dictate how it is used. There is an incessant wrangle about the rights of the buyer and seller if the worker claims the sort of consideration that he expects as a human being and an equal. In fact, the worker is not an equal, he has sold his labor power and is at the mercy of the buyer when it is used. Notionally, he has the freedom to sell or not to sell his labor power, but once he has sold it as he must to live, he has surrendered his freedom within the limits of his wage contract. It is true enough that his situation at the outset in a socialist society is not all that different in form, but in content there is the embryo of a vast difference in that the ideal of cooperation, working together because of the changed property basis of the economy, begins to be genuine. In a capitalist economy, the much reiterated appeal for teamwork is inevitably poisoned with hypocrisy because the motivation of production is not cooperation purposefully directed to the fulfillment of a social plan but profit-making on behalf of the managers of the team. No amount of profit-sharing and worker consultation can obliterate this reality, which is not determined by the goodwill or bad will of particular employers but by the economic basis underlying the mode of production as a whole. There are many particular aspects of frustration even for the most favorably placed employees such as technicians and scientists. Trade secrets prevent them from sharing knowledge with colleagues elsewhere employed. They are asked to devote their skills to socially useless petty purposes dictated by calculations of prod. They are directed by people W110, H-we T expert in balance sheets and sales promotion, often lack sympathy for scientific methods of tackling production problems. 6. In a fully mature capitalist society all these tendencies reach a point that capitalism begins to lose its right to claim that one great merit that was originally its social L1S L1C3.T1 oil, namely its ability to develop the forces of PR0 reduction. There remains a strong incentive for capitalism to improve productive techniques because this is the one sure guarantee of increasing competitive strength, but as the scale of production increases and the socialization of science extends, capitalism becomes less and less able to apply its expanding store of knowledge to productive purposes. There are a number of reasons for this. In its early days capitalism encouraged and took up the ideas of the lance inventor, and by freeing labor from the restrictions on mobility imposed by feudalism in the countryside and by the guilds in the towns made new forms of production possible. But more and more, as capitalism spread, A_W1D_R_5_3L interconnectedness and more specialized CL1V1S10I1 of productive functions developed until at P0Li1EHA. P reached at which the anarchic market, instead of providing a stimulus to break away from the old, becomes itself a cumbersome anachronism making it difficult to weld together all H1656 multifarious activities. Moreover, with the emergence of the huge concentrations of capital there also emerges a brake on new developments in the form of monopoly. Once a particular branch of industry is dominated by a few. 133. Big RMS they tend to safeguard their markets by agreements temporarily dividing the market between RMS at present in the industry, and to cooperate in excluding newcomers. This reduces the pressure on them to introduce new techniques and encourages the buying up of patents, etc., not to use but to prevent others using them. No legislation fully succeeds in preventing monopoly arrangements. Restrictive agreements are curbed in Britain and America and other leading industrial countries today, but they tend not so much to eliminate monopoly as to prevent weaker RMS from sheltering under the protection of the more powerful, and so hasten the concentration which makes it easier for the few giants that are left to come to tacit understandings on price and marketing policies. The restrictiveness of monopolies on technical advance should not, however, be exaggerated. It is overweight in the long run by commercial rivalries between the monopolies themselves which compel technical advance in the end. Monopoly does not eliminate but merely breaks the tendency of capitalism constantly to develop new techniques. The deeper cause of obstruction is capitalism itself. A capitalist subordinates his technical and scientific research to the object of increasing his own profits. Each RM is a particular unit with a particular object, and any discoveries it makes that do not serve its own particular purposes are so much waste to it however valuable socially, that is, scientifically. The RM will be anxious to cut down unnecessary research expenditure and to keep to itself any new ideas it hits on. To a certain extent the secrecy breaks down in practice. But the particularization of capitalist economy THC breaking up of the totality of the economy into parts determined by particular blocks or property ownership becomes a very serious handicap to technical progress in a modern industrial economy. For example, automation in engineering calls for a combination of electronic and machine tool techniques and involves a combination of techniques from hitherto separate industries. This is just one of countless instances, some trivial, some major, where property divisions create artificial barriers in the industry as a whole. In other cases the scale of operation and the social impact of a new development as, for example, the use of atomic energy is so far-reaching as to exclude the possibility of its being left to private enterprise. In a capitalist society such factors to some extent force state participation, which, however, in the form of state monopoly capitalism, remains subordinate to the general policy of the most powerful capitalist interests. To a certain extent Nan's capital steps across industrial barriers, forming trusts and amalgamations of RMS that combine hitherto separated branches of production, so as to gain technical advantages. But each move is a battle of property interests, and in this present period of a vast new technical revolution PR0 more profound in its ultimate consequences than the Industrial Revolution itself brought about by the application of automation and atomic power, the utmost pooling and interro of scientific and technical knowledge and experience is needed to enable economic progress to keep in step with science. But this the barriers of private property obstruct. Science itself needs to be developed in such a way as to serve the requirements of social life considered as a whole, to reduce waste of time and to increase amenities for the whole community. Lopsided developments tend to become solely frustrating. For example, in Britain the car industry and the oil industry have pushed ahead quite out of phase with other sides of the economy, with the result that hours and hours of time and much money are wasted as the result of traffic congestion, while the coal industry, which a few years ago was being pushed to increase output, is now faced with surplus production and the problems of contraction. The need for better coordinate national fuel and transport policies is in these instances very obvious. The natural way to make a scientific analysis of these problems is to consider what I-135 resources are available and work out what technical solutions are possible. It is a clumsy and irrational procedure to touch some and omit other aspects of a problem because of demarcations laid down by property rights. The need for an all-round scientific approach is fairly often seen, but what is not so generally recognized is that the all-round practical application of science to the problems of production and social life implies a national economic plan, embracing the economy as a whole. As new materials, new sources of power, new methods of computing are developed, much closer and freer relationships between different sectors of industry will become essential, if full advantage on a social scale is to be taken of the new developments. To deal with all the complexity of the new scientific potentialities, a greater simplicity at the heart of things is essential. The simple revolutionary idea is to cut out the property barriers that disintegrate society and to treat society as a totality of human beings, collectively owning the existing store of means of production and requiring to devote a certain part of their time and abilities to economic activity in order to produce known needs and to achieve agreed purposes. The needs and purposes are expressed in an economic plan. The aim is the simple aim of human beings applying themselves effectively as a collective force. The problem of coordinating the activities of 20 or 30 million people to achieve the collective aim is, of course, a huge one. But to say that it is huge is not to say that it is insoluble. It is not a simple thing to design and produce a jet plane that can travel at supersonic speeds or to analyze the material characteristics of the stars or to photograph the far side of the moon, but the collective application of human thought and activity has encompassed these aims. The socialist thesis is that economic and political science could solve the problems of social coordination necessary to plan production on a national scale. 1. The question to be faced is whether or no an economic system that is regulated by conscious decision can function better than one that is regulated by the automatic controls of the market molded by occasional corrective interventions by the state. The whole theory of socialism points not MCF cent 1 degree the possibility, but to the necessity of man becoming the conscious master of the social forces of production and using them with deliberate wisdom for the benefit of human society. 7. Perhaps the heaviest charge to be leveled against capitalism is that it fosters immorality in human relationships. But this is hardly a charge that can be fully pursued here, since to do so would carry the argument into too wide a discussion of the whole ideological superstructure of modern society. Perhaps it is enough for me to aim the reasons for my belief that capitalism incites men to live bad 1 yac degree RD, g to my own standards of what are good and bad ways of life. This will be of significance only in so far as these views are shared by outliers, which to a considerable extent they probably are. You in terse summary, my belief is in the brotherhood of man. By this I mean both brotherhood between nations and brotherhood between individuals. This implies that it is bad for a man or woman to subordinate to his own will or purposes by force or fraud the freedom of action of another. The dignity and personal independence of human beings deserve respect. This extreme generalization, however acceptable in principle, at once raises a host of practical problems, but it is also possible to generalize the main exceptions to this rule by limiting its fullest application to human LJ at 1L1 SWH degree in practice reciprocate by themselves respecting the liberty and independence of others. This exception may in turn be qualied with the writer that 37. It is essential to strive for the widest possible extension of this principle and to limit intrusion into the freedom of others to the minimum of force necessary to prevent interference with the freedom of others. That is, the intruders must be prevented from intruding, no more. In practice, the application of this principle to the use or non-use of force in specific actual circumstances is far from easy, but this is not the only principle that is difficult to apply in particular cases and should not be underrated on that account. Once this principle of non-interference in the freedom of others wins fairly general acceptance, peaceful relations between human beings may begin to become a reality. These views force me to the conclusion that capitalism must be fought against because it is incompatible with the development of freedom for the mass of the people, necessitates relations of domination and subjection, and also disintegrates society, causing its fragmentation into a multiplicity of commodity owners whose economic advantage is best served by doing the opposite of good as deemed above. The practical morality that the economic relationships of men in capitalist society teaches is not to do unto others as you would be done by, but to do others and not yourselves be done by them. The ideal of human brotherhood has inspired humanity throughout the centuries. This ideal may have originated from innate social instincts or may have reeked at a vague foreshadowing of future possibilities or may have been a recognition of the need for men consciously to counteract disruptive tendencies built into the conditions of social life, or it may have been a hypocritical doctrine preached by the powerful in order to reconcile the oppressed to their oppression. Whatever the meaning and practical interpretations of the doctrine of human brotherhood in the past, the doctrine acquires a new significance in the present, because economic exploitation is no longer a historical necessity. In the past, when human progress was only possible through class society, economic exploitation was an inescapable necessity due to the insufficiency of the social product to provide freedom from material poverty except to a small minority. Thanks to the development of the forces of production, this necessity no longer exists. Men can make machines which produce more than slaves or serfs or proletarians could produce for their emperors or lords in the past. The harvest of potential wealth can today better be reaped by men working together than by a minority exploiting others. To learn how to live in this new relationship of working together is not an easy or a quick matter. If we could start today to try to live, we still would have to face years of learning while well-intentioned inexperience blundered its way in harness with cynical self-seeking continuing THRLED practices of the past. The freedom of a socialist society implies a limited sacrifice of freedom as its precondition. That is, men must agree to cooperate in the creation of the social PF0DLLCTNYOH. WH0 refuses to give up the necessary fraction of his LLL_CWL1LCLL one time could become a quite small 8.CT101L0 cooperative work, would, in fact, be restricting the freedom of others. Society, it seems to me, has every right to demand of a man if he will not work, neither shall he eat, but it may not need to do so. Once the new relationship of men in production is understood, the vast majority of people would accept their part and it as a matter of course. In the context of a socialist economy, FGSPGCT and cooperation would accord with the interests of the individual. The charge that can be leveled against capitalism as a system is that it connects with human cooperation and makes appeals for broth1f1mk_d_t degree support for the economic system of capitalism, and hypocrisy. The case for capitalism is also the case against it. Capitalist theorists argue against the feather bedding of the welfare I3, L39 state and argue that man should be made to struggle for his existence. In the context of a capitalist society, this means making men push and shove against their fellow men to get a share of what's going. Indeed, it's sometimes hard for some simple plain people to understand why, if it is bad for society to assure them the means of living, they should respect society and its laws. Quite a few draw the conclusion that the wrongness in wrongdoing is in being found out, or as a contemporary satirist puts it, a man with a family cannot afford to be honest. Capitalist society often distorts and corrupts family life. When people have no other social rut on which to rely, the family may become a narrow, small-minded clique caring for nothing outside itself and spending most of its time that is not squandered on the tensions of its petty ingrowing emotions, trying to scrape together the material means of existence. Fortunately, few men and women carry to its logical conclusion the ethical code implicit in capitalist society, but when they reject it, they can easily end themselves in an emotional vacuum, strangers in an uncaring world, anxious to live, to do something exciting, to be free, to escape. What 01T_1, they know for'n the pettiness of a life squandered getting the means of existence. But what to, they don't know. Much, I believe, of the unease of modern life is due to its augmentation by the all-pervading growth of commodity production and exchange. Our talents, our souls, our bodies are just commodities to be sold. We have to be whipped to work by fear of starvation and failure. To the threat of fear we reply, if we reply at all, with the braggadocio of the gangster. This connect between the fragmentation of social responsibility and the interdependence of economic life can be fearful and horrible in its consequences. It is all the more dangerous for the fact that it is not the fault of anyone in particular. It is the fault of a system that seems to work as impersonally as the motion of the tides or the rising and setting of the stars. 140. CS6_ dash IT1 it is 1 Z 1 I // 2 TR dash dot I __ backslash I /3.1 to strive after the good life without at the same time striving to rid society of capitalism as a system is doomed to be an utterly self-defeating pastime. Taking all in all, it is not the badness of men that is to be wondered at, but rather their goodness under social and economic conditions so unrewarding to it. This is one of the reasons that gives one grounds for thinking that most men do not need the stimulus of fear and could work together with purpose and in harmony simply because it is a pleasant and sensible thing to do, simply because they wish their fellow beings well, for the most part, and, for the most part, enjoy being needed by others. In one way and another, from generation to generation, the GHT of those oppressed by it is building up a way of life opposed to that of capitalism, rejecting its standards and its pressures. In various ways, people in capitalist society get together to try to help one another against the cold care of the impersonal market. Traders and producers form trade associations, professional men form institutions, and so forth. But all such bodies offer only meager protection to their members, while solving none of the problems that face society as a whole, and the tendency is for them to be restrictive, securing benefits for a few at the expense of others. Sometimes trade unions are put into the same category and accused of pursuing sectional interests at the expense of society generally. Such accusations are sometimes true insofar as a particular trade union concerns itself with nothing but getting the best possible bargain for its own members. Trade unions are often attacked for this by supporters of the capitalist system who, indeed, are on very poor ground in criticizing them, for the trade unions are only behaving according to the capitalist principle of trying to make the best possible bargain in the market. Without trade union organization, the individual worker would be in a miserably weak position vis-a-vis the wealthy capitalist organizations to whom he must look for his employment. But socialists have a right to criticize trade unions that 14,1 limit their activities to the pursuit of sectional interests. They are deserting the ideal of all for each and each for all that is the underlying notion of trade unionism. If workers' solidarity does not look beyond capitalist society, it is bound to degenerate into a bargaining instrument and to become infected with the careerism and corruption of a commodity economy, but if it looks beyond capitalist society, then the logical conclusion is a classless society in which each for all and all for each has become the guiding principle for all and for each, that is, for society as a whole. For such a society the only possible economic basis is socialism. In this sense trade unionism contains the germ of socialism and the germ of a new social morality. It is for this reason and in this sense that the working class is the vehicle of social progress in the modern world. The situation of the workers makes it necessary for them to put an end to the competition between themselves and, as the producers of wealth, they have a great potential political power. By opposing the principle of unity to the principle of competitive rivalry and extending it to its full scope, the working class becomes a leader of the people against the exploiters. 142. 6. Critique of Socialism. Incentives in socialist society place seeking and bureaucracy, personal boundariedom, conformity, personal initiative and inventiveness, central planning and individual variety planning, dictatorship and freedom. Rise of socialism, the ending of exploitation of man by man. Many people agree there is a lot wrong with capitalism, but, they argue, it is a wicked world and better the devil we know than one we don't. The charges made by critics of socialism are numerous. There will be no incentive to work. Profit making and the market will be replaced by place seeking and careerism. Progress will be clogged by red tape and bureaucracy. We shall all become producer ants deprived of personal freedom. Personal property in means of production is essential to avoid stereotyped uniformity and lack of personal initiative, variety, and experimentation. A centralist plan cannot wreak a multiplicity of different personal tastes. A centralist plan only works if there is totalitarian dictatorial discipline enforcing its foolement by fear and threats. Generally speaking, when trying to resolve an issue that is in dispute, it is a sound maxim to look to the evidence of experimental data or actual data of experience wherever possible. Deduction from general principles is a good way to get a working hypothesis, a shortcut towards probable conclusions, but dangerous unless tested experimentally or from factual evidence. I-43. In economic science, however, experiment is virtually not possible. The means of investigation we are left with are, therefore, analysis of data of experience and experiment in the imagination. This latter method, that is, the use of abstract thought to create models constructed out of ideas, reacting real aspects of the social reality, is the main method of economic science. But it is a difficult method to handle, giving far less certainty than the experimental methods that many natural sciences are able to use. The validity of the conclusions of abstract thought are far less easily established by generally accepted standards, whereas the experimental methods of natural science give results that are socially accepted pretty universally nowadays. Flat Earth theorists today are quite niched, but their counterparts still flourish in economic science. Moreover, as the conclusions of economic science are liable to arouse violent political passions and strike at jealously guarded material interests, the pressures of prejudice and social atmosphere can easily blur perception and judgment. The distractions of the social battle make objectivity in pursuit of scientific truth not merely difficult in the sense that it calls for moral courage, but also in the sense that the issues are confused and the evidence sometimes distorted by the pushes and pulls of material interest. The truths of natural science are more difficult to out, but the natural scientists too have had their difficulties with church and establishment. The data of experience that we have on socialism are those of the various existing socialist countries. This, of course, is valuable, but the extent of its usefulness in answering questions referring to Britain in the future, which is the specific 144*1 context in relation to which they are posed, should not be exaggerated. Experiments are made under carefully prepared conditions which are designed to avoid accidental interruptions. History unfolds itself under its own peculiar and special circumstances, and obviously the pre-existing economic, social, and political background under which socialist economies have been established in Russia, China and Eastern Europe are vastly different from those likely to prevail in Britain. To make allowance for all these differences is not easy, and as, generally, if this is not done, a more unfavorable picture is given than is appropriate. The enemies of socialism have made abundant use of bald comparisons which are quite unscientific. It is hardly disputable that socialism has liberated great productive forces. In the Soviet Union since 1928, industrial production has increased despite the losses and setbacks of the war years by 30 times. The rate of increase in China's RST 10 years has been even higher than in the 10 years from the beginning of the RST Russian 5-year plan. In agriculture, socialism has not shown such good results, but in China since 1958 the rate at which agricultural output has increased has been considerably greater than ever witnessed elsewhere, starting out from a relatively backward unmechanized and peasant economy. The vigor of the general expansion of the socialist economies is undoubted despite many defects of bureaucracy, over-centralization and clumsy coordination of planning, of which now there is a good deal of evidence. Obviously, the existing socialist societies cannot be treated abstractly as blueprints for future socialist societies in SNA 145. MRL. They have arisen not in industrially advanced countries but in backward agricultural economies in which only a small fraction of the population was industrially employed in modern enterprises. To date, the main economic preoccupation of these countries has been to speed through in 1 or 2 decades processes of industrialization that in the advanced capitalist countries required a century or more, whilst at the same time having to match the increased military expenditure of the imperialist powers. They had suffered years of the most brutal repression from foreign masters and from their own. The mass of their agricultural populations were illiterate and altogether out of touch with the ideas and progress of modern scientific thought and culture. No wave of a socialist wand could overnight transform this mass of humanity into a heavenly host of well-read scientifically minded saints. All their virtues of simple comradeship and natural human ingenuity and awareness could not replace experience of social life in a modern industrial community. And if they escaped the vices of modern capitalist society, they still carried plenty with them from their world of semi-feudal oppression and petty commodity production. In these new societies there still were inevitable place seekers and careerists and people who continued to deceive and prey on their fellows. In short, many features of pre-existing society still showed themselves obviously or less obviously in the new society. How could it be otherwise? But also, how is one to sort out without great knowledge and detailed study what in these new socialist societies is essentially the product of the changed economic basis and what of other historical circumstances? Britain we at least know better without special study. However, it is quite clear that, if the progress of each country is measured against its own past, there have been 14,6 considerable all-round achievements and great social advances in the societies now based upon socialist property and planned production. The surge forward may have been braked but has not been arrested by the mistakes that have been made or all the spivery, narrow pettiness, self-seeking, and crookedness inherited from the past. The proper assessment of all this requires in each case a detailed economic and social history. By standards of more general comparison, the most striking achievement of the socialist countries has possibly been their continued steady growth in industrial production year after year. And despite the defects, already mentioned, of bureaucracy and over-centralization in Soviet industry, an economic system that passed through the grueling tests of World War II against German arms and has since launched its Sputniks and Luniks can hardly be said to have stifled technical inventiveness. The problem of learning from the socialist countries what socialism would mean for Britain is further complicated by the fact that every statement about the socialist countries is, as it were, a political act, in itself part of a battle. No friend of socialism wants wrongly to draw attention to defects of socialism and consequently tends to avoid exploratory criticism, with the result that, by a sort of cumulative process of acceptance, propagandist exaggerations of achievements come to be put in the place of objective social analysis. Contrariwise, it is easy when trying to correct the past lopsidedness of the balance to swing to opposite extremes out of an anxiety not to be caught again praising faults or glossing over mistakes. But for the purpose of assessing whether the attacks made on the ideas of socialism have validity as applied to the problem of how socialism would function in Britain, the weighty task of critically evaluating the historical development of the existing socialist countries is not necessary. The 147. model of socialism that it is necessary to set up in our minds is socialism as it would be in contemporary Britain. For this there are a number of things from the actual experience of socialist countries that are fairly generally accepted and of some relevance to the matters with which we are concerned. But overall, the pre-existing circumstances are so different that no existing socialist society could begin to serve as a type model to be used as a whole in projecting characteristics of a British socialist society. One very obvious fact is, however, of tremendous scientific significance, namely, that socialist societies exist, are growing and developing, are economically viable. Socialism is no longer a reformer's dream, it is for better or for worse in actuality, an economic system appearing in a number of countries and in each growing vigorously in economic strength. No existing socialist society can yet be said to reach even the main general characteristics of mature socialist societies as they will be in the future. The existing societies are still hampered by the hostile attentions of the capitalist powers and, economically, they still have to develop further before they can overtake the most advanced industrial countries. They still have a long way to go before being able to create universal plenty. Many of their social and political characteristics are due to economic backwardness such as was general in Russia, China, and most Eastern European countries at the time when the socialist governments came to power. Critics of socialism often say, if you like the socialist countries so well, why don't you live in them yourself? Socialism is not a personal luxury of soul or of body, and one doesn't go and live in it as one goes to Switzerland or the Riviera for one's health. Personal reasons are personal reasons and quite beside the point in relation to the question under consideration, namely, what economic system is desirable for Britain. Whether I or you prefer or do not prefer to live outside Britain has no bearing on the answer to this question. 148. Equally, to ask whether a typical Briton would like to live in the Soviet Union or China today is rather meaningless. Does not the typical national of any country want to live in his own country? In asking questions of political and economic theory, one is posing problems about the social lives of historically existing communities, and to forget this is to slip into impermissible abstraction. A proper question to ask about the Soviet Union and China is, therefore, whether socialism as it is in those countries is good for the Russian and Chinese people. And in certain essentials socialism is quite certainly proving of immense benefit to the peoples of these countries, raising living standards more rapidly and creating much wider opportunities for education, cultural advance and technical employment than could conceivably have been possible if the representatives of the old economic order had remained in power. Moreover, the liberation of near on 1,000 million people from the age-old poverty, starvation, oppression, and degradation that their old orders of society and foreign imperialisms imposed on them helps immensely the progressive forces throughout the world to end their way forward. The existence of a socialist world alongside the capitalist world transforms also the political and economic situation within the capitalist world. Our progress, too, is enriched by the progress of socialism amongst these many millions of people once afflicted by poverty and tyrannical oppression. The Russian Revolution in 1917, because it opened a gateway to all these momentous happenings, is the most important historical event, possibly, of all time. It marks the end of the dark ages of class society. But the dawning of the new socialist world is not a miracle, a transformation seen in a pantomime, but a historical event in which the past lingers on intertwined with the shoots of the future way of life. Obviously, many things have gone wrong in the new socialist countries. The critical historical evaluation of what actually has transpired in the earlier 14 to 9 years of Russian, Chinese, and East European socialism will itself take time and much heated dispute. There are many, however, whose belief in socialism has been shaken because they have come to the conclusion that crimes have been committed against innocent people in the name of the state, or that Marxism has been dogmatically and intolerantly interpreted, or that careerists and petty-minded bureaucrats have been allowed to rise to high places. Without people with critical sense and courage enough to challenge what they take to be evils, no socialist movement will ever grow strong, but to separate out the potentialities of a good new society from all the evil dross of the past is a most complex historical process. To instance examples of particular evils is one thing, and to evaluate them in their historical context is altogether another. No social revolution could ever be made in kid gloves. The violence and cruelty of revolutions has little to do with people's intentions. In any vast social changes, some people are bound to get hurt and to hit back. These are the circumstances under which the but course, the most direct path between the past and the future, has to be chosen, a path to be chosen in relation to the totality of surrounding circumstances. So even if one were to accept the blackest evaluation of some aspects of the development of the existing socialist societies, the conclusion to be drawn would not be abandonment of ideals of socialist brotherhood, but that the roads by which human societies grope their way, learning by experience of their mistakes, into uncharted territories of the future, are more thorny and longer than one had imagined. The essential point is that the things that seem bad in the socialist countries are not inherently connected with the economic system of socialism. It is inevitable, let me reiterate, that there must be bad things about a socialist society or any other society in its early stages of development. Ideas about the new society exist only. 150. LL. 1. \_0. .a/_cent_qu. 1. In the imaginations of men. The ideas of this man or that man will only come to be accepted as representing the new way of life, the new social code, the new morality, after the experience of bitter mistakes, after years of argument, suffering, reaction, education by masses of hitherto oppressed people learning now how to live in freedom and to become masters of their own destiny. Mistakes of good men will be opportunities for bad men, and inevitably there are both plenty of mistakes and plenty of bad men, men who in their heart of hearts believe that the old ideas of shrewd self-seeking wreaked an eternal reality, whatever pious sentiments of brotherhood may be appropriate for public utterance. And it will take time for the general run of people to learn how to conduct their social affairs. They have to learn who to choose as their educators, and the educators themselves have to be educated in the only school there is, that is the school of experience, for which the only equipment they have is the truths of theory, that is, generalizations hammered out from past human experience to guide their practice in the living experience of the present. In reality, one of the most important marks of the superiority of socialism as a social system is the fact that it has shown suicient vitality to weather its mistakes and the ideological upheavals following them, to advance economically and culturally, and to create forces from within socialist society that combat the abuses without the opposition to the abuses becoming opposition to socialism as a system. That the process of social change within a socialist society, the discovery of new forms of human association making possible a thorough rejection of relationships inherited from capitalism and hastily adapted to socialist purposes, the wide dissemination of a modern scientific view of the world, that all these things must take time, goes without saying. That a new utopia does not spring like Athene XLLY armed from the head of Zeus, that a new society has to be fashioned patiently as the 151 course of history unfolds the processes to which the revolutionary break from the old state power and property system only opens the door. All these are facts that need also to be borne in mind when making a critique of socialism as a form of economic organization. The question to be answered is not will socialism as an economic system work immediately, but will it open the way to a process of development that will go beyond and be better than capitalism, given only the opportunity of continued existence and growth? The answer to this question is given categorically and positively by the achievement of the socialist countries that have already come into being. New forces, new people have been liberated. New standards and attitudes governing the behavior of man to man have been established, and nothing that the temporary authority of petty men has done, moving contrary to or breaking the stream of the great new principles of human brotherhood or the intellectual enlightenment of scientific Marxism, can undo the great and vast social changes effected now on a national scale in the new socialist countries. Whilst mistaken or misled sometimes on particular facts or circumstances, those who have sensed a new spirit of achievement and new relations of man to man in the countries of socialism have not deluded themselves. Beatrice and Sidney Webb were not mistaken in hailing the Soviet Union as a new civilization, for all that has happened since and for all that was unknown to them when they wrote in the 30s. Socialists need not be dismayed if attention should be focused on the mistakes and crimes committed in the socialist societies, because socialism has means and strength to eliminate them. But when it comes to assessing the existing socialist societies in the round, there can be no doubt that the scale will tip decisively in favor of their positive achievements, even if to the other side of the scale still debated criticisms are added to the more generally agreed defects in their past performance. In stressing that in a socialist economy developing in 152 LRA I. Britain, the characteristics of actual socialist communities are not likely to be reproduced, except in the basic fundamentals of public ownership and planning. I am not contending that the emergence of socialist communities in other parts of the world is not of great significance for Britain. In a practical sense, they will be tremendously important sources of many-sided knowledge based on immense experience of public ownership and planning. But this is not the issue on the agenda. The question is whether a socialist economy in Britain would or would not work better than a capitalist economy, and, when a majority of the people have been persuaded to give their support to a socialist system, how would the difficulties to which critics point be overcome? 2. What incentives in a socialist economy replace the energy generated by self-interest in a capitalist economy? The energy of an economic system as a whole is the energy of the individuals who compose it divided by the social friction of antagonistic purposes or inefficiency, multiplied by social enthusiasm. The socialist case for planning admits that in a capitalist society the law of competition will eliminate RMS that are inefficient and strengthen those that are most efficient at making profits. But even supposing that efficiency at making profits were the same as technical and organizational efficiency measured in terms of output per head, it does not follow that the maximum efficiency of the units of an economy is the same as the efficiency of the economy as a whole. The anarchy of the capitalist market involves much wasted effort and many idle resources. The idea of planning is to replace the inefficient coordination of the economy through the self-regulating price structure of the market by conscious deliberate regulation through a plan. For the time being, assume that planned coordination of the economy works effectively. But however good the plan, it will be no good unless individual people do with a will their several parts in the combined operation of social production. Assume that each individual knows what is required of him, a very big assumption. In fact, the question is, why should he expend the energy of muscle and brain necessary to do his job as well as possible? Attitudes towards work will change with time and circumstance, but RST in historical sequence is the problem of incentive. At the outset, in the early days of a socialist society, many will be enthusiastic for socialism and, at the start at least, be ready to make great sacrifices for the new cause. Others will be cynical and have much the same attitude to their work as in the past. Others, keenly supporting socialism, will expect immediately more pay for less work and nobody pushing them around in the factory. If production is to carry on, leave alone improve, it is crucial to develop in industry a common attitude towards work. This is only possible through extensive discussion of the issues by the mass of the workers themselves. But they cannot automatically nd their bearings as they might when discussing, say, how to arrange the factory timetable. These discussions are the beginning of a process in which the whole theory and practice of socialism is put to the test. The revolution that opens up the way to socialism cannot be more on the part of the mass of the people than a decision to make a change or even merely to accept a change. In the nature of things, the mass of the people and the mass of the workers, who constitute the most politically conscious and organized section of the people, can have no precise conception of what is involved in the new socialist form of society which their political leaders have inscribed in their program. The essentials of socialism will provide no more than the basis of social organization, which will take the many varied forms that the mass movement. 154. LTEL. RT. 5 sits. 1 T itself gives it. So with socialism starts the process of the people beginning to become themselves responsible for their own destinies. The RST beginning of this process will be to absorb the ideas which the more reactive, politically minded, conscious socialists have been working out precisely in preparation for this day. The movement will turn to leaders in ideas and in activities who have been developing as the movement formed itself in the old society, and zero-t just individuals as leaders but leading forces exerting themselves and expressing themselves through the agency of the political parties and other organizations of the working class. These leaders will prove themselves or not as the reliance placed on them for guidance is tested by experience. The rapidity with which a socialist economy gets underway will depend quite considerably on the extent to which there already exist amongst the workers socialists who very clearly understand what socialism is all about and are able to discuss and explain the problems arising in the early stages in an informed and intelligent way. Mere enthusiasm is far from enough and can cause divisions between sections of the workers and, even where general, can quickly turn to disillusion if the realities of the situation are not faced and understood. The great problem is to keep alive the initial enthusiasm of the revolution and to foster a sense of change whilst at the same time facing up to the fact that conditions of work at the outset cannot be materially very different from the past. Also, planning in its RST stages and in the short term is likely to create what may seem even more muddled conditions than production for the market. The one main new thing to be treasured and nursed, because 155. It contains the embryo of a new type of incentive, is the feeling that the organization of production is the concern of the workers. In capitalist society today, management often forms works councils, joint consultation committees, etc., in which workers take part. But such arrangements, though they make a certain contribution to good organization, can never succeed in winning easy confidence and cooperation from the workers for the very simple reason that the basic interests of workers and employers connect and must do so if the compelling interest governing production policy is to increase the surplus of receipts over costs, in which the main scope for reduction by any means within the management's power is labor costs. Easy labor management relations can exist and at that only transiently in RMS having very advanced productive techniques and sheltered markets. The heart of the whole notion of a socialist economy is the elimination of antagonism of interest between those who produce and those who own the means of production. The condition of ending this antagonism is public ownership replacing private ownership of the means of production. Once the main productive units are publicly owned, they are notionally the property of all, but immediately, this makes a difference only so far as the management is different, and the only respect in which the management can immediately be different is in its attitude towards the workers and in the object by which it is guided. In the RST months after a general nationalization of the main industries, it is unlikely that the actual organization of work will change radically or wages be much different. The surplus going in a capitalist economy to prot and state expenditure is not a fund available for immediate wage increases. It is needed to nance the heavy investment and social service expenditure essential to reshaping social life along socialist lines, and to push ahead with the extended reproduction. 156. Li2L 4 I Li 1 L 1 necessary to provide ample supplies of material goods for everyone. The increase of living standards will come mainly from GLE output rather than from redistribution of the existing social product. Various control measures should succeed in curtailing luxury spending and diverting resources to wider consumption, but the gains from redistributing consumption goods at the expense of the top incomes would be of moderate significance, and this only in the short run. The main gain would come from expansion and better deployment of productive resources. It is a major crime of capitalism today that in 1,000 different ways it imposes constraints on the freedom of the people, preventing them from solving their economic problems in the ways that modern science now allows. Capitalist society is enmeshed in a nightmare of WBSKB and social falsity imposed to preserve the status quo of one handful of wealthy people. The fullest discussion of the economics of this situation will be crucial in order to get a common attitude amongst the mass of the workers in each undertaking about the way in which they should work and the purpose of their work. Insofar as a sense of cooperation and common interest is created, work goes ahead better and is immediately more stimulating because a sense of greater freedom and P1RP05 equals permeates it. All this potentiality can be dissipated by bureaucracy, of which there is bound to be plenty, and, in reaction against bureaucracy, contrary slipshod anarchic tendencies can also develop. In the short run it is problematical whether consultation, discussion, the sense of working for oneself and having a say about how and at what one works will contribute much positively to the energy of production. It could make a huge contribution given understanding socialist leadership amongst 157. The workers and reasonably adaptable administration and management. Confused ideas amongst the workers, incapable or hidebound management, could early on cancel out most of the potential benefits from the new productive relations. Even so, however, the policy of cooperation, consultation, discussion and study in which the mass of the workers participate is essential, however meager its RST results, in order to sow the seeds of future developments. Since at the early stages the creation of new incentives sufficient immediately and totally to replace the old is out of the question, the only practical possibility is to continue to use the old incentives, whilst nursing and encouraging to grow the new incentives. The old incentives will have to continue to be used until the new incentives have fully taken root. The main new incentives will be enjoyment of work, desire to do a useful job, eagerness to nd better ways of organizing productive units, conscious understanding of the purpose and necessity of the work to be done and its place in changing social life, a sense of freedom and self-determination in work, in brief, a social sense in which a sense of enjoyment and of discipline is quite easily combined. A great advantage of these new incentives is that they can be developed alongside the old monetary incentives without conflict so long as conditions at work, hours of work and standards of life are generally improving. The old incentives will atrophy, gradually becoming pointless and irrelevant as material plenty and the general cultural and social consciousness of people grows and begins to measure up to the requirements of a classless society. Marxists from Marx and Engels onwards have always envisaged two stages in the emergence of socialist society: ARST, in which the governing principle of work and payment is from each according to his ability, to each according to work done. In the second, also deemed as the stage of communism, the idea of matching what each takes out of the common pool to what he puts in is dropped, and the governing principle becomes from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The second stage is inconceivable until the seeds of a new attitude to work sown in the early stages of socialist society have matured. Also, before that stage, the problem of poverty and scarcity must be solved. This implies a great increase in material production, but it is not only a question of material production. The point is also to refashion social life so as to free men and more so women from the day-long nagging agony of chores that at present afflicts them. Such detaching of life is a social task to which it would be worth applying a team of THCs. Scientific brains, artists, architects, and ordinary people of sense and sensibility. The desideratum is to assure to all the basic material needs of a decent life and to simplify the means of feeding, sleeping, keeping warm, taking exercise, keeping healthy, etc. Without substituting the coldness of austerity and deprivation. The simple life needs to be simple in the sense that it has shaken itself free from the tangle of chores in which the pursuit of well-being today has got enmeshed, but, for my part at least, I would be most eager that it should leave scope for plenty of material pleasures and material amenities where these are real amenities. Out of our new productive powers it is surely possible to create material conditions such as to free the greater part of the lives of all people, as in the past retinues of serfs or servants freed the lives of the aristocracy from material want and preoccupation with the means of living. There is also a great saving in that conspicuous consumption, luxury for luxury's sake, impressive displays of wealth, etc. will become in men's minds not 50 mblh1l11m0yf11 waste as utter stupidity. It is not quite true that the best things in life are free, but most of them could be made free at a comparatively small social cost. 159. When production has been sufficiently developed and social life well enough organized to make basic material requirements a free issue, the guarantee that men will work will have to be, as already indicated, social conscience, and that most people like most of their work most of the time. The better purpose is achieved, the less motive will need to be taxed. That the social virtue of man can in fact be fairly easily overtaxed is a great merit of the human constitution, guaranteeing that socialist society will not go off the rails and become a boring antheap existence. Too much too dull too hard work would have to be avoided, or the whole incentive system would break down, but it can be avoided. Moreover, if too much hard work equals slavery, a little plus imagination equals recreation. Is this idyllic picture of the lion lying down with the lamb and men being no more wolves to men unreal? Is it conceivable that men in harmony one with another will work for the love of it? Under all and any circumstances there will be disagreements and dislikes amongst human beings, and people will also get fed up or bored with their jobs. However, what we are here concerned with is not Proustian arrangements of emotional relationships, but the simple framework of production and other economic relationships. If the thesis is correct that the antagonisms of human beings selling to other human beings the usufruct of themselves distorts and poisons human relationships, then the fact that human beings get on as well and not worse than they do in the present world we know, is some evidence that they might get on very well with one another in an economically better arranged world than capitalism, that is, if the attractive forces of kindness and goodwill were not dragged off center so implacably by the repulsions of the commodity-money relationship. When human beings, even within existing society, temporarily or partially, work together without the cash nexus. 160. Intruding, there are ashes of evidence that, under these for capitalism unusual circumstances, they get something out of their work, enjoy it, feel a sense of purpose. When during the Second World War men and women had opportunities of turning to with a purpose and felt they were needed by their fellow human beings in the real and urgent operation of defeating fascism, it was noted over and over again that what they had to do absorbed their interest, stimulated them and gave them something that they never got out of their work in peacetime. What a commentary this is on the way we normally mislive our lives together if it takes the inhumanity of a endish war to compel us to seek out our common humanity. The wartime stimulus was not morbid excitement, that was the side of war that most people longed and prayed to be rid of, it was the sense of being needed. This is only one minor side of the work relationship in a non-money, non-profit-motivated economy, but it seems to me evident that most people would enjoy doing a reasonable amount of work, given the right circumstances. The main conditions are recognition of the need for what is to be done, personal interest in the work and, nally, sufficient respect for each individual worker to leave him free to work in his own way, that is, voluntary self-imposed discipline only. Probably the behavior of a certain number of people would not be sufficiently considerate of others, but with intelligent organization and advanced techniques society would probably gain by being prepared to carry a number of antisocial passengers of this sort. Or maybe this ideal of complete freedom and complete reliance on self-discipline is going too far. If so, then even an approximation to it would solve the practical problem of getting the community's work done without relying on the incentive of material or monetary gain. K-SCA 6. Some may argue that freedom to work or not work to get zero NES living would lead to an anarchy of orgies and pleasure seeking. Others will insist that work is inevitably painful and that it is stupidity to imagine that the mass of people will FGGL the inner compulsion that drives on poets and geniuses of and science. It may well be that these arguments have some force and, some forms of social sanctions and pressures might prove inescapable. But even so, such arguments do not provide grounds for L6_CCLLDG the socialist case. Distinction must be made amongst those who argue against the idyllic, rose-spectacled vision of socialism. Some deserve RPCT as progressive realists who do not like to assume too much in advance of actual experience, and the answer to such people is that they are right, with the one important qualification that to make progress at all it is necessary to make some assumptions about the conditions under which human life can be made better, and that the assumptions that most men are capable of Joying work that taxes their abilities and that legitimate some sense of social conscience is not unreason to integrht of partial and limited practical experience of Nguruhan conditions are not against them one os, however, who in effect argue that human nature and is bad, always has bgcn and always will be bad. I have no patience and think it necessary gl money, i.e. prots, does not govern the objectives of the production units, or at least of the main ones which determine the direction of the economy as a whole. These are governed by the production plan. Money continues only to be used to enhance the intensity, quality, and choice of work by individuals. Non-monetary factors begin to operate alongside the old motive of the pay packet. Individual pay incentives can continue to be used for an indefinite period in light of experience and may well quietly atrophy of their own accord, provided material standards and standards of wisdom are rising and the monetary incentive of accumulating capital, i.e. means of exploitation, has been entirely and permanently eliminated. Additionally, there are a number of mixed or hybrid incentives that can be used, for example, group bonuses and socialist competition between factories which win both esteem and material rewards. Collective incentives in themselves will tend to develop new attitudes towards and an enjoyment of joint achievements. 3. Cynics who criticize the W0, LDLL.11.css of socialists should be treated with respect. Recognition of the truth that 164. Change in the basic property relations touches almost every aspect of social life easily bubbles over into the conclusion that it solves all problems, and the sobering cynicism of those who put their trust in hard concrete experience is a well-founded corrective. In the experimental sciences general principles, the formulation of general laws, etc. give a tremendous impetus to the growth of knowledge and serve to organize and harmonize the activities of scientific research workers separately engaged on numerous and varied specific problems. But in the experimental sciences the general laws are as it were bombarded with an incessant stream of experimental data which round and smooth their interpretation and counteract to dogmatic a priori reasoning. In the social sciences experimental data are not in the same way or to the same extent available and there is always a danger of either dogmatically deducing too much from general conceptions or, in dodging this horn of the dilemma, going to the opposite extreme of an empiricism that despairs of ending general principles in the variegated peculiarities of concrete experience. However, cynics who believe that the ethics of man-eatman must endure simply because they have endured for many thousands of years neglect to seek the basis of their ethics. If they were to accept a connection between these ethics and property as a means of exploitation, they would be forced to ask themselves what difference a radical change in the property basis of society would bring about. Socialism involves the most radical change of all, namely the elimination of property as a means through which to exploit other men. One must, therefore, also make some assumptions about consequent changes in the behavior of men towards each other. To assume that all else but the economic base remains the same is an equal but opposite absurdity to the assumption that all problems are automatically solved, or to the assumption that all we need to make the world better is a moral revolution. The bad cynics are too blinded by their own R65 prejudice to teach anybody anything, but they degree and EF dollar have a lesson to teach, namely to shape things to come with eyes wide open to actual experience, by trial and error. But if the arguments of the cynics are to be turned against the whole idea of socialism, then it is for them to make out the case for pessimistic assumptions as against the optimistic assumptions of the socialists. The case against socialism is generally less scientific in reality than even the rosiest socialist utopias, which at least show a certain sense of the way history is moving. The realism of the anti-socialists is often a psychological trick, painting the actuality of the present in detail and demanding equal detail about the yet-to-be future. The other great standby of the critics is human nature, but this too is a psychological or philosophical trick. Human nature to common sense is man as he is and has been, and rarely what he is in process of becoming. Are there any grounds for believing that human nature is rooted in certain unchangeable qualities? Many of the bad qualities appear to me to be closely associated with possessiveness which by definition, one might say is not a primeval instinct but a particular form of the struggle for survival, a particular form that is molded by the circumstances of private property and scarcity, and therefore historically conditioned, belonging to a period that accounts for only a fraction of the time during which the species of Homo sapiens has existed on Earth. My assumption is the comparatively simple one that the changed economic circumstances make possible big changes in many aspects of human behavior. Conscious motivation is an important factor in changing behavior. This implies that behavior is in part rational and shaped by arguments and confrontation of facts. There are two aspects of conscious change: the objective facts and the subjective appreciation of them. This in turn implies that, though economic change is a precondition of cultural, moral, intellectual, etc. progress, it is no more than a precondition. New forms of social behavior and organization will be hammered out consciously in men's minds. New ideas will be fought for in struggle against old ideas. But the battle does not take place in an insulated realm of ideas, hence the power of truth is also simply one aspect of external necessity. We live in a world not of our own making; what we make must accord with the necessities of what we do not ourselves make. Truth wins against all opposition in the end because it is harnessed to objective reality. Untruth is harnessed to human illusions which in the end reality crushes. A fairly common variant of the human nature theory as applied to socialism asserts that greed for wealth and profit in a market economy turns to place hunting and careerism in a socialist society. There is, to be sure, some evidence in socialist countries and in non-profit-making organizations in capitalist countries to support this thesis. The counter-argument is fairly simple, or ought to be, namely, not to deny the evidence but to track down the source of such behavior. A spillover of habits of mind dominant in social formations nearby either in time or space seems to me not merely plausible but inevitable. How could capitalism and earlier social formations fail to leave human behavior infected with careerism, cruelty, and self-seeking for many years within a socialist society? What socialism does is to remove some of the breeding grounds of man-eat-man attitudes. Such attitudes could reasonably be expected in time to succumb to pressure from within and from without. From without in the sense that men don't like being pushed around by others, particularly by others whose main skill is in climbing the social ladder, and if they have the power to stop others pushing them around, they will. 167. The pressure from within would come in so far as standards change, making it for many no longer seem important to struggle for positions of power and prominence. Some change in standards and ambitions is to be expected in so far as the age-old fight from the lower depths of destitution ends. Class society is like a land again and again inundated with the tides of poverty and oppression, causing an unceasing surge of people struggling to end places for themselves higher up the mountains of social position. If the UDs are stopped, it seems likely that preoccupation with social climbing will be diminished. Place-seeking may well continue for other reasons than fear of misfortune. In a class society, position is a source of wealth or security and vice versa, but once the material advantages of power over one's fellow men are no longer so compelling, will it be sought for its own sake? It is reasonable to guess that it would not, at least, to the same extent. Having removed one source that poisons human relations, a socialist society should be much better placed to deal with what remains. However, it should be assumed that some difficult problems will remain. There is no constitutional machinery that can possibly protect the mass of the people against the power that money gives, but even with this removed, there still remain other possibilities of oppression. The problem still to be solved in practice is to create new and effective means of making persons in authority subject to control by the mass of ordinary people. This is not at all a simple matter. Out of mistakes and experience means will be found in the end, but for some time place-seeking may continue to be a problem. However, whereas careerists entrenched with the aid of money power can never be displaced so long as that money power lasts, careerists who depend solely on manipulating organizational machinery, whilst dangerous, are less powerful. In past civilizations there are many examples of it. 168. 1. it in traders turning themselves into rulers, but the precedents of history do not apply to the future, for the very fundamental economic reason that the economic strength of wealth derived from exploitation, given modern productive forces, is inferior to that to be derived from equal and free cooperation between men. The priest administrators were able to lay a hold on the surplus product of society and so acquired a strength that others could not equal. Since the period of slavery, the advance of technique has gone hand in hand with a series of steps partially liberating the actual producers from slavery to serfdom, from serfdom to wage work, from wage work to free work without exploitation. Any gang that reimposes exploitation bureaucratically will have less, not greater, strength than the communities of free equals. Bureaucratic oppression consequently has no future as a social form of organization in the way that priest administrators had in ancient Asiatic society. Bureaucratic recrudescence of privileged cliques is likely to be short-lived as a dangerous social phenomenon, but this is not to say that petty careerism may not continue for an indefinite time. On a petty scale, this does not involve serious social dangers. It is a sort of petty fraud by which people thrust themselves into positions of prominence after which they hanker but for which they are ill-suited. As a free society of widely cultured people develops, the power of authority in social administration will diminish and people with petty ambitions will end it more and more difficult to scheme themselves into ois. 4. Probably the most commonly accepted criticism of socialism is that a socialist economy is bound to be bureaucratically 169. Administered and entangled in red tape, not because of villainy but because of stupidity and over-centralization. In capitalist society the failures are sorted out by the hard tests of the market, the critics say, and initiative is encouraged and rewarded by the market. In the last analysis, the selection board in the capitalist economy is success or failure when commodities are brought to the market. The fundamental fault of this automatic regulator, the impersonal arbitration of profit and loss, is that what is good for profits does not coincide with social good generally, or rather coincides with the social good only partially, under historical circumstances that are now long past. But how in the absence of the impersonal realism of the market is efficiency to be judged and how are nictions to be properly allocated to personnel working in the social organism? In the long run this is not such a great problem. The problem seems to me to be more that of getting rid of the legacies of the past careerism, dishonesty, manipulation, petty jealousies and rivalries. Fraud and force are the natural enemies of cooperation and they multiply easily from small beginnings. The countries in which the socialist economy is at present functioning encourage energetically what might be called non-antagonistic competition, treating production achievement, quantitatively measured, as a sort of national sport, publicizing outstanding achievements in much the same way as the performance of athletic champions. Objective standards of measurement for achievement are not always easily deemed, and a cunning bureaucrat, if he is expert at nothing else, is often a past master at making excuses for failure and assuming credit for the achievements of others. A valuable antidote for bureaucracy is criticism from below, but this is not a foolproof remedy and can be perverted by combined use of authority and demagogy. In the last analysis the answer to bureaucracy lies, I think, in the development of the arts and ethics of cooperation. It is 170.1. For this reason that joint consultation and political discussion, however time-wasting and specious they may seem at the outset, are highly important. They contain the germ of new social relations and are, as it were, the school in which the techniques of these new relations are studied. Joint consultation provides the forum for studying the internal problems of cooperation within an organization. Political discussion provides the opportunity of debating the place of each organization and of the individual apart from his organization within the whole national setup. All this implies a very far-reaching social revolution which the objective aimed at is to make the mass of ordinary people masters of their own destinies. Throughout the ages the mass of the people have been ruled by ruling classes and the ideas of the ruling class have pervaded the social organism as a whole, its culture, its justice, its ethics, its human relationships in factory or home. Mass movements have mainly worked in an elemental way, forcing rulers to ease or shift the yoke of exploitation. At best, the social ideas generated by the mass movements have become explicit in new forms of social organization after passing through the sieve of the ruling administration. A socialist society, by contrast, will mature politically only insofar as the mass of the people participate in their own administration and shape their own forms of social organization. This is sometimes regarded as a vast technical problem, but really it is an ideological problem. And it will be easier to solve, the higher the standard of education and culture. The old idea was a general liberal education for the rulers and a technical education for the masses, the 3 R's plus the crafts or techniques used in the production process. The socialist idea is a technical education plus a general liberal education for everyone. I7I. When it comes to having an opinion on how things are to be run, the whole scope of humanity's situation is of relevance. The main purpose of a general liberal education may be deemed as being to help an individual to orientate himself in the totality of existence, the whole process of history, of which his own individuality forms a part in the living present. Clearly, therefore, one of the preconditions for the full functioning of a socialist society and the perfection of techniques of social cooperation is a universal extension of facilities for education, over and above technical education, enabling anyone who has the desire so to do to share in the cultural wealth accumulated in man's march through history up to the point of the living present. The cost of this luxury of universal education is, of course, considerable, in terms of the facilities and time for study that it requires. However, the advance of productive techniques can provide the time and facilities needed. Quite apart from extending education time for youth, if socially necessary working hours could be reduced on average to 20 hours a week, say, it would leave a good 20 for continuous self-education, assuming, of course, the provision of the material and social facilities for this. How many years it might take to reach such a utopia for the cultivation of knowledge I would not dare to predict, but I am content that the productive techniques already exist in embryo for providing the material basis of a society capable of supplying all basic material requirements with a labor force per annum equal to 1,000 hours multiplied by population between the ages of 25 and 65. The outstanding problem is that of the social organization required to turn the productive potentialities already known to exist on a laboratory scale or 172. In isolated productive units into productive forces serving society as a whole. 5. So far the question of bureaucracy has been treated from the standpoint of human relations and, in particular, lack of rapport between workers and managers. Similar defects can also affect the relationship between higher and lower units, between factories and area managements, or between whole industries and the ministries to which they are responsible. Similar problems can occur all the way up the hierarchy of a centralist organization. Some people will argue that the problem is not one of human relationships, but a technical problem inseparable from centralization. They argue that this is the inevitable Achilles heel of a planned economy. This argument implies exceptional stupidity on the part of the central administration of a planned economy. In the early stages of a planned economy there may well be excessive centralization, particularly in economically backward countries in which the essential thing is to speed the development of basic industries. However, even in underdeveloped countries, as the case of China has shown, it is possible to combine decentralization with highly centralist control of the basic industries using the most modern techniques. The tendency towards over-centralization in the early stages of a planned economy is probably inevitable so long as experience is lacking in the techniques of decentralization, but there are, given time, no inherent obstacles to overcoming the problem of over-centralization if it is seen and tackled at the outset as a problem to be solved. Centralization becomes harmful insofar as it makes subordinate organizations fearful of taking decisions without reference to central authorities or prevents them unnecessarily. 173. From using their own initiative in improving methods of production or increasing output. The main purpose of centralist planning is to give each productive unit means of knowing what it should aim at producing, replacing the criterion of the market that governs production in a commodity economy such as capitalism. This sounds little, but in fact is an immensely involved requirement. The point is to end out by experience what is the ideal of the requirement. It is not necessary for the centralist authority to try to specify in detail, in terms of specific products, what the social product in total should be and what each unit should contribute to this total. To attempt this in a complex developed economy creates many problems, and even in so far as such a detailed plan might be successfully compiled by the central planners, it would tend to be very brittle, since a failure at any one point would reverberate through the whole economy, necessitating amended targets and instructions. If, on the other hand, planning authorities do not go into detail, how are they to give each productive unit a clear enough objective to work to, and how are they to ensure that the raw materials, machinery, and components are available to meet each production unit's needs? The ways in which each national economy resolves the problem of simplifying central planning and paring its directives down to essentials will probably be very different according to relative levels of development, according to national traditions, according to the balance between industry and agriculture, geographical conditions, etc., etc. My own opinion is that the technical problems of centralist planning are considerably less than the social and political problems of human relations. There are a wide variety of experiences in the techniques of planning to be studied in the various socialist countries, and whilst in these countries there are still many problems to be solved, and for each new socialist country the problems of planning are unique and peculiar to 174. Its own circumstances, the art of applying the broad framework of planning should not take too long to learn in a country such as Britain. The essentials of a planned economy, and these essentials leave room for a wide variety of planning techniques, are: every enterprise should receive from some higher authority a production target. This must specify the general types of production but need not detail the assortment of goods to be produced. If quantitative targets are not given, targets in value terms would need to replace them. Selling prices must be XED either specifically or by price formulae. If any measures of latitude are allowed to enterprises, the planning authorities must have powers to control prices wherever necessary, since the price is an essential instrument in the planned distribution of the total social product. Whilst the planning authorities are concerned first and foremost with the main framework of the plan, they need also to exercise a certain control over residual output or uncontrolled details, by an adequate and uniformly operating system of incentives, by specifying the system to be used in pricing, and by allocation of key materials. Regional decentralization can also reduce the pressure of detailed decisions falling on the central authorities. Regional and central planning bodies would need to give great attention to stock holding of commodities, components, and materials in general demand. Most important of all, regional and central authorities ought to have up-to-date information available on what is going on: sales, purchases, stocks, output, etc. in each production unit. 75. If detailed information were made available in standard forms, it could be classified and analyzed with ease, both for regional and central use. The compilation and processing of this information would have to be mechanized, or it would become intolerably burdensome and cumbersome. But modern computing and tabulating machinery is sufficiently advanced to make this possible. The point would be to give careful thought to what information is needed and how it can be supplied in standard and analyzable forms adapted to mechanical and electronic processing. This would enable the planning authority to watch precisely what was going on and to take corrective action before difficulties arose. The productive units could probably be given increasingly wide discretion in the management of their own affairs in their own ways if two basic conditions were fulfilled, viz., the provision of accurate and full information, and readiness exceptionally at the request of the central planning authorities to divert resources to deal with bottlenecks. These are only rough ideas intended to indicate that the problems of coordinating a planned economy are quite tractable despite the complexities and do not necessarily involve excessive centralization. Clearly, a certain stability as to sources of supply and disposal of products is desirable, but experience should fairly quickly show what amount of flexibility could be safely permitted. The enthusiasm of each unit to show good results might connect sometimes with the need of each unit to subordinate its own aims to wider social considerations, but in time friction due to such contradictions would be reduced as the basic idea of planning came to be more and more widely understood. 76. 6. It is often argued in defense of private property that it is the only means of safeguarding the initiative and creativeness of men as producers, and in defense of the market system that it is the only means through which the variety of individual tastes and preferences can be catered for. Both these arguments look backwards into history and not forward. The accumulation of capital and money wealth, with all the horrors of the ruthless, heartless, impersonal cruelty of nascent capitalism, did provide freedom for the few who possessed money to use it according to their own ideas. This new freedom of the owners of money allowed to grow some germs of artistic beauty and scientific achievement. But today the freedom of money has ceased altogether to be a liberating force. Today preoccupation with money-making in a world of extreme insecurity allows only a handful of people to apply their abilities to creative work. The makers of money have become so specialized in narrow concentration on this single purpose that they empty all the humanity out of life and have no time for anything else but the rat race after wealth, a monotonous stupidity which is from time to time relieved by the equal stupidity of garish and sensational recreations. The makers of money are rarely patrons of the arts and sciences. They give no shelter or security to creative genius. Where genius succeeds, it does so more often through its own ingenuity. Moreover, the world has so moved forward that science and invention call for a scale of social operation that exceeds what any individual, however wealthy, could on his own provide. The socialization of wealth has become indispensable, and for the future the patron of the development of artistic experiment and scientific inventiveness can only be society itself. And Nut X 77. In a practical sense, a wealthy socialist society should be better able than any society that has hitherto existed to allow artists and scientists freely to develop their own ideas. But it is a fairly commonly held fear that the authorities of a socialist society would tend to frown on and obstruct anything new which they did not understand or which seemed to them politically inexpedient. How real these fears may be is hard to judge. Experience of existing socialist societies in the last 40 years is not an adequate criterion. They have emerged in countries of former extreme economic backwardness under conditions of unceasing political pressure from a hostile capitalist world. All beginnings are periods of making mistakes, and they have been made, but quite apart from what might have been otherwise, the RST necessities were to lay foundations, namely, to develop modern industry and maintain state power. Even so, the record of technical advance in the socialist countries shows a speed of progress elsewhere unsurpassed in terms of the application of the most advanced scientific knowledge to the solution of practical problems. For Britain, the problem to be solved is how to shape our own future according to our own possibilities and our own notions. Today creative abilities are squandered on every side for lack of opportunity. In a society in which the RST preoccupation of most people ceases to be money, security, how to get a living, etc., but instead becomes the technical, organizational, or intellectual problems of one's work, there would immediately appear new streams of inventiveness and initiative. There is always a danger of excessive conformity. This danger will be most acute in the transitional stages when the new socialist outlook is asserting itself against the old capitalist way of life, and anything that does not the more generally accepted conceptions tends to be treated as a disguised recrudescence of capitalist notions, which, of course, it may be. There is, however, in Britain a strongly established pro-178 aggressive tradition in support of freedom of discussion, a tradition that a socialist Britain is likely to retain for the rather simple historical reason that the British people would insist on it. The GHT for freedom of opinion and freedom of discussion and freedom of meeting has been one of the major factors in the workers' struggle for progress. The broad movement which today is becoming more and more focused round the struggle for socialism. In fact, capitalism repeatedly in periods of reaction cuts back the rights that have been won, but even when the capitalist freedoms are unimpaired, they are cramped and limited. There are countless examples in almost all types of occupation of men and women being criticized for expressing socialist or communist opinions. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and formal freedoms become rather meaningless when the price for using them can be assessed by one's employer and docked. Moreover, to form opinions requires time and educational facilities and media of communication which preponderantly are administered by those whose personal wealth makes such undertakings possible. The socialist champion of Ireclam will be able to make good his promises in a way that no liberal supporter of capitalism ever can. My own view is that socialists should stub bombly to develop the tradition of freedom of expression and tolerance within the broad movement of the people. Even a temporary eclipse of this attitude in the life of the socialist movement in Britain would be a serious setback. Freedom to champion sincerely held individual views is, however, an ideal that is never fully attainable, for the reason that all intellectual activity is in reality social activity. The inherent individuals contributing ideas together go to form the culture of a people at any given period of time. If one individual's ideas assume a quite different framework of thought from everyone else's, they make no impact. His ideas may be in themselves good, but he is like a man talking. 179. A language which no one else understands. If it really is a better language, he must at least master the inferior language of the others in order to persuade them of the superiority of his own. The antithesis of intellectual freedom is dogmatism. Obviously, mind that does not then for itself is a fettered, half-functioning mind, but as thought is a social as well as an individual process, as men give and take from others in the development of ideas, some assumptions which for the time being are so to speak dogmatically, presented may be necessary as a practical device for denning the sphere within which a social exchange of ideas is to proceed. The leaders of a debate, discussion, inquiry, etc., will always tend to deem the assumptions on which and the language in which social discussion is to proceed, but intellectual leadership turns into dogmatism and becomes a monster if it more and more narrowly limits the discussion and blocks the questioning of assumptions. Moreover, leadership in any sphere, however good, always needs to be confronted with the freest expression of opinion and reactions from the ordinary _RU_N of people concerned with the problems at issue, since this is the source of the fullest wealth of human experience and the only antidote to dangers of clogmatism and bureaucracy. The deep-lying truth nurturing the permanence of the ideal of intellectual freedom, freedom of discussion, etc. against the passing expediencies of dogmatism is the constant change and movement of reality and therefore of thought itself. Freedom of thought permits man to experiment with reality in imagination and, thereby prepare himself to meet changing circumstances with orsite and exibility. Dogmatism puts the RMND in chains and permits learning only after the torture admiral su flfci li 1g by which the suppressed truth asserts itself in the mare of history. A too tight social control of discussion, whether implemented by the gun or fostered by social conformity, is a weapon that is dangerous in the hands of progressive causes. Far more 180. Dangerous than allowing expression of hostile or unorthodox views which if they have anything to them become more explosive by their suppression. Social thinking must, of course, be braked to the speed of practical possibility, but that is not to say that small patrols of explorers cannot be left free to run out ahead of the movement of the social mass. There is no reason why a socialist society should not be as well or better placed than a capitalist society to provide opportunity for the nonconformist explorers. Materially it is much better placed to do so, since it can raise the total mass of available wealth and allocate a part to the luxuries of the cranks. Ideologically, however, it is perhaps worse placed, since whereas the ideology of capitalism wreaks the anarchic freedom of each to do as he pleases with his property, the planned coordination of a socialist economy must end erection ideologically in a tendency to conform to the public ethic and socially accepted ways of thinking. This argument not one commonly heard from the capitalist critic, perhaps because it implies a too great acceptance of the attitude of historical materialism, is possibly the strongest one that can be adduced on the danger of socialist society becoming acid, lacking in individuality and overconformist. The practical evidence from existing societies is in my view quite spurious, because the rigorous battle by which economically backward countries emerge from their political and economic subordination to the great industrial powers takes place under conditions that will not be typical of developed socialism. However, by casting our imaginations forward to the circumstances that will prevail in a mature socialist society in the country that we know that is, Bryman, it is possible to see that this danger is not real. A socialist Britain would be a society in which working hours would be limited and the general cultural and educational level would be high. It is conceivable that such a society might for periods in its develop 181. Men pass through phases of fanaticism and tend at times to be dogmatically critical of departures from the accepted framework of thought, but in its maturity, as an adult generally escapes measles and chicken pox, it should be protected by the general cultural standard with which a sense of political security and greatly increased educational facilities would endow it. The philosophical reasons for encouraging the new and for tolerating ideas that do not conform would then come to be more widely understood. And this really is the only safeguard that is worth anything, since the growth of inventiveness and variety in experimentation requires more than tolerance. It requires facilities for experiment and facilities to communicate new ideas. The point really is, if publicly administered socialist institutions are to prove less conservative than the institutions of capitalist society, the general climate of public opinion must be intelligently favorable to encouraging the new and the unusual and recognize the necessity of experimental failure as part of the price to be paid for change and progress. It seems to me certain that as socialism develops there will be great extensions in quality and in numbers in opportunities to study and learn more of past human experiences, and if this is so, the chances of public opinion being much less averse to the new than it is today will be good. 7. The argument that the market system of capitalism alone can cater for variety of individual tastes does not impress me at all. It is a bogeyman argument against socialism. There are lots of things to be bought in the capitalist shops, but I am not at all conscious of their responding with much subtlety to my individual preferences. I can satisfy these better from the now dying small craftsman, but as to factory products ind. 182. All sorts of advertising pressures being exerted, making me want to buy the things which the factories nd it most convenient to mass produce. An economy ruled by the market is in fact not at all a good mechanism for giving people either the kind of life they want in the whole or individual commodities exactly suited to their tastes. The good things about the market as a method of distribution are quite incidental aspects of the market economy, that is, an economy dominated by commodity production. The minor conveniences of marketing can, as required, be taken over and improved upon within a socialist economy. Prices, for example, can be adjusted to direct demand away from consumer goods in short supply and towards those in plentiful supply. Again, consumer demand expressed through the market and through levels of stocks in retailers' hands can be used as indicators helping to determine future levels of production. Indicators obtained through the market can be supplemented by market research and activity that will be improved by centralization and use of the most up-to-date computing and tabulating methods. Public organizations can also expertly study the merits and demerits of different commodities and give consumers sound factual advice. Once use and not profit is the motive of economic activity, the object is no longer to foist goods onto the consumers in order to increase profits, but to help the consumer to get the commodity that best satisfies his needs. With the growth of automation, it is quite conceivable that goods to meet the specific needs of individuals may eventually be cheaply and quickly produced by supplying according to individual specifications, following instructions fed into automated production units. Some liberal capitalist theorists paint a romantically gloried picture of the virtues of the free market. The adjustment of supply to demand through the mechanism of price. 183. Movements on the market is presented as a subtle machinery through which production is made sensitive to varying shades of consumer preferences. Some economic theorists of capitalism maintain that price relativities are fundamentally determined by the scales of preferences of the many individuals who are constantly impinging on the market, preferring to buy or not to buy, to sell or not to sell, to work or not to work. There is no need here to enter into the complications of these theoretical arguments which have already been destroyed by the detailed criticisms of others. It is sufficient to say that this idyllic picture of economic democracy exercised through the market does not at all tee the reality of a commodity economy, not merely because the action and interaction between supplier and consumer can never have the sensitivity that these theories imply, but more simply and fundamentally because the majority of individuals who have no share in the ownership of capital enter the market with the scales loaded against them by the meagerness of their incomes. Determined by circumstances that lie beyond the eld of their choice or the scale of their preferences. The bulk of a human society's needs are broadly known without requiring that they should be registered by activities of buyers on the consumer market. If the general levels of incomes are known, as they would be to the planning authorities, it will also be known that certain percentages of these incomes will go to meet standard basic needs, and that the miscellaneous individual requirements and luxuries, etc. will be met normally from the margin remaining over after these basic needs have been met. In catering for the needs that people through the market, the planning authorities are not faced with a very formidable problem. Assuming that a condition of social stability had been reached, they should be able from the outset to do as well for the consumer as the preceding capitalist society. Most industrial countries have reasonably good statistics of production and consumption of consumer goods, and these provide a starting pattern to work to. There is no reason why distributive bodies should not be permitted a margin of flexibility in pricing policy in order to adjust supplies to prevailing conditions of demand. It would be most important for the production authorities to get and analyze all available information on supply and demand conditions and reactions by consumers to quality, style, etc., etc. Consumer research and expression of consumer opinion provide means of getting to know the reactions of typical individuals, supplementing the crude indications of pressure of supply and demand. There is also room for vast improvements on the supply side by getting rid of misleading, pressurizing advertisements which are nothing but costly means of trying to persuade people to prefer what they do not or would not, at least, if they knew more about what they were buying. In place of advertisements, what is needed is reliable information about available commodities, more thorough and less restricted services along the lines of the one or two organizations now beginning to emerge, which examine and report on the qualities in use of competing products. Caveat emph01 Let the buyer look out for himself is an admonition that means nothing today. Advice on what to buy requires the knowledge of specialists and experts, a service which public authorities could very well supply in an economy not motivated by profits. A socialist economy will be faced with the need to invent and create organizational methods to achieve whatever results are required. Because the economic organization of a socialist economy is a consciously shaped instrument, capable of being further and further perfected in light of experience, it seems almost certain that in time it will show in all respects better results than those that accrue in a capitalist economy in which 185. Conscious control of economic purpose has been surrendered in favor of the arbitrament of the market and the crude dynamic of money making. However, many of the organizational problems of a socialist economy may take some time to solve. For example, new designs and new models, more particularly of consumer goods, will always be at the outset more costly to produce, and the reception that they will get at RST from users will always be a gamble. Whilst new developments in major capital equipment can generally be ensured by adequate diversion of resources to research, similar problems will also arise with regard to technical innovations within each factory. These problems of new models, designs, and qualities, and more generally of technical innovations, are still far from solved in the experience of the socialist countries, but there are no grounds for maintaining that these are insoluble. Rather, they are remnants of organization which are of lower priority than the basic problems of expanding output, increasing productivity, balancing the main sectors of the economy and producing the desired pattern of end products. A prosperous socialist society will certainly make a wide variety of consumer goods available in the shops. However, life is not lived from dawn to dusk buying and selling on the market, or it is a miserable life that is so lived. The ideal is to simplify the business of satisfying one's material needs and not to waste too much time on the process of buying the instruments and raw materials of normal existence. If time is spent on material means of living, let it be on special luxuries or the feasts and frills of holidays and celebrations and not on the humdrummery of daily chores. As production increases, the market and the sort of things we buy through the market would tend in a socialist society to play a less important part. To live a life full of an endless round of producing and consuming consumer goods is not wealth. If by wealth is meant a desirable state of well-being. When, as we do, we delight in buying more and more. I-86. 1. L24. Additions to the apparatus of living, we are behaving as do the savages who after months of near starvation feast themselves without restraint or stint when food is there again to be eaten. But once make freedom from material want an ordinary state of affairs for everyone, and who will waste time on conspicuous luxuries. As poverty ceases to exist, its opposite wealth in the sense of material possessions will cease to have any great significance. What we will most want, what lacks will most make men and women unhappy, the future itself will have to show. But the consumer goods which the producers so exhaust themselves to sell and which we so exhaust ourselves in scrambling after the wherewithal to buy, cannot, I think, continue indefinitely to preoccupy so much of the interests of so many human beings. To think that they will is to make too low an assessment of the humanism of humanity. To envisage economic processes as huckstering scarcities from the beginning to the end of time is to take a worm's eye view of history. 8. Now to the last great question that the critics of socialism raise, that of freedom of the individual in a socialist society. Is socialism necessarily totalitarian? Are there economic or other causes making socialism and freedom incompatible? The freedom of capitalism is the freedom of property so far as it exists. I say so far as it exists, since there are countless instances of capitalism abandoning its own freedoms to safeguard the state power of the ruling minority or to wage wars to acquire or protect property interests. Even where freedom exists in a capitalist society, it has long been recognized that the freedom of those who lack property does not amount to much, since, however great their notional freedom, their actual freedom of activity is narrowly (187). Strained by the necessity of spending the best of their energies in acquiring the elementary means of existence. It also should not be overlooked that the freedom of those who possess property is gravely constricted by the social and ideological conditions of a market economy and class society, a fact that is revealed by the most penetrating thinkers and the most sensitive and realistic artists within capitalist society itself. Those who oppress others cannot themselves be free. Must the coordination and centralization and public ownership of means of production give plenty with one hand but take away freedom with the other? The reasons for thinking that this is not so have already been given. In a socialist society, the subordination of personal interests to socially necessary functions need occupy only a limited part of the individual's existence, leaving a greater part free for activity and development according to one's own talents. The price of this individual freedom in a socialist society may, indeed, continue to be eternal vigilance, but the potential scope for individual freedom is enlarged and not restricted by the new basis that a socialist economy provides. The real problem arises over the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, in which the working class and its allies are in struggle against the capitalist class and all the forces it can muster in support of the old order. How much freedom and what kind of freedom the representatives of the working class in possession of political power will permit, and to whom, is a political question and not an economic question. The dictatorial measures used in establishing the new regime and laying the foundations of a socialist economy do not in any sense derive from the economic characteristics of the new economy but solely from the political circumstances in which the struggle for the new order against the old is waged. Lenin argued that the dictatorship of the working class is a liberation for the working people themselves and is exercised 188 only against the protagonists of the old order. The more there is a development of the conception of democracy within the mass organizations of the workers, and the more there are effective methods in practice of making the feelings of the masses felt, the stronger the working class movement will be. the ways and means in which freedom within the working class develops have to be worked out in political struggle. In the British tradition, respect for the rights of the individual, however perverted in the practice of modern society, is very strong and needs to be respected by any movement basing itself on the feelings of the masses. It therefore seems likely that the mass political movement for socialism can only make headway along lines that respect those aspects of individual freedom that are held in highest regard by the mass of the people. Of course, there are risks of freedoms being improperly taken away in a period of revolutionary changes. There is also a risk of formal freedoms being permitted so loosely as to impede the struggle against the old order. This, however, is not the place to discuss the politics of the struggle for a changed society. The contention that I wish to defend is that the proper place for champions of freedom is within the movement that makes a socialist economy its aim. 9. Socialism is an idea and an ideal unifying the movement of many millions of people looking for change. These many millions are of different nationalities with differing customs and differing histories. They also comprise, within each nationality, many million persons, each with his or her differences of individuality. Such individuality will exist as long as humanity, it is the cell out of which the progress of mankind is generated. Individuality, however, expresses itself also as part of a 189. Common humanity unit in action and aim by conceptions shared in common of what the world is and what the world can become. These unifying ideas emerge from the whole past of human history, but they also wreaked a commonly shared picture of the actuality and the reality of the world about us. Socialism is the great unifying idea of all who believe in the equality of man as an ideal and as a possibility. The essential aim of socialism is the elimination of exploitation of man by man in all senses and all foreign ones, no privileged classes, no special rights assigned by color of skin or accident of birth, no prod or gain from others' loss or subordination. It is the movement of subordinate classes everywhere to destroy the powers to which they have been subordinated and build, each in their own land, a new society to take its place in a world of new societies. But this age-old dream has no reality unless man can live more fully and enjoy greater material well-being from cooperation than from conflict between man and man, class and nation and nation. The compelling, overriding case for socialism derives from the simple fact that today this is so, that today we live in the nuclear age, in the age of science and of vastly greater mastery over natural circumstances, a mastery made possible by cooperative application of human intelligence within the framework of scientific knowledge. In this nuclear age, this age of science and automation, the age-old problem of material poverty can be ended once and for all. As today we take the provision of streets and water for granted in any advanced community, so in a few generations all the material necessities of existence will be provided for everyone without great expenditure of social effort. But and this is another way of expressing the essence of the case for socialism, we cannot possibly use our scientific knowledge to such eke so long as social and economic life is fragmented by private property. If we are freely to plan and use the resources of human talent and of material wealth of which ago the potentials that we possess are vast, the barriers and obstacles of private property in means of production must be removed and thrown away. Then what a world we shall see! No longer will 9/10 of human effort as throughout human history hitherto be squandered on winning the elementary means of life, but all mankind will enjoy the wealth of material freedom. Production of material necessities will recede to a minor subsidiary activity, analogous perhaps to the rest and exercise that we at present devote to sustaining health and bodily powers. The idea of socialism unites the aspirations of millions upon millions of human beings everywhere because it shows the means to create economic conditions for humanity to be freed from material poverty and so to eradicate for all time exploitation and war between man and man. This vision gives one strength to endure the terrors and barbarities of an epoch drawing to its close, and, looking beyond, to see that this nuclear age is not an end but a beginning.